from classics to bestsellers, cult hits to critically acclaimed award winners. For a young Oxford history student in the mid-21st century, preparing for on-site study of one of the deadliest eras in humanity's history might seem as simple as receiving inoculations against the diseases of the 14th century and developing a plausible alibi for a woman traveling alone. But for her instructors, it means painstaking calculations and careful monitoring of the rendezvous point where she is to be retrieved. These calculations are based, of course, on the premise that everything goes according to plan. And now, Doomsday Book.
Book 1. What a ringer needs most is not strength, but the ability to keep time. You must bring these two things together in your mind and let them rest there forever. Bells and time. Bells and time. Ronald Blythe, Akenfield. Chapter 1. Mr. Dunworthy opened the door to the laboratory, and his spectacles promptly steamed up. "Am I too late?" he said, yanking them off and squinting at Mary. "Shut the door," she said. "I can't hear you over the sound of those ghastly carols." Dunworthy closed the door, but he didn't completely shut out the sound of "O Come All Ye Faithful" wafting in from the quad. "Am I too late?" he said again. Mary shook her head. "All you've missed is Gilchrist's speech." She leaned back in her chair to let Dunworthy squeeze past her into the narrow observation area. She had taken off her coat and wool hat and set them on the only other chair, along with a large shopping bag full of parcels. Her grey hair was in disarray, as if she tried to fluff it up after taking her hat off. "A very long speech about medieval's maiden voyage in time," she said, "and the College of Brasenose taking its rightful place as the jewel in history's crown. Is it still raining?" "Yes," he said, wiping his spectacles on his muffler. He hooked the wire rims over his ears and went up to the thin glass partition to look at the net. In the centre of the laboratory was a smashed-up wagon surrounded by overturned trunks and wooden boxes. Above them hung the protective shields of the net, draped like a gauzy parachute. Kivrin's tutor, Latimer, looking older and even more infirm than usual, was standing next to one of the trunks. Montoya was standing over by the console, wearing jeans and a terrorist jacket and looking impatiently at the digital on her wrist. Badri was sitting in front of the console, typing something in and frowning at the display screens. "Where's Kivrin?" Dunworthy said. "I haven't seen her," Mary said. "Do come and sit down. The drop isn't scheduled till noon, and I doubt very much that they'll get her off by then, particularly if Gilchrist makes another speech." She draped her coat over the back of her own chair and set the shopping bag full of parcels on the floor by her feet. "I do hope this doesn't go all day. I must pick up my great-nephew Colin at the Underground station at 3. He's coming in on the tube." She rummaged in her shopping bag. "My niece Deirdre is off to Kent for the holidays and asked me to look after him. I do hope it doesn't rain the entire time he's here," she said, still rummaging. "He's 12. Nice boy, very bright, though he has the most wretched vocabulary. Everything is either necrotic or apocalyptic. And Deirdre allows him entirely too many sweets." She continued to dig through the contents of the shopping bag. "I got this for him for Christmas." She hauled up a narrow red and green striped box. "I'd hoped to get the rest of my shopping done before I came here, but it was pouring rain, and I can only tolerate that ghastly digital carillon music on the high street for brief intervals." She opened the box and folded back the tissue. "I've no idea what 12-year-old boys are wearing these days, but mufflers are timeless, don't you think, James? James?" He turned from where he had been staring blindly at the display screens. "What?" "I said, mufflers are always an appropriate Christmas gift for boys, don't you think?" He looked at the muffler she was holding up for his inspection. It was of dark grey plaid wool. He would not have been caught dead in it when he was a boy, and that had been 50 years ago. "Yes," he said, and turned back to the thin glass. "What is it, James? Is something wrong?" Latimer picked up a small brass-bound casket, and then looked vaguely around as if he had forgotten what he intended to do with it. Montoya glanced impatiently at her digital. "Where's Gilchrist?" Dunworthy said. "He went through there," Mary said, pointing at a door on the far side of the net. "He orated on medieval's place in history, talked to Kivrin for a bit, the tech ran some tests, and then Gilchrist and Kivrin went through that door. I assume he's still in there with her, getting her ready." "Getting her ready?" Dunworthy muttered. "James, do come and sit down and tell me what's wrong," she said, jamming the muffler back in its box and stuffing it into the shopping bag. "And where you've been. I expected you to be here when I arrived. After all, Kivrin's your favourite pupil." "I was trying to reach the head of the history faculty," Dunworthy said, looking at the display screens. "Basingame? I thought he was off somewhere on Christmas vac." "He is, and Gilchrist manoeuvred to be appointed acting head in his absence, so he could get the Middle Ages open to time travel. He rescinded the blanket ranking of 10 and arbitrarily assigned rankings to each century. Do you know what he assigned the 1300s? A 6. A 6. If Basingame had been here, he'd never have allowed it. But the man's nowhere to be found." He looked hopefully at Mary. "You don't know where he is, do you?" "No," she said. "Somewhere in Scotland, I think." "Somewhere in Scotland," he said bitterly. "And meanwhile Gilchrist is sending Kivrin into a century which is clearly a 10, a century which had scrofula and the plague and burned Joan of Arc at the stake." He looked at Badri, who was speaking into the console's ear now. "You said Badri ran tests. What were they? A coordinates check? A field projection?" "I don't know." She waved vaguely at the screens with their constantly changing matrices and columns of figures. "I'm only a doctor, not a net technician. I thought I recognized the technician. He's from Balliol, isn't he?" Dunworthy nodded. "He's the best tech Balliol has," he said, watching Badri, who was tapping the console's keys one at a time, his eyes on the changing readouts. "All of New College's techs were gone for the vac. Gilchrist was planning to use a first-year apprentice who'd never run a manned drop. A first-year apprentice for a remote. I talked him into using Badri. If I can't stop this drop, at least I can see that it's run by a competent tech." Badri frowned at the screen, pulled a meter out of his pocket and started toward the wagon. "Badri," Dunworthy called. Badri gave no indication he'd heard. He walked around the perimeter of the boxes and trunks, looking at the meter. He moved one of the boxes slightly to the left. "He can't hear you," Mary said. "Badri!" he shouted. "I need to speak to you." Mary had stood up. "He can't hear you, James," she said. "The partition's soundproofed." Badri said something to Latimer, who was still holding the brass-bound casket. Latimer looked bewildered. Badri took the casket from him and set it down on the chalked mark. Dunworthy looked around for a microphone. He couldn't see one. "How were you able to hear Gilchrist's speech?" he asked Mary. "Gilchrist pressed a button on the inside there," she said, pointing at a wall panel next to the net. Badri had sat down in front of the console again and was speaking into the ear. The net shield began to lower into place. Badri said something else, and they rose to where they'd been. "I told Badri to recheck everything, the net, the apprentice's calculations, everything," he said, "and to abort the drop immediately if he found any errors, no matter what Gilchrist said." "But surely Gilchrist wouldn't jeopardize Kivrin's safety," Mary protested. "He told me he'd taken every precaution." "Every precaution? He hasn't run recon tests or perimeter checks. We did 2 years of unmans in 20th century before we sent anyone through. He hasn't done any. Badri told him he should delay the drop until he could do at least one, and instead, he moved the drop up 2 days. The man's a complete incompetent. But he explained why the drop had to be today, Mary said, in his speech. He said the contempts in the 1300s paid no attention to dates, except planting and harvesting times and church holy days. He said the concentration of holy days was greatest around Christmas, and that was why medieval had decided to send Kivrin now, so she could use the Advent holy days to determine her temporal location and ensure her being at the drop site on the 28th of December. His sending her now has nothing to do with Advent or holy days, he said, watching Badri. He was back to tapping one key at a time and frowning. He could send her next week and use Epiphany for the rendezvous date. He could run unmans for 6 months and then send her lapse time. Gilchrist is sending her now because Basingame's off on holiday and isn't here to stop him. Oh dear, Mary said. I rather thought he was rushing it myself. When I told him how long I needed Kivrin in infirmary, he tried to talk me out of it. I had to explain that her inoculations needed time to take effect. A rendezvous on the 28th of December, Dunworthy said bitterly. Do you realise what holy day that is? The feast of the slaughter of the innocents, which, in light of how this drop is being run, may be entirely appropriate. Why can't you stop it? Mary said. You can forbid Kivrin to go, can't you? You're her tutor. No, he said. I'm not. She's a student at Brasenose. Latimer's her tutor. He waved his hand in the direction of Latimer, who had picked up the brass-bound casket again and was peering absent-mindedly into it. She came to Belial and asked me to tutor her unofficially. He turned and stared blindly at the thin glass. I told her then that she couldn't go. Kivrin had come to see him when she was a first-year student. I want to go to the Middle Ages, she had said. She wasn't even 1.5 meters tall, and her fair hair was in braids. She hadn't looked old enough to cross the street by herself. You can't, he had said. His first mistake. He should have sent her back to medieval, told her she would have to take the matter up with her tutor. The Middle Ages are closed. They have a ranking of 10. A blanket 10, Kivrin said, which Mr. Gilchrist says they don't deserve. He says that ranking would never hold up under a year-by-year analysis. It's based on the contempt's mortality rate, which was largely due to bad nutrition and no med support. The ranking wouldn't be nearly as high for an historian who'd been inoculated against disease. Mr. Gilchrist plans to ask the history faculty to re-evaluate the ranking and open part of the 14th century. I cannot conceive of the history faculty opening a century that had not only the Black Death and cholera, but the 100 Years' War, Dunworthy said. But they might, and if they do, I want to go. It's impossible, he said. Even if it were opened, medieval wouldn't send a woman. An unaccompanied woman was unheard of in the 14th century. Only women of the lowest class went about alone, and they were fair game for any man or beast who happened along. Women of the nobility and even the emerging middle class were constantly attended by their fathers or their husbands or their servants, usually all three. And even if you weren't a woman, you're an undergraduate. The 14th century is far too dangerous for medieval to consider sending an undergraduate. They would send an experienced historian. It's no more dangerous than the 20th century, Kivrin said. Mustard gas and automobile crashes and pinpoints. At least no one's going to drop a bomb on me. And who's an experienced medieval historian? Nobody has on-site experience. And your 20th century historians here at Belial don't know anything about the Middle Ages. Nobody knows anything. There are scarcely any records, except for parish registers and tax rolls, and nobody knows what their lives were like at all. That's why I want to go. I want to find out about them, how they lived, what they were like. Won't you please help me?" He finally said, "I'm afraid you'll have to speak with Medieval about that." But it was too late. "I've already talked to them," she said. "They don't know anything about the Middle Ages either. I mean, anything practical. Mr. Latimer's teaching me Middle English, but it's all pronominal inflections and vowel shifts. He hasn't taught me to say anything. I need to know the language and the customs," she said, leaning over Dunworthy's desk, "and the money and table manners and things. Did you know they didn't use plates? They used flat loaves of bread called manchets, and when they finished eating their meat, they broke them into pieces and ate them. I need someone to teach me things like that so I won't make mistakes." "I'm a 20th century historian, not a medievalist. I haven't studied the Middle Ages in 40 years. "But you know the sorts of things I need to know. I can look them up and learn them if you'll just tell me what they are." "What about Gilchrist?" he said, even though he considered Gilchrist a self-important fool. "He's working on the re-ranking and hasn't any time." "And what good will the re-ranking do if he has no historians to send?" Dunworthy thought. "What about the visiting American professor, Montoya? She's working on a medieval dig out near Whitney, isn't she? She should know something about the customs." "Miss Montoya hasn't any time either. She's so busy trying to recruit people to work on the Skengate dig. Don't you see? They're all useless. You're the only one who can help me." He should have said, "Nevertheless, they are members of Brasenose faculty and I am not." But instead he had been maliciously delighted to hear her tell him what he had thought all along, that Latimer was a doddering old man, and Montoya a frustrated archaeologist, that Gilchrist was incapable of training historians. He had been eager to use her to show Medieval how it should be done. "We'll have you augmented with an interpreter," he had said, "and I want you to learn Church Latin, Norman French, and Old German, in addition to Mr. Latimer's Middle English." And she had immediately pulled a pencil and an exercise book from her pocket and begun making a list. "You'll need practical experience in farming, milking a cow, gathering eggs, vegetable gardening," he'd said, ticking them off on his fingers. "Your hair isn't long enough. You'll need to take corticosteroids. You'll need to learn to spin with a spindle, not a spinning wheel. The spinning wheel wasn't invented yet. And you'll need to learn to ride a horse." He had stopped, finally coming to his senses. "Do you know what you need to learn?" he had said, watching her earnestly bent over the list she was scribbling, her braids dangling over her shoulders. "How to treat open sores and infected wounds, how to prepare a child's body for burial, how to dig a grave. The mortality rate will still be worth a 10, even if Gilchrist somehow succeeds in getting the ranking changed. The average life expectancy in 1300 was 38. You have no business going there." Kivrin had looked up, her pencil poised above the paper. "Where should I go to look at dead bodies?" she had said earnestly. "The morgue? Or should I ask Dr. Ahrens in infirmary?" "I told her she couldn't go," Dunworthy said, still staring unseeing at the glass. "But she wouldn't listen." "I know," Mary said. "She wouldn't listen to me either." Dunworthy sat down stiffly next to her. The rain and all the chasing after Basingame had aggravated his arthritis. He still had his overcoat on. He struggled out of it and unwound the muffler from around his neck. "I wanted to cauterize her nose for her," Mary said. "I told her the smells of the 14th century could be completely incapacitating, that we are simply not used to excrement and bad meat and decomposition in this day and age. I told her nausea would interfere significantly with her ability to function." "But she wouldn't listen," Dunworthy said. "Nope." I tried to explain to her that the Middle Ages were dangerous, and Gilchrist wasn't taking sufficient precautions, and she told me I was worrying over nothing. Perhaps we are, Mary said. After all, it's Badri who's running the drop, not Gilchrist, and you said he'd abort if there was any problem. Yes, he said, watching Badri through the glass. He was typing again, one key at a time, his eyes on the screens. Badri was not only Balliol's best tech, but the university's, and he had run dozens of remotes. And Kivrin's well prepared, Mary said. You've tutored her, and I've spent the last month in infirmary getting her physically ready. She's protected against cholera and typhoid and anything else that was extant in 1320, which, by the way, the plague you're so worried over wasn't. There were no cases in England until the Black Death reached there in 1348. I've removed her appendix and augmented her immune system. I've given her full-spectrum antivirals and a short course in medieval medicine, and she's done a good deal of work on her own. She was studying medicinal herbs while she was in infirmary. I know, Dunworthy said. She had spent the last Christmas vac memorizing masses in Latin and learning to weave and embroider, and he had taught her everything he could think of. But was it enough to protect her from being trampled by a horse or raped by a drunken knight on his way home from the Crusades? They were still burning people at the stake in 1320. There was no inoculation to protect her from that, or from someone seeing her come through and deciding she was a witch. He looked back through the thin glass. Latimer picked the trunk up for the third time and set it back down. Montoya looked at her watch again. The tech punched the keys and frowned. I should have refused to tutor her, he said. I only did it to show Gilchrist up for the incompetent he is. Nonsense, Mary said. You did it because she's Kivrin. She's you all over again. Bright, resourceful, determined. I was never that foolhardy. Of course you were. I can remember a time when you couldn't wait to rush off to the London Blitz and have bombs dropped on your head. And I seem to remember a certain incident involving the old Bodleian. The prep room door flared open, and Kivrin and Gilchrist came into the room. Kivrin holding her long skirts up as she stepped over the scattered boxes. She was wearing the white rabbit fur-lined cloak and the bright blue kirtle she had come to show him yesterday. She had told him the cloak was hand-woven. It looked like an old wool blanket someone had draped over her shoulders, and the kirtle's sleeves were too long. They nearly covered her hands. Her long, fair hair was held back by a fillet and fell loosely onto her shoulders. She still didn't look old enough to cross the street by herself. Dunworthy stood up, ready to pound on the glass again as soon as she looked in his direction, but she stopped midway into the clutter, her face still half averted from him, looked down at the marks on the floor, stepped forward a little, and arranged her dragging skirts around her. Gilchrist went over to Badri, said something to him, and picked up a carrier board that was lying on top of the console. He began checking items off with a brisk poke of the light pen. Kivrin said something to him and pointed at the brass-bound casket. Montoya straightened impatiently up from leaning over Badri's shoulder and came over to where Kivrin was standing, shaking her head. Kivrin said something else, more firmly, and Montoya knelt down and moved the trunk over next to the wagon. Gilchrist checked another item off his list. He said something to Latimer, and Latimer went and got a flat metal box and handed it to Gilchrist. Gilchrist said something to Kivrin, and she brought her flattened hands together in front of her chest. She bent her head over them and began speaking. "Is he having her practice praying?" Dunworthy said. "That will be useful, since God's help may be the only help she gets on this drop." "They're checking the implant," Mary said. "What implant?" "A special chip recorder so she can record her fieldwork. Most of the contemps can't read or write, so I implanted an ear and an A to D in one wrist and a memory in the other. She activates it by pressing the pads of her palms together. When she's speaking into it, it looks like she's praying. The chips have a 2.5 gigabyte capacity, so she'll be able to record her observations for the full 2.5 weeks. You should have implanted a locator as well, so she could call for help. Gilchrist was messing with the flat metal box. He shook his head and then moved Kivrin's folded hands up a little higher. The too long sleeve fell back. Her hand was cut. A thin brown line of dried blood ran down the cut. "Something's wrong," Dunworthy said, turning toward Mary. "She's hurt." Kivrin was talking into her hands again. Gilchrist nodded. Kivrin looked at him, saw Dunworthy, and flashed him a delighted smile. Her temple was bloody too. Her hair under the fillet was matted with it. Gilchrist looked up, saw Dunworthy, and hurried toward the thin glass partition, looking irritated. "She hasn't even gone yet, and they've already let her be injured." Dunworthy pounded on the glass. Gilchrist walked over to the wall panel, pressed a key, and then came over and stood in front of Dunworthy. "Mr. Dunworthy," he said. He nodded at Mary. "Dr. Ahrens, I'm so pleased you decided to come see Kivrin off." He put the faintest emphasis on the last 3 words, so that they sounded like a threat. "What's happened to Kivrin?" Dunworthy said. "Happened?" Gilchrist said, sounding surprised. "I don't know what you mean." Kivrin had started over to the partition, holding up the skirt of her kirtle with a bloody hand. There was a reddish bruise on her cheek. "I want to speak to her," Dunworthy said. "I'm afraid there isn't time," Gilchrist said. "We have a schedule to keep to." "I demand to speak to her." Gilchrist pursed his lips and 2 white lines appeared on either side of his nose. "May I remind you, Mr. Dunworthy," he said coldly, "that this drop is Brasenoses, not Balliol's. I, of course, appreciate the assistance you have given in loaning us your tech, and I respect your many years of experience as an historian, but I assure you, I have everything well in hand." "Then why is your historian injured before she's even left?" "Oh, Mr. Dunworthy, I'm so glad you came," Kivrin said, coming up to the glass. "I was afraid I wouldn't be able to say goodbye to you. Isn't this exciting?" "Exciting? You're bleeding," Dunworthy said. "What's gone wrong?" "Nothing," Kivrin said, touching her temple gingerly and then looking at her fingers. "It's part of the costume." She looked past him at Mary. "Dr. Ahrens, you came too. I'm so glad." Mary had stood up, still holding her shopping bag. "I want to see your antiviral inoculation," she said. "Have you had any other reaction besides the swelling? Any itching?" "It's all right, Dr. Ahrens," Kivrin said. She held the sleeve back and then let it fall again before Mary could possibly have had a good look at the underside of her arm. There was another reddish bruise on Kivrin's forearm, already beginning to turn black and blue. "It would seem to be more to the point to ask her why she's bleeding," Dunworthy said. "It's part of the costume, I told you. I'm Isabelle de Beauvrier, and I'm supposed to have been waylaid by robbers while travelling," Kivrin said. She turned and gestured at the boxes and smashed wagon. "My things were stolen, and I was left for dead. I got the idea from you, Mr. Dunworthy," she said reproachfully. "I certainly never suggested that you start out bloody and beaten," Dunworthy said. "Stage blood was impractical," Gilchrist said. "Probability couldn't give us statistically significant odds that no one would tend her wound." "And it never occurred to you to dupe a realistic wound? You knocked her on the head instead?" Dunworthy said angrily. "Mr. Dunworthy, may I remind you that this is Brasenoses' project, not Balliol's? You're bloody right it isn't. If it were 20th centuries, we'd be trying to protect the historian from injury, not inflicting it on her ourselves. I want to speak to Badri. I want to know if he's rechecked the apprentice's calculations." Gilchrist's lips pursed. "Mr. Dunworthy, Mr. Chowdhury may be your net technician, but this is my drop. I assure you we have considered every possible contingency." "It's just a nick," Kivrin said. "It doesn't even hurt. I'm all right, really. Please don't get upset, Mr. Dunworthy. The idea of being injured was mine. I remembered what you said about how a woman in the Middle Ages was so vulnerable, and I thought it would be a good idea if I looked more vulnerable than I was." "It would be impossible for you to look more vulnerable than you are," Dunworthy thought. "If I pretend to be unconscious, then I can overhear what people are saying about me, and they won't ask a lot of questions about who I am, because it will be obvious that—" "It's time for you to get into position," Gilchrist said, moving threateningly over to the wall panel. "I'm coming," Kivrin said, not budging. "We're ready to set the net." "I know," she said firmly. "I'll be there as soon as I've told Mr. Dunworthy and Dr. Ahrens goodbye." Gilchrist nodded curtly and walked back into the debris. Latimer asked him something, and he snapped an answer. "What does getting into position entail?" Dunworthy asked. "Having him take a cosh to you because probabilities told him there's a statistical possibility someone won't believe you're truly unconscious?" "It involves lying down and closing my eyes," Kivrin said, grinning. "Don't worry." "There's no reason you can't wait until tomorrow, and at least give Badri time to run a perimeter check," Dunworthy said. "I want to see that inoculation again," Mary said. "Will you two stop fretting?" Kivrin said. "My inoculation doesn't itch. The cut doesn't hurt. Badri's spent all morning running checks. I know you're worried about me, but please don't be. The drop's on the main road from Oxford to Bath, only 2 miles from Skendgate. If no one comes along, I'll walk into the village and tell them I've been attacked by robbers. After I've determined my location, so I can find the drop again." She put her hand up to the glass. "I just want to thank you both for everything you've done. I've wanted to go to the Middle Ages more than anything, and now I'm actually going." "You're likely to experience headache and fatigue after the drop," Mary said. "They're a normal side effect of the time lag." Gilchrist came back over to the thin glass. "It's time for you to get into position," he said. "I've got to go," she said, gathering up her heavy skirts. "Thank you both so much. I wouldn't be going if it weren't for you two helping me." "Goodbye," Mary said. "Be careful," Dunworthy said. "I will," Kivrin said, but Gilchrist had already pressed the wall panel, and Dunworthy couldn't hear her. She smiled, held up her hand in a little wave, and went over to the smashed wagon. Mary sat back down and began rummaging through the shopping bag for a handkerchief. Gilchrist was reading off items from the carryboard. Kivrin nodded at each one, and he ticked them off with the light pen. "What if she gets blood poisoning from that cut on her temple?" Dunworthy said, still standing at the glass. "She won't get blood poisoning," Mary said. "I enhanced her immune system." She blew her nose. Kivrin was arguing with Gilchrist about something. The white lines along his nose were sharply defined. She shook her head, and after a minute he checked off the next item with an abrupt, angry motion. Gilchrist and the rest of medieval might be incompetent, but Kivrin wasn't. She had learned Middle English and Church Latin and Anglo-Saxon. She had memorized the Latin masses and taught herself to embroider and milk a cow. She had come up with an identity and a rationale for being alone on the road between Oxford and Bath, and she had the interpreter and augmented stem cells and no appendix. "She'll do swimmingly," Dunworthy said, "which will only serve to convince Gilchrist medieval's methods aren't slipshod and dangerous." Gilchrist walked over to the console and handed the carryboard to Badri. Kivrin folded her hands again, closer to her face this time, her mouth nearly touching them, and began to speak into them. Mary came closer and stood beside Dunworthy, clutching her handkerchief. When I was 19, which was, oh Lord, 40 years ago, doesn't seem that long, my sister and I travelled all over Egypt, she said. It was during the pandemic. Quarantines were being slapped on all about us, and the Israelis were shooting Americans on sight, but we didn't care. I don't think it even occurred to us that we might be in danger, that we might catch it, or be mistaken for Americans. We wanted to see the pyramids. Kivrin had stopped praying. Badri left his console and came over to where she was standing. He spoke to her for several minutes, the frown never leaving his face. She knelt and then lay down on her side next to the wagon, turning so she was on her back, with one arm flung over her head and her skirts tangled about her legs. The tech arranged her skirts, pulled out the light measure and paced around her, walked back to the console and spoke into the ear. Kivrin lay quite still, the blood on her forehead almost black under the light. Oh dear, she looks so young, Mary said. Badri spoke into the ear, glared at the results on the screen, went back to Kivrin. He stepped over her, straddling her legs, and bent down to adjust her sleeve. He took a measurement, moved her arm so it was across her face as if warding off a blow from her attackers, measured again. "Did you see the pyramids?" Dunworthy said. "What?" Mary said. "When you were in Egypt, when you went tearing about the Middle East oblivious to danger, did you manage to see the pyramids?" "No. Cairo was put under quarantine the day we landed." She looked at Kivrin lying there on the floor. "But we saw the Valley of the Kings." Badri moved Kivrin's arm a fraction of an inch, stood frowning at her for a moment, and then went back to the console. Gilchrist and Latimer followed him. Montoya stepped back to make room for all of them around the screen. Badri spoke into the console's ear, and the semi-transparent shield began to lower into place, covering Kivrin like a veil. "We were glad we went," Mary said. "We came home without a scratch." The shields touched the ground, draped a little like Kivrin's too long skirts, stopped. "Be careful," Dunworthy whispered. Mary took hold of his hand. Latimer and Gilchrist huddled in front of the screen, watching the sudden explosion of numbers. Montoya glanced at her digital. Badri leaned forward and opened the net. The air inside the shields glittered with sudden condensation. "Don't go," Dunworthy said. Transcript from the Doomsday Book. First entry, 22nd of December, 2054, Oxford. This will be a record of my historical observations of life in Oxfordshire, England, 13th of December, 1320, to the 28th of December, 1320, Old Style. Break. Mr. Dunworthy, I'm calling this the Doomsday Book because it's supposed to be a record of life in the Middle Ages, which is what William the Conqueror's survey turned out to be, even though he intended it as a method of making sure he got every pound of gold and tax his tenants owed him. I am also calling it the Doomsday Book because I would imagine that's what you'd like to call it. You're so convinced something awful's going to happen to me. I'm watching you in the observation area right now, telling poor Dr. Ahrens all the dreadful dangers of the 1300s. You needn't bother. She's already warned me about time lag and every single medieval disease in gruesome detail, even though I'm supposed to be immune to all of them, and warned me about the prevalence of rape in the 1300s. And when I tell her I'll be perfectly all right, she doesn't listen to me either. I will be perfectly all right, Mr. Dunworthy. Of course you will already know that, and that I made it back in one piece and all according to schedule by the time you get to hear this. So you won't mind my teasing you a little. I know you are only concerned for me, and I know very well that without all your help and preparation, I wouldn't make it back in one piece or at all. I am therefore dedicating the Doomsday Book to you, Mr. Dunworthy. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be standing here in kirtle and cloak, talking into this corridor, waiting for Badri and Mr. Gilchrist to finish their endless calculations and wishing they would hurry so I can go. Break. I'm here. Chapter 2. Well, Mary said on a long, drawn-out breath, I could do with a drink. I thought you had to go fetch your great-nephew, Dunworthy said, still watching the place where Kivrin had been. The air glittered with ice particles inside the veil of shields. Near the floor, frost had formed on the inside of the thin glass. The unholy three of medieval were still watching the screens, even though they showed nothing but the flat line of arrival. I needn't fetch Colin until 3, Mary said. You look as though you could use a bit of bracing up yourself, and the Lamb and Cross is just down the street. I want to wait until he has the fix, Dunworthy said, watching the tech. There was still no data on the screens. Badri was frowning. Montoya looked at her digital and said something to Gilchrist. Gilchrist nodded, and she scooped up a bag that had been lying half under the console, waved goodbye to Latimer, and went out through the side door. Unlike Montoya, who obviously cannot wait to return to her dig, I would like to stay until I'm certain Kivrin got through without incident, Dunworthy said. I'm not suggesting you go back to Balliol, Mary said, wrestling her way into her coat. But the fix will take at least an hour, if not 2, and in the meantime your standing here won't hurry it along. Watched pot and all that. The pub's just across the way. It's very small and quite nice, the sort of place that doesn't put up Christmas decorations or play artificial bell music. She held his overcoat out to him. We'll have a drink and something to eat, and then you can come back here and pace holes in the floor until the fix comes in. I want to wait here, he said, still looking at the empty net. Why didn't Basingame have a locator implanted in his wrist? The head of the history faculty has no business going off on holiday, and not even a number where he can be reached. Gilchrist straightened himself up from the still unchanging screen and clapped Badri on the shoulders. Latimer blinked as if he wasn't sure where he was. Gilchrist shook his hand, smiling expansively. He started across the floor toward the thin glass partition, looking smug. Let's go, Dunworthy said, snatching his overcoat from Mary and opening the door. A blast of "Wild shepherds watched their flocks by night" hit them. Mary darted through the door as though she were escaping, and Dunworthy pulled it to behind them and followed Mary through the quad and out through Brasenoses Gate. It was bitter cold, but it wasn't raining. It looked as though it might at any moment, though, and the crush of shoppers on the pavement in front of Brasenose had apparently decided it would. At least half of them had umbrellas already opened. A woman with a large red one and both arms full of parcels bumped into Dunworthy. "Watch where you're going, can't you?" she said, and hurried on. "The Christmas spirit," Mary said, buttoning her coat with one hand and hanging on to her shopping bag with the other. "The pub's just down there, past the chemist's," she said, nodding her head at the opposite side of the street. "It's these ghastly bells, I think. They'd ruin anyone's mood." She started off down the pavement, through the maze of umbrellas. Dunworthy debated putting his coat on, and then decided it wasn't worth the struggle for so short a distance. He plunged after her, trying to keep clear of the deadly umbrellas, and to determine what carol was being slaughtered now. It sounded like a cross between a call to arms and a dirge, but it was most probably Jingle Bells. Mary was standing at the curb opposite the chemist's, digging in her shopping bag again. "What is that ghastly din supposed to be?" she said, coming up with a collapsible umbrella. "O little town of Bethlehem?" "Jingle bells," Dunworthy said, and stepped out into the street. "James," Mary said, and grabbed hold of his sleeve. The bicycle's front tire missed him by centimetres, and the near pedal caught him on the leg. The rider swerved, shouting, "Don't you know how to cross a bleeding street?" Dunworthy stepped backward and crashed into a 6-year-old holding a plush Santa. The child's mother glared. "Do be careful, James," Mary said. They crossed the street, Mary leading the way. Halfway across, it began to rain. Mary ducked under the chemist's overhang and tried to get her umbrella open. The chemist's window was draped in green and gold tinsel and had a sign posted in among the perfumes that said, "Save the Marston Parish Church bells. Give to the Restoration Fund." The carillon had finished obliterating Jingle Bells, or O Little Town of Bethlehem, and was now working on We Three Kings of Orient Are. Dunworthy recognised the minor key. Mary still couldn't get her umbrella up. She shoved it back in the bag and took off down the pavement again. Dunworthy followed, trying to avoid collisions, past a stationer's and a tobacconist's hung with blinking red and green lights, through the door Mary was holding open for him. His spectacles steamed up immediately. He took them off to wipe at them with the collar of his overcoat. Mary shut the door and plunged them into a blur of brown and blissful silence. "Oh dear," Mary said. "I told you they were the sort that wouldn't put up decorations." Dunworthy put his spectacles back on. The shelves behind the bar were strung with blinking lights in pale green, pink, and an anemic blue. On the corner of the bar was a large fibre-op Christmas tree on a revolving stand. There was no one else in the narrow pub, except a beefy-looking man behind the bar. Mary squeezed between two empty tables and into the corner. "At least we can't hear those wretched bells in here," she said, putting her bag down on the settle. "No, I'll get the drinks. You sit down. That cyclist nearly put you out." She excavated some mangled pound notes out of the shopping bag and went up to the bar. "2 pints of bitter," she told the barman. "Do you want something to eat?" she asked Dunworthy. "They've sandwiches and cheese rolls." "Did you see Gilchrist staring at the console and grinning like the Cheshire Cat? He didn't even look to see whether Kivrin had gone or whether she was still lying there, half dead." "Make that 2 pints and a good stiff whiskey," Mary said. Dunworthy sat down. There was a creche on the table, complete with tiny plastic sheep and a half-naked baby in a manger. "Gilchrist should have sent her from the dig," he said. "The calculations for a remote are exponentially more complicated than for an on-site. I suppose I should be grateful he didn't send her lapse time as well. The first-year apprentice couldn't do the calculations. I was afraid when I loaned him Badri, Gilchrist would decide he wanted a lapse time drop instead of a real time." He moved one of the plastic sheep closer to the shepherd. "If he's aware there's a difference," he said. "Do you know what he said when I told him he should run at least one unmanned? He said, 'If something unfortunate does happen, we can go back in time and pull Miss Engel out before it happens, can't we?' The man has no notion of how the net works, no notion of the paradoxes, no notion that Kivrin is there, and what happens to her is real and irrevocable." Mary manoeuvred her way between the tables, carrying the whiskey in one hand and the 2 pints awkwardly in the other. She set the whiskey down in front of him. "It's my standard prescription for cycling victims and overprotective fathers. Did it catch you in the leg?" "No," Dunworthy said. "I had a bicycle accident in last week. One of your 20th centuries, just back from a World War I drop. 2 weeks unscathed at Below Wood, and then walked into a high-wheeler on the Broad." She went back to the bar to fetch her cheese roll. "I hate parables," Dunworthy said. He picked up the plastic Virgin. She was dressed in blue, with a white cloak. "If he had sent her lapse time, at least she wouldn't have been in danger of freezing to death." She should have had something warmer than a rabbit fur lining. Or didn't it occur to Gilchrist that 1320 was the beginning of the Little Ice Age? "I've just thought who you remind me of," Mary said, setting down her plate and a napkin. "William Gadsden's mother." That was a truly unfair remark. William Gadsden was one of his first-year students. His mother had been up 6 times this term, the first time to bring William a pair of earmuffs. "He catches a chill if he doesn't wear them," she had told Dunworthy. "Willie's always been susceptible to chill, and now he's so far away from home and all. His tutor isn't taking proper care of him, even though I've spoken to him repeatedly." Willie was the size of an oak tree, and looked as susceptible to chill as one. "I'm certain he can take care of himself," he had told Mrs. Gadsden, which was a mistake. She had promptly added Dunworthy to the list of people who refused to take proper care of Willie, but it hadn't stopped her coming up every 2 weeks to deliver vitamins to Dunworthy and insist that Willie be taken off the rowing team because he was overexerting himself. "I would hardly put my concern for Kivrin in the same category as Mrs. Gadsden's overprotectiveness," Dunworthy said. "The 1300s are full of cutthroats and thieves, and worse." "That's what Mrs. Gadsden said about Oxford," Mary said placidly, sipping her pint of ale. "I told her she couldn't protect Willie from life, and you can't protect Kivrin. You didn't become a historian by staying safely at home. You've got to let her go, even if it is dangerous. Every century's a 10, James. This century doesn't have the Black Death. It had the pandemic, which killed 65 million people. And the Black Death wasn't in England in 1320, she said. It didn't reach there till 1348. She put her mug down on the table, and the figurine of Mary fell over. "But even if it had, Kivrin couldn't get it. I immunized her against bubonic plague." She smiled ruefully at Dunworthy. "I have my own moments of Mrs. Gadsdenitis. Besides, she would never get the plague because we're both worrying over it. None of the things one frets about ever happens. Something one's never thought of does." "Very comforting." He placed the blue and white Mary next to the figure of Joseph. It fell over. He set it carefully back up. "It should be comforting, James," she said briskly, "because it's obvious you've thought of every possible dreadful thing that could happen to Kivrin, which means she's perfectly all right. She's probably already sitting in a castle having peacock pie for lunch, although I suppose it isn't the same time of day there." He shook his head. "There will have been some slippage, God only knows how much, since Gilchrist didn't do perimeter checks. Badri thought it would be several days. Or several weeks, he thought. And if it were the middle of January, there wouldn't be any holy days for Kivrin to determine the date by. Even a discrepancy of several hours could put her on the Oxford-Bath road in the middle of the night." "I do hope the slippage won't mean she'll miss Christmas," Mary said. "She was terribly keen to observe a medieval Christmas Mass." "It's 2 weeks till Christmas there," he said. "They're still using the Julian calendar. The Gregorian calendar wasn't adopted till 1752. "I know. Mr. Gilchrist orated on the subject of the Julian calendar in his speech. He went on at considerable length about the history of calendar reform and the discrepancy in dates between the Old Style and Gregorian calendars. At one point I thought he was going to draw a diagram. What day is it there?" "The 13th of December. Perhaps it's just as well we don't know the exact time. Deirdre and Colin were in the States for a year, and I was worried sick about them, but out of sync. I was always imagining Colin being run over on the way to school, when it was actually the middle of the night. Fretting doesn't work properly unless one can visualize disasters in all their particulars, including the weather and the time of day. For a time I worried about not knowing what to worry about, and then I didn't worry at all. Perhaps it will be the same with Kivrin." It was true. He had been visualizing Kivrin as he last saw her, lying amid the wreckage with her temple bloody. But that was probably all wrong. She had gone through nearly an hour ago. Even if no traveller had come along yet, The road would get cold, and he couldn't imagine Kivrin lying there docilely in the Middle Ages with her eyes closed. The first time he had gone through to the past, he had been doing there and backs while they calibrated the fix. They had sent him through in the middle of the quad in the middle of the night, and he was supposed to stand there while they did the calculations on the fix and picked him up again. But he was in Oxford in 1956, and the check was bound to take at least 10 minutes. He had sprinted 4 blocks down the Broad to see the old Bodleian, and nearly given the tech heart failure when she opened the net and couldn't find him. Kivrin would not still be lying there with her eyes shut, not with the medieval world spread out before her. He could see her suddenly standing there in that ridiculous white cloak, scanning the Oxford-Bath road for unwary travellers, ready to fling herself back on the ground at a moment's notice, and in the meantime, taking it all in, her implanted hands clasped together in a prayer of impatience and delight, and he felt suddenly reassured. She would be perfectly all right. She would step back through the net in 2 weeks' time, her white cloak grubby beyond belief, full of stories about harrowing adventures and hairbreadth escapes, tales to curdle the blood, no doubt, things that would give him nightmares for weeks after her telling him about them. "She'll be all right, you know, James," Mary said, frowning at him. "I know," he said. He went and got them another half-pint apiece. "When did you say your great-nephew was getting in?" "At 3. Colin's staying a week, and I've no idea what to do with him. Except worry, of course. I suppose I could take him to the Ashmolean. Children always like museums, don't they? Pocahontas's robe and all that." Dunworthy remembered Pocahontas's robe as being a completely uninteresting scrap of stiff greyish material, much like Colin's intended muffler. "I'd suggest the Natural History Museum." There was a rattle of tinsel and some ding-dong merrily on high, and Dunworthy looked anxiously over at the door. His secretary was standing on the threshold, squinting blindly into the pub. "Perhaps I should send Colin up Carfax Tower to vandalise the carillon," Mary said. "It's Finch," Dunworthy said, and put his hand up so he could see them. But Finch had already started for their table. "I've been looking for you everywhere, sir," he said. "Something's gone wrong." "With the fix?" His secretary looked blank. "The fix? No, sir. It's the Americans. They've arrived early." "What Americans?" "The bell ringers from Colorado. The Western States Women's Guild of Change and Handbell Ringers." "Don't tell me you've imported more Christmas bells," Mary said. "I thought they were supposed to arrive on the 22nd, Dunworthy said to Finch. "This is the 22nd, Finch said. "They were to arrive this afternoon, but their concert at Exeter was cancelled, so they're ahead of schedule. I called Medieval, and Mr. Gilchrist told me he thought you'd gone out to celebrate." He looked at Dunworthy's empty mug. "I'm not celebrating," Dunworthy said. "I'm waiting for the fix on one of my undergraduates." He looked at his watch. "It will take at least another hour." "You promised you'd take them on a tour of the local bells, sir." "There's really no reason why you need to be here," Mary said. "I can ring you at Balliol as soon as the fix is in." "I'll come when we have the fix," Dunworthy said, glaring at Mary. "Show them around the college and then give them lunch. That should take an hour." Finch looked unhappy. "They're only here until 4 o'clock. They have a handbell concert tonight in Ely, and they're extremely eager to see Christchurch's bells." "Then take them to Christchurch. Show them Great Tom. Take them up in St. Martin's Tower, or take them round to New College. I will be there as soon as I can." Finch looked like he was going to ask something else and then changed his mind. "I'll tell them you'll be there within the hour, sir," he said, and started for the door. Halfway there he stopped and came back. "I almost forgot, sir. The vicar called to ask if you'd be willing to read the scripture for the Christmas Eve inter-church service. It's to be at St. Mary the Virgin's this year." "Tell him yes," Dunworthy said, thankful that he'd given up on the change ringers. "And tell him we'll need to get into the belfry this afternoon so I can show these Americans the bells." "Yes, sir," he said. "What about Iffley? Do you think I should take them out to Iffley? They've a very nice 11th century. "By all means," Dunworthy said. "Take them to Iffley. I will be back as soon as I can." Finch opened his mouth and closed it again. "Yes, sir," he said, and went out the door to the accompaniment of The Holly and the Ivy. "You were a bit hard on him, don't you think?" Mary asked. "After all, Americans can be terrifying." "He'll be back in 5 minutes asking me whether he should take them to Christ Church first," Dunworthy said. "The boy has absolutely no initiative." "I thought you admired that in young people," Mary said wryly. "At any rate, he won't go running off to the Middle Ages." The door opened, and The Holly and the Ivy started up again. "That'll be him wanting to know what he should give them for lunch." "Boiled beef and overcooked vegetables," Mary said. "Americans love to tell stories about our dreadful cooking." "Oh dear." Dunworthy looked toward the door. Gilchrist and Latimer stood there, haloed in the grey light from outside. Gilchrist was smiling broadly and saying something over the bells. Latimer struggled to collapse a large black umbrella. "I suppose we've got to be civil and invite them to join us," Mary said. Dunworthy reached for his coat. "Be civil if you like. I have no intention of listening to those two congratulating each other for having sent an inexperienced young girl into danger." "You're sounding like you-know-who again," Mary said. "They wouldn't be here if anything had gone wrong. Perhaps Badri's got the fix." "It's too soon for that," he said. But he sat back down again. "More likely he threw them out so he could get on with it." Gilchrist had apparently caught sight of him as he stood up. He half-turned as if to walk back out again, but Latimer was already nearly to the table. Gilchrist followed, no longer smiling. "Is the fix in?" Dunworthy asked. "The fix?" Gilchrist said vaguely. "The fix," Dunworthy said. "The determination of where and when Kivrin is that makes it possible to pull her out again." "Your text said it would take at least an hour to determine the coordinates," Gilchrist said stuffily. "Does it always take him that long? He said he would come tell us when it was completed, but that the preliminary readings indicate that the drop went perfectly and that there was minimal slippage." "What good news," Mary said, sounding relieved. "Do come sit down. We've been waiting for the fix too and having a pint. Will you have something to drink?" she asked Latimer, who had got the umbrella down and was fastening the strap. "Why, I believe I shall," Latimer said. "This is, after all, a great day. A drop of brandy, I think. Strong was the wine, and well to drink us lest." He fumbled with the strap, getting it tangled in the ribs of the umbrella. "At last we have the chance to observe the loss of adjectival inflection and the shift to the nominative singular at first hand." A great day, Dunworthy thought, but he felt relieved in spite of himself. The slippage had been his greatest worry. It was the most unpredictable part of a drop, even with perimeter checks. The theory was that it was the net's own safety and abort mechanism. Time's way of protecting itself from continuum paradoxes. The shift forward in time was supposed to prevent collisions or meetings or actions that would affect history, sliding the historian neatly past the critical moment when he might shoot Hitler or rescue the drowning child. But net theory had never been able to determine what those critical moments were or how much slippage any given drop might produce. The perimeter checks gave probabilities, but Gilchrist hadn't done any. Kivrin's drop might have been off by 2 weeks or a month. For all Gilchrist knew, she might have come through in April in her fur-lined cloak and winter kirtle. But Badri had said minimal slippage. That meant Kivrin was off by no more than a few days, with plenty of time to find out the date and make the rendezvous. "Mr. Gilchrist," Mary was saying, "can I get you a brandy?" "No, thank you," he said. Mary rummaged for another crumpled note and went over to the bar. "Your tech seems to have done a passable job," Gilchrist said, turning to Dunworthy. "Medieval would like to arrange to borrow him for our next drop. We'll be sending Miss Engel to 1355 to observe the effects of the Black Death. Contemporary accounts are completely unreliable, particularly in the area of mortality rates. The accepted figure of 50 million deaths is clearly inaccurate, and estimates that it killed 1/3 to 1/2 of Europe are obvious exaggerations. I'm eager to have Miss Engel make trained observations." "Aren't you being rather premature?" Dunworthy said. "Perhaps you should wait to see if Kivrin manages to survive this drop, or at the very least gets through to 1320 safely." Gilchrist's face took on its pinched look. "It strikes me as somewhat unjust that you constantly assume Medieval is incapable of carrying out a successful drop," he said. "I assure you we have carefully thought out its every aspect. The method of Kivrin's arrival has been researched in every detail. Probability puts the frequency of travellers on the Oxford-Bath Road as 1 every 1.6 hours, and it indicates a 92% chance of her story of an assault being believed, due to the frequency of such assaults. A wayfarer in Oxfordshire had a 42.5% chance of being robbed in winter, 58.6% in summer. That's an average, of course. The chances were greatly increased in parts of Otmoor and the Witchwood, and on the smaller roads." Dunworthy wondered how on earth probability had arrived at those figures. The Doomsday Book didn't list thieves, with the possible exception of the king's census-takers, who sometimes took more than the census, and the cutthroats of the time surely hadn't kept records of whom they had robbed and murdered, the locations marked neatly on a map. Proofs of deaths away from home had been entirely de facto. The person had failed to come back. And how many bodies had lain in the woods undiscovered and unmarked by anyone? "I assure you we have taken every precaution possible to protect Kivrin," Gilchrist said. "Such as perimeter checks?" Dunworthy said. "And unmans, and symmetry tests?" Mary came back. "Here we are, Mr. Latimer," she said, putting a glass of brandy down in front of him. She hooked Latimer's wet umbrella over the back of the settle and sat down beside him. "I was just assuring Mr. Dunworthy that every aspect of this drop was exhaustively researched," Gilchrist said. He picked up the plastic figurine of a wise man carrying a gilt box. "The brass-bound casket in her equipage is an exact reproduction of a jewel casket in the Ashmolean." He set the wise man down. "Even her name was painstakingly researched. Isabel is the woman's name listed most frequently in the assize rolls and the Register Regum for 1295 through 1320. It is actually a corrupted form of Elizabeth," Latimer said, as if it were one of his lectures. "Its widespread use in England from the 12th century is thought to trace its origin to Isabel of Angoulême, wife of King John. Kivrin told me she'd be given an actual identity, that Isabel de Beauvrier was one of the daughters of a Yorkshire nobleman," Dunworthy said. "She was," Gilchrist said. "Gilbert de Beauvrier had 4 daughters in the appropriate age range, but their Christian names were not listed in the rolls. That was a common practice. Women were frequently listed only by surname and relationship, even in parish registers and on tombstones." Mary put a restraining hand on Dunworthy's arm. "Why did you choose Yorkshire?" she asked quickly. "Won't that put her a long way from home?" "She's 700 years from home," Dunworthy thought, in a century that didn't value women enough to even list their names when they died. Miss Engel was the one who suggested that, Gilchrist said. She felt having the estate so distant would ensure that no attempt would be made to contact the family. Or to cart her back to them, miles from the drop. Kivrin had suggested it. She'd probably suggested the whole thing, searching through exchequer rolls and church registers for a family with a daughter, the right age and no court connections, a family far enough up into the East Riding that the snow and the impassable roads would make it impossible for a messenger to ride and tell the family a missing daughter had been found. Medieval has given the same careful attention to every detail of this drop, Gilchrist said, even to the pretext for her journey, her brother's illness. We were careful to ascertain that there had been an outbreak of influenza in that section of Gloucestershire in 1319, even though illness was abundant during the Middle Ages, and he could just as easily have contracted cholera or blood poisoning. James, Mary said warningly. Miss Engel's costume was hand-sewn. The blue cloth for her dress was hand-dyed with woad using a medieval recipe, and Miss Montoya has exhaustively researched the village of Skengate where Kivrin will spend the 2 weeks. If she makes it there, Dunworthy said. James, Mary said. What precautions have you taken to ensure that the friendly traveller who happens along every 1.6 hours doesn't decide to cart her off to the convent at Godstow or a brothel in London, or see her come through and decide she's a witch? What precautions have you taken to ensure that the friendly traveller is in fact friendly, and not one of the cutthroats who waylay 42.5% of all passers-by? Probability indicated there was no more than a 0.04% chance of someone being at the location at the time of the drop. Oh, look, here's Badri already, Mary said, standing up and putting herself between Dunworthy and Gilchrist. That was quick work, Badri. Did you get the fix all right? Badri had come away without his coat. His lab uniform was wet, and his face was pinched with cold. You look half frozen, Mary said. Come and sit down. She motioned to the empty place on the settle next to Latimer. I'll fetch you a brandy. Did you get the fix? Dunworthy said. Badri was not only wet, he was drenched. Yes, he said, and his teeth started to chatter. Good man, Gilchrist said, standing up and clapping him on the shoulder. I thought you said it would take an hour. This calls for a toast. Have you any champagne? He called out to the barman, clapped Badri on the shoulder again, and went over to the bar. Badri stood looking after him, rubbing his arms and shivering. He seemed inattentive, almost dazed. You definitely got the fix? Dunworthy asked. Yes, he said, still looking after Gilchrist. Mary came back to the table, carrying the brandy. This should warm you up a bit, she said, handing it to him. There, drink it down, doctor's orders. He frowned at the glass as if he didn't know what it was. His teeth were still chattering. What is it? Dunworthy said. Kivrin's all right, isn't she? Kivrin, he said, still staring at the glass, and then seemed suddenly to come to himself. He set the glass down. I need you to come, he said, and started to push his way back through the tables to the door. What's happened? Dunworthy said, standing up. The crushed figures fell over, and one of the sheep rolled across the table and fell off. Badri opened the door on the carillon's clanging of good Christian men rejoice. Badri, wait! We're to have a toast, Gilchrist said, coming back to the table with a bottle and a tangle of glasses. Dunworthy reached for his coat. What is it? Mary said, reaching for her shopping bag. Didn't he get the fix? Dunworthy didn't answer. He grabbed up his overcoat and took off after Badri. The tech was already halfway down the street, pushing his way through the Christmas shoppers as if they weren't even there. It was raining hard, but Badri seemed oblivious to that too. Dunworthy pulled his overcoat more or less on and shoved into the crowd. Something had gone wrong. There had been slippage after all, or the first-year apprentice had made an error in the calculations. Perhaps something had gone wrong with the net itself. But it had safeties and lairds and boards. If anything had gone wrong with the net, Kivrin simply couldn't have gone through, and Badri had said he'd got the fix. It had to be the slippage. It was the only thing that could have gone wrong, and the drop still take place. Ahead, Badri crossed the street, narrowly avoiding a bicycle. Dunworthy barged between two women carrying shopping bags, even larger than Mary's, and over a white terrier on a leash, and caught sight of him again 2 doors up. "Badri!" he called. The tech half turned and crashed straight into a middle-aged woman with a large flowered umbrella. The woman was bent against the rain, holding the umbrella nearly in front of her, and she obviously didn't see Badri either. The umbrella, which was covered with lavender violets, seemed to explode upward and then fell top-down onto the pavement. Badri, still plunging blindly ahead, nearly fell over it. "Watch where you're going, won't you?" the woman said angrily, grabbing at the edge of the umbrella. "This is hardly the place to run, then, is it?" Badri looked at her and then at the umbrella with the same dazed look he had had in the pub. "Sorry," Dunworthy could see him say, and bend to pick it up. The two of them seemed to wrestle over the expanse of violets for a moment before Badri got hold of the handle and righted the umbrella. He handed it to the woman, whose heavy face was red with rage, or the cold rain, or both. "Sorry," she said, raising the handle over her head as if she were going to strike him with it. "Is that all you've got to say?" He put his hand uncertainly up to his forehead, and then, as he had in the pub, seemed to remember where he was, and took off again, practically running. He turned in at Brasenoses Gate, and Dunworthy followed across the quad in a side door to the laboratory, down a passage, and into the net area. Badri was already at the console, bending over it and frowning at the screen. Dunworthy had been afraid it would be awash with garbage, or worse, blank. But it showed the orderly columns of figures and matrices of a fix. "You got the fix?" Dunworthy said, panting. "Yes," Badri said. He turned and looked at Dunworthy. He had stopped frowning, but there was an odd, abstracted look on his face, as if he were trying hard to concentrate. "When was—" he said, and began to shiver. His voice trailed off, as if he had forgotten what he was going to say. The thin glass door banged, and Gilchrist and Mary came in, with Latimer at their heels, fumbling with his umbrella. "What is it? What's happened?" Mary said. "When was what, Badri?" Dunworthy demanded. "I got the fix," Badri said. He turned and looked at the screen. "Is this it?" Gilchrist said, leaning over his shoulder. "What do all these symbols mean? You'll need to translate for us, layman." "When was what?" Dunworthy repeated. Badri put his hand up to his forehead. "There's something wrong," he said. "What?" Dunworthy shouted. "Slippage! Is it the slippage?" "Slippage," Badri said, shivering so hard he could hardly get the word out. "Badri," Mary said, "are you all right?" Badri got the odd, abstracted look again, as if he were considering the answer. "No," he said, and pitched forward across the console. Chapter 3. She heard the bell as she came through. It sounded thin and tinny, like the piped-in bell music they were playing in the High for Christmas. The control room was supposed to be soundproof, but every time someone opened the anteroom door from outside, she had been able to hear the faint, ghostly sound of Christmas carols. Dr. Ahrens had come in first, and then Mr. Dunworthy, and both times Kivrin had been convinced they were there to tell her she wasn't going after all. Dr. Ahrens had nearly cancelled a drop in hospital when Kivrin's antiviral inoculation had swelled up into a giant red welt on the underside of her arm. "You're not going anywhere until the swelling goes down," Dr. Ahrens had said, and refused to discharge her from hospital. Kivrin's arm still itched, but she wasn't about to tell Dr. Ahrens that, because she might tell Mr. Dunworthy, who had been acting horrified ever since he found out she was going. I told him 2 years ago I wanted to go, Kivrin thought. 2 years ago, and when she'd gone to show him her costume yesterday, he was still trying to talk her out of it. I don't like the way medieval's running this drop, he'd said. And even if they were taking the proper precautions, a young woman has no business going to the Middle Ages alone. It's all worked out, she told him. I'm Isabelle de Beauvrier, daughter of Gilbert de Beauvrier, a nobleman who lived in the East Riding from 1276 to 1332. And what was the daughter of a Yorkshire nobleman doing on the Oxford-Bath Road alone? I wasn't. I was with all my servants, travelling to Evesham to fetch my brother, who's lying ill in the monastery there, and we were set upon by robbers. By robbers? He said, blinking at her through his spectacles. I got the idea from you. You said young women didn't travel anywhere alone in the Middle Ages, that they were always attended. So, I was attended, but my servants bolted when we were attacked, and the robbers took the horses and all my goods. Mr. Gilchrist thinks it's a plausible story. He said the probability of it's a plausible story because the Middle Ages were full of cutthroats and thieves. I know, she said impatiently, and disease carriers and marauding knights and other dangerous types. Weren't there any nice people in the Middle Ages? They were all busy burning witches at the stake. She had decided she'd better change the subject. I came to show you my costume, she'd said, turning slowly so he could see her blue kirtle and white fur-lined cloak. My hair will be down for the drop. You have no business wearing white to the Middle Ages, he'd said. It will only get dirty. He hadn't been any better this morning. He had paced the narrow observation area like an expectant father. She had worried the whole morning that he would suddenly try to call a halt to the whole proceeding. There had been delays and more delays. Mr. Gilchrist had had to tell her all over again how the corder worked, as if she were a first-year student. Not one of them had any faith in her, except possibly Badri, and even he had been maddeningly careful, measuring and remeasuring the net area, and once erasing an entire series of coordinates and entering it again. She had thought the time would never come for her to get into position, and after she had, it was even worse, lying there with her eyes closed, wondering what was going on. Latimer told Gilchrist he was worried about the spelling of Isabel they had chosen, as if anyone back then had known how to read, let alone spell. Montoya came and stood over her and told her the way to identify Skendgate was by its church's frescoes of the Last Judgment, something she had told Kivrin at least a dozen times before. Someone, she thought Badri because he was the only one who didn't have any instructions for her, bent and moved her arm a little in toward her body and tugged at the skirt of her kirtle. The floor was hard, and something was digging into her side just below her ribs. Mr. Gilchrist said something, and the bell started up again. Please, Kivrin thought. Please. Wondering if Dr. Ahrens had suddenly decided Kivrin needed another inoculation, or if Dunworthy had raced off to the history faculty and gotten them to change the rating back to a 10. Whoever it was must be holding the door open. She could still hear the bell, though she couldn't make out the tune. It wasn't a tune. It was a slow, steady tolling that paused and then went on, and Kivrin thought, I'm through. She was lying on her left side, her legs sprawled awkwardly, as if she'd been knocked down by the men who had robbed her, and her arm half flung over her face to ward off the blow that had sent the blood trickling down the side of her face. The position of her arm should make it possible for her to open her eyes without being seen, but she didn't open them yet, She lay still, trying to listen. Except for the bell, there was no sound at all. If she were lying on a 14th century roadside, there should be birds and squirrels at least. They had probably been shocked into silence by her sudden appearance, or by the net's halo, which left shimmering frost-like particles in the air for several minutes. After a long minute, a bird twittered, and then another one. Something rustled nearby, then stopped and rustled again. A 14th century squirrel, or a wood mouse. There was a thinner rustle that was probably wind in the branches of the trees, though she couldn't feel any breeze on her face, and above it, from very far away, the distant sound of the bell. She wondered why it was tolling. It could be ringing vespers, or matins. Badri had told her he didn't have any idea how much slippage there would be. He had wanted to postpone the drop while he ran a series of checks, but Mr. Gilchrist had said probability had predicted average slippage of 6.4 hours. She didn't know what time she had come through. It had been 11:15 when she came out of prep. She had seen Miss Montoya looking at her digital and asked her what time it was, but she had no idea how long it had taken after that. It had seemed like hours. The drop had been scheduled for noon. If she had come through on time and probability was right about the slippage, it would be 6 o'clock in the evening, which was too late for vespers. And if it were vespers, why did the bell go on tolling? It could be tolling for mass, or for a funeral, or a wedding. Bells had rung almost constantly in the Middle Ages, to warn of invasions or fires, to help a lost child find its way back to the village, even to ward off thunderstorms. It could be ringing for any reason at all. If Mr. Dunworthy were here, he'd be convinced it was a funeral. Life expectancy in 1300 was 38 years, he had told her when she first said she wanted to go to the Middle Ages. And you only lived that long if you survived cholera and smallpox and blood poisoning, and if you didn't eat rotten meat or drink polluted water or get trampled by a horse, or get burned at the stake for witchcraft. Or freeze to death, Kivrin thought. She was beginning to feel stiff with cold, though she had been lying there only a little while. Whatever was poking her in the side felt like it had gone through her rib cage and was puncturing her lung. Mr. Gilchrist had told her to lie there for several minutes and then stagger to her feet as if coming out of unconsciousness. Kivrin had thought several minutes was hardly enough, considering probability's assessment of the number of people on the road. It would surely be more than several minutes before a traveller happened along, and she was unwilling to give up the advantage her appearing to be unconscious gave her. And it was an advantage. In spite of Mr. Dunworthy's idea that half of England would converge on an unconscious woman to rape her, while the other half waited nearby with a stake they intended to burn her at. If she was conscious, her rescuers would ask her questions. If she was out cold, they would discuss her and other things besides. They would talk about where to take her and speculate on who she might be and where she might have come from, speculations with a good deal more information in them than "Who are you?" had. But now she felt an overwhelming urge to do what Mr. Gilchrist had suggested, get up and look around. The ground was cold, her side hurt, and her head was starting to throb in time with the bell. Dr. Ahrens had told her that would happen. Travelling this far into the past would give her symptoms of time lag, headache, insomnia, and a general botch-up of the circadian rhythms. She felt so cold. Was that a symptom of the time lag too? Or was the ground she was lying on cold enough to penetrate her fur-lined cloak this quickly? Or was the slippage worse than the tech had thought, and it was really the middle of the night? She wondered if she was lying in the road. If she was, she should certainly not stay there. A fast horse or the wagon that had made the ruts might roll right over her in the dark. Bells don't ring in the middle of the night, she told herself, and there was too much light filtering through her closed eyelids for it to be dark. But if the bell she could hear was a Vesper's bell, that would mean it was getting dark, and she had better get up and look around before night fell. She listened all over again, to the birds, to the wind in the branches, to a steady scraping sound. The bell stopped, the echo of it ringing in the air, and there was a little sound like an intaken breath or the shuffle of a foot on soft dirt, very close. Kivrin tensed, hoping the involuntary movement didn't show through her concealing cloak, and waited. But there were no footsteps or voices, and no birds. There was someone or something standing over her. She was sure of it. She could hear its breathing, feel its breath on her. It stood there for a long time, not moving. After what seemed like an endless space of time, Kivrin realized she was holding her own breath and let it out slowly. She listened, but now she couldn't hear anything over the throbbing of her own pulse. She took a deep, sighing breath and moaned. Nothing. Whatever it was didn't move, didn't make a sound, and Mr. Dunworthy had been right. Pretending to be unconscious was no way to come into a century where wolves still prowled the forests, and bears. The birds abruptly began to sing again, which meant either it was not a wolf, or the wolf had gone away. Kivrin went through the ritual of listening again, and opened her eyes. She couldn't see anything but her sleeve, which was against her nose, but just the act of opening her eyes made her head ache worse. She closed her eyes, whimpered and stirred, moving her arm enough so that when she opened her eyes again, she would be able to see something. She moaned again and fluttered her eyes open. There was no one standing over her, and it wasn't the middle of the night. The sky overhead through the tangled branches of the trees was a pale greyish blue. She sat up and looked around. Almost the first thing Mr. Dunworthy had said to her that first time she had told him she wanted to go to the Middle Ages was, "They were filthy and disease-ridden, the muck-hole of history, and the sooner you get rid of any fairy-tale notions you have about them, the better." And he was right. Of course he was right. But here she was in a fairy wood. She and the wagon and all the rest of it had come through in a little open space too small and shadowed to be called a glade. Tall, thick trees arched above and over it. She was lying under an oak tree. She could see a few scalloped leaves in the bare branches high above. The oak was full of nests, though the birds had stopped again, traumatized by her movement. The underbrush was thick, a mat of dead leaves and dry weeds that should have been soft but wasn't. The hard thing Kivrin had been lying on was the cap of an acorn. White mushrooms spotted with red clustered near the gnarled roots of the oak tree. They, and everything else in the little glade, the tree trunks, the wagon, the ivy, glittered with the frosty condensation of the halo. It was obvious that no one had been here, had ever been here, and equally obvious that this wasn't the Oxford-Bath Road, and that no traveller was going to happen along in 1.6 hours, or ever. The medieval maps they'd used to determine the site of the drop had apparently been as inaccurate as Mr. Dunworthy'd said they were. The road was obviously farther north than the maps had indicated, and she was south of it, in Witchwood Forest. "Ascertain your exact spatial and temporal location immediately," Mr. Gilchrist had said. She wondered how she was supposed to do that. Ask the birds. They were too far above her for her to see what species they were, and the mass extinctions hadn't started until the 1970s. Short of them being passenger pigeons or dodos, their presence wouldn't point to any particular time or place anyway. She started to sit up, and the birds exploded into a wild flurry of flapping wings. She stayed still until the noise subsided and then rose to her knees. The flapping started all over again. She clasped her hands, pressing the flesh of her palms together and closing her eyes, so if the traveller who was supposed to find her happened by, it would look like she was praying. "I'm here," she said, and then stopped. If she reported that she had landed in the middle of a wood instead of on the Oxford-Bath road, it would just confirm what Mr. Dunworthy was thinking, that Mr. Gilchrist hadn't known what he was doing, and that she couldn't take care of herself. And then she remembered that it wouldn't make any difference, that he would never hear her report until she was safely back. If she got safely back, which she wouldn't if she was still in this wood when night fell. She stood up and looked around. It was either late afternoon or very early morning. She couldn't tell in the woods, and she might not be able to tell by the sun's position even when she got where she could see the sky. Mr. Dunworthy had told her that people sometimes stayed hopelessly turned around for their entire stay in the past. He had made her learn to sight using shadows, but she had to know what time it was to do that, and there was no time to waste on wondering which direction was which. She had to find her way out of here. The forest was almost entirely in shadow. There was no sign of a road or even a path. Kivrin circled the wagon and boxes, looking for an opening in the trees. The woods seemed thinner to what felt like the west, but when she went that way, looking back every few steps to make sure she could still see the weathered blue of the wagon's cloth covering, it was only a stand of birches, their white trunks giving an illusion of space. She went back to the wagon and started out again in the opposite direction, even though the woods looked darker that way. The road was only 100 yards away. Kivrin clambered over a fallen log and through a thicket of drooping willows and looked out onto the road. A highway, probability had called it. It didn't look like a highway. It didn't even look like a road. It looked more like a footpath. Or a cowpath. So these were the wonderful highways of 14th century England, the highways that were opening trade and broadening horizons. The road was barely wide enough for a wagon, though it was obvious that wagons had used it, or at least a wagon. The road was rotted into deep grooves, and leaves had drifted across and into the ruts. Black water stood in some of them and along the road's edge, and a skim of ice had formed on some of the puddles. Kivrin was standing at the bottom of a depression. The road climbed steadily up in both directions from where she was, and to what felt like the north. The trees stopped halfway up the hill. She turned to look back. It was possible to catch a glimpse of the wagon from here, the merest patch of blue, but no one would. The road dived here into woods on either side and narrowed, making it a perfect spot in which to be waylaid by cutthroats and thieves. It was just the place to lend credibility to her story. But they would never see her, hurrying through the narrow stretch of road, or if they did catch sight of the barely visible corner of blue, they would think it was someone lying in wait and spur their horses into flight. It came to Kivrin suddenly that lurking there in the thicket, she looked more like one of those cutthroats than like an innocent maiden who'd been recently coshed on the head. She stepped out onto the road and put her hand up to her temple. "Oh, holpen me, for I am full sore in dread," she cried. The interpreter was supposed to automatically translate what she said into Middle English, but Mr. Dunworthy had insisted she memorize her first speeches. She and Mr. Latimer had worked on the pronunciation all yesterday afternoon. "Holpen me, for I have been I robed be fell thavis." She considered falling down on the road, but now that she was out in the open, she could see it was even later than she'd guessed, nearly sundown, and if she was going to see what lay at the top of the hill, she had better do it now. First, though, she needed to mark the rendezvous with some kind of sign. There was nothing distinctive about any of the willows along the road. She looked for a rock to lay at the spot where she could still glimpse the wagon, but there wasn't a sign of one in the rough weeds at the edge of the road. Finally, she clambered back through the thicket, catching her hair and her cloak on the willow branches, got the little brass-bound casket that was a copy of one in the Ashmolean, and carried it back to the side of the road. It wasn't perfect. It was small enough for someone passing by to carry off, but she was only going as far as the top of the hill. If she decided to walk to the nearest village, she'd come back and make a more permanent sign. And there weren't going to be any passers-by any time soon. The steep sides of the ruts were frozen hard, the leaves were undisturbed, and the skim of ice on the puddles was unbroken. Nobody had been on the road all day, all week maybe. She straightened weeds up around the chest and then started up the hill. The road, except for the frozen mud hole at the bottom, was smoother than Kivrin had expected and pounded flat, which meant horses used it a good deal in spite of its empty look. It was an easy climb, but Kivrin felt tired before she'd gone even a few steps, and her temple began to throb again. She hoped her time-lag symptoms wouldn't get worse. She could already see that she was a long way from anywhere. Or maybe that was just an illusion. She still hadn't ascertained her exact temporal location, and this lane, this wood, had nothing about them that said positively 1320. The only signs of civilization at all were those ruts, which meant she could be in any time after the invention of the wheel and before paved roads, and not even definitely then. There were still lanes exactly like this not 5 miles from Oxford, lovingly preserved by the National Trust for the Japanese and American tourists. She might not have gone anywhere at all, and on the other side of this hill she would find the M1 or Miss Montoya's dig, or an SDI installation. I would hate to ascertain my temporal location by being struck by a bicycle or an automobile, she thought, and stepped gingerly to the side of the road. But if I haven't gone anywhere, why do I have this wretched headache and feel like I can't walk another step? She reached the top of the hill and stopped, out of breath. There was no need to have gotten out of the road. No car had been driven along it as yet, or horse and buggy either, and she was, as she had thought, a long way from anywhere. There weren't any trees here, and she could see for miles. The wood the wagon was in came halfway up the hill and then straggled south and west for a long way. If she had come through farther into the trees, she would have been lost. There were trees far to the east, too, following a river that she could catch occasional silver-blue glimpses of. The Thames, the Cherwell, and little clumps and lines and blobs of trees dotting all the country between. More trees than she could imagine ever having been in England. The Doomsday Book in 1086 had reported no more than 15% of the land wooded, and probability had estimated that lands cleared for fields and settlements would have reduced that to 12% by the 1300s. They, or the men who had written the Doomsday Book, had underestimated the numbers badly. There were trees everywhere. Kivrin couldn't see any villages. The woods were bare, their branches grey-black in the late afternoon light, and she should be able to see the churches and manor houses through them, but she couldn't see anything that looked like a settlement. There had to be settlements, though, because there were fields, and they were narrow strip fields that were definitely medieval. There were sheep in one of the fields, and that was medieval too, but she couldn't see anyone tending them. Far off to the east there was a square grey blur that had to be Oxford. Squinting, she was almost able to make out the walls and the squat shape of Carfax Tower, though she couldn't see any sign of the towers of St. Fridas Wedus or Osney in the fading light. The light was definitely fading. The sky up here was a pale bluish lavender with a hint of pink near the western horizon, and she wasn't turned around because even while she had stood here, it had gotten darker. Kivrin crossed herself and then folded her hands in prayer, bringing her steepled fingers close to her face. "Well, Mr. Dunworthy, I'm here. I seem to be in the right place, more or less. I'm not right on the Oxford-Bath Road. I'm about 500 yards south of it, on a side road. I can see Oxford. It looks like it's 10 miles away." She gave her estimate of what season and time of day it was, and described what she thought she could see, and then stopped and pressed her face against her hands. She should tell the Doomsday Book what she intended to do, but she didn't know what that was. There should be a dozen villages on the rolling plain west of Oxford, but she couldn't see any of them, even though the cultivated fields that belonged to them were there, and the road. There was no one on the road. It curved down the other side of the hill and disappeared immediately into a thick copse, but half a mile farther on was the highway, where the drop should have landed her, wide and flat and pale green, and where this road obviously led. There was no one on the highway for as far as she could see. Off to her left and halfway across the plain toward Oxford, she caught a glimpse of distant movement, but it was only a line of cows heading home to a huddle of trees that must hide a village. It wasn't the village Miss Montoya had wanted her to look for. Skengate was south of the highway. Unless she was in the wrong place altogether, and she wasn't. That was definitely Oxford there to the east, and the Thames curving away south of it down to the brownish-grey haze that had to be London. But none of that told her where the village was. It might be between here and the highway, just out of sight, or it might be back the other way, or on another side road or path altogether. There was no time to go and see. It was rapidly getting darker. In another half-hour there might be lights to go by, but she couldn't afford to wait. The pink had already darkened to lavender in the west, and the blue overhead was almost purple. And it was getting colder. The wind was picking up. The folds of her cloak flapped behind her, and she pulled it tighter around her. She didn't want to spend a December night in a forest with a splitting headache and a pack of wolves. But she didn't want to spend it lying out on the cold-looking highway either, hoping for someone to come along. She could start for Oxford, but there was no way she could reach it before dark. If she could just see a village, any village, she could spend the night there and look for Miss Montoya's village later. She looked back down the road she'd come up, trying to catch a glimpse of light or smoke from a hearth or something, but there wasn't anything. Her teeth began to chatter, and the bells began to ring, the Carfax bell first, sounding just like it always had, even though it must have been recast at least 3 times since 1300, and then, before the first stroke had died away, the others, as if they'd been waiting for a signal from Oxford. They were ringing vespers, of course, calling the people in from the fields, beckoning them to stop work and come to prayers, and telling her where the villages were. The bells were chiming almost in unison, yet she could hear each one separately. Some so distant, only the final, deeper echo reached her. There, along that line of trees, and there, the village the cows were heading to was there behind that low ridge. The cows began to walk faster at the sound of the bell. There were 2 villages practically under her nose, one just the other side of the highway, the other several fields away, next to the little tree-lined stream. Skengate, Miss Montoya's village, lay where she thought it did, back the way she had come, past the frozen ruts, and over the low hill not more than 2 miles. Kivrin clasped her hands. "I just found out where the village is," she said, wondering if the sounds of the bells would make it onto the Doomsday Book. "It's on this side road. I'm going to go fetch the wagon and drag it out onto the road, and then I'm going to stagger into the village before it gets dark and collapse on somebody's doorstep." One of the bells was far away to the southwest, and so faint she could scarcely hear it. She wondered if it was the bell she had heard earlier, and why it had been ringing. Maybe Dunworthy was right, and it was a funeral. "I'm all right, Mr. Dunworthy," she said into her hands. "Don't worry about me. I've been here over an hour, and nothing bad has happened so far." The bells died away slowly, the bell from Oxford leading the way again, though impossibly its sound hung longer on the air than any of the others. The sky turned violet blue, and a star came out in the southeast. Kivrin's hands were still folded in prayer. "It's beautiful here." Transcript from the Doomsday Book. "Well, Mr. Dunworthy, I'm here. I seem to be in the right place, more or less. I'm not right on the Oxford-Bath Road. I'm about 500 yards south of it on a side road. I can see Oxford. It's about 10 miles away. I don't know exactly when I came through, but if it was noon, as scheduled, there's been about 4 hours slippage. It's the right time of year. The leaves are mostly off the trees, but the ones on the ground are still more or less intact, and only about a third of the fields have been ploughed under. I won't be able to tell my exact temporal location until I reach the village and can ask someone what day it is. You probably know more about where and when I am than I do, or at least you will, after you've done the fix. But I know I'm in the right century. I can see fields from the little hill I'm on. They're classic medieval strip fields, with the rounded ends where the oxen turn. The pastures are bounded with hedges, and about a third of them are Saxon dead hedges, while the rest are Norman hawthorn. Probability put the ratio in 1300 at 25 to 75%, but that was based on Suffolk, which is farther east. To the south and west is forest. Witchwood? All deciduous as far as I can tell. To the east, I can see the Thames. I can almost see London, even though I know that's impossible. In 1320 it would have been over 50 miles away, wouldn't it, instead of only 20? I still think I can see it. I can definitely see the city walls of Oxford and Carfax Tower. It's beautiful here. It doesn't feel as though I was 700 years away from you. Oxford is right there, within walking distance, and I cannot get the idea out of my head that if I walked down this hill and into town, I would find all of you, still standing there in the lab at Brasenose waiting for the fix, Badri frowning at the displays, and Miss Montoya fretting to get back to her dig, and you, Mr. Dunworthy, clucking like an old mother hen. I don't feel separated from you at all, or even very far away." Chapter 4. Badri's hand came away from his forehead as he fell, and his elbow hit the console and broke his fall for a second, and Dunworthy glanced anxiously at the screen, afraid he might have hit one of the keys and scrambled the display. Badri crumpled to the floor. Latimer and Gilchrist didn't try to grab him either. Latimer didn't even seem to realize anything had gone wrong. Mary grabbed for Badri immediately, but she was standing behind the others and only caught a fold of his sleeve. She was instantly on her knees beside him, straightening him out onto his back and jamming an earphone into her ear. She rummaged in her shopping bag, came up with a bleeper, and held the call button down for a full 5 seconds. "Badri," she said loudly, and it was only then that Dunworthy realized how deathly silent it was in the room. Gilchrist was standing where he had been when Badri fell. He looked furious. "I assure you we've considered every possible contingency." He obviously hadn't considered this one. Mary let go of the bleeper button and shook Badri's shoulders gently. There was no response. She tilted his head far back and bent over his face, her ear practically in his open mouth, and her head turned so she could see his chest. He hadn't stopped breathing. Dunworthy could see his chest rising and falling, and Mary obviously could too. She raised her head immediately, already pressing on the bleeper, and pressed 2 fingers against the side of his neck, held them there for what seemed an endless time, and then raised the bleeper to her mouth. "We're at Brasenose, in the history laboratory," she said into the bleeper. 5-2. Collapse, syncope, no evidence of seizure. She took her hand off the call button and pulled Badri's eyelids up. "Syncope?" Gilchrist said. "What's that? What's happened?" She glanced irritably at him. "He's fainted," she said. "Get me my kit," she said to Dunworthy, "in the shopping bag." She had knocked the bag over, getting the bleeper out. It lay on its side. Dunworthy fumbled through the boxes and parcels, found a hard plastic box that looked the right size and snapped it open. It was full of red and green foil Christmas crackers. He jammed it back in the bag. "Come along," Mary said, unbuttoning Badri's lab shirt. "I haven't got all day." "I can't find—" Dunworthy began. She snatched the bag away and upended it. The crackers rolled everywhere. The box with the muffler came open, and the muffler fell out. Mary grabbed up her handbag, zipped it open, and pulled out a large, flat kit. She opened it and took out a tack bracelet. She fastened the bracelet around Badri's wrist and turned to look at the blood pressure reads on the kit's monitor. The wave form didn't tell Dunworthy anything, and he couldn't tell from Mary's reaction what she thought it meant. Badri hadn't stopped breathing. His heart hadn't stopped beating, and he wasn't bleeding anywhere that Dunworthy could see. Perhaps he had only fainted. But people didn't simply fall over, except in books or the vids. He must be injured or ill. He had seemed to be almost in shock when he came into the pub. Could he have been struck by a bicycle like the one that had just missed hitting Dunworthy, and not realized at first that he was injured? That would account for his disconnected manner, his peculiar agitation. But not for the fact that he'd come away without his coat, that he had said, "I need you to come," that he had said, "There's something wrong." Dunworthy turned and looked at the console screen. It still showed the matrices it had when the tech collapsed. He couldn't read them, but it looked like a normal fix, and Badri had said Kivrin had gone through all right. There's something wrong. With her hands flat, Mary was patting Badri's arms, the sides of his chest, down his legs. Badri's eyelids fluttered, and then his eyes closed again. "Do you know if Badri had any health problems?" "He's Mr. Dunworthy's tech," Gilchrist said accusingly. "From Balliol. He was on loan to us," he added, making it sound like Dunworthy was somehow responsible for this, had arranged the tech's collapse to sabotage the project. "I don't know of any health problems," Dunworthy said. "He'd have had a full screen and seasonals at the start of term." Mary looked dissatisfied. She put on her stethoscope and listened to his heart for a long minute, rechecked the blood pressure reads, took his pulse again. "And you don't know anything of a history of epilepsy? Diabetes?" "No," Dunworthy said. "Has he ever used drugs or illegal endorphins?" She didn't wait for him to answer. She pressed the button on her bleeper again. "Aaron's here. Pulse 110, BP 100/60. I'm doing a blood screen." She tore open a gauze wipe, swabbed at the arm without the bracelet, tore open another packet. Drugs or illegal endorphins? That would account for his agitated manner, his disconnected speech. But if he used, it would have shown up on the beginning of term screen, and he couldn't possibly have worked the elaborate calculations of the net if he was using. There's something wrong. Mary swabbed at the arm again and slid a cannula under the skin. Badri's eyes fluttered open. "Badri," Mary said, "can you hear me?" She reached in her coat pocket and produced a bright red capsule. "I need to give you your temp," she said, and held it to his lips, but he didn't give any indication he'd heard. She put the capsule back in her pocket and began rummaging in the kit. "Tell me when the reads come up on that cannula," she said to Dunworthy, taking everything out of the kit and then putting it back in. She laid the kit down and started through her handbag. "I thought I had a skin temp thermometer with me," she said. "The reads are up," Dunworthy said. Mary picked her bleeper up and began reading the numbers into it. Badri opened his eyes. "You have to," he said, and closed them again. "So cold," he murmured. Dunworthy took off his overcoat, but it was too wet to lay over him. He looked helplessly around the room for something to cover him with. If this had happened before Kivrin left, they could have used that blanket of a cloak she'd been wearing. Badri's jacket was wadded underneath the console. Dunworthy laid it sideways over him. "Freezing," Badri murmured, and began to shiver. Mary, still reciting reads into the bleeper, looked sharply across at him. "What did he say?" Badri murmured something else, and then said clearly, "Headache." "Headache?" Mary said. "Do you feel nauseated?" He moved his head a little to indicate no. "When was—" he said, and clutched at her arm. She put her hand over his, frowned, and pressed her other hand to his forehead. "He's got a fever," she said. "There's something wrong," Badri said, and closed his eyes. His hand let go of her arm and dropped back to the floor. Mary picked his limp arm up, looked at the reeds, and felt his forehead again. "Where is that damned skin temp?" she said, and began rummaging through the kit again. The bleeper chimed. "They're here," she said. "Somebody go show them the way in." She patted Badri's chest. "Just lie still." They were already at the door when Dunworthy opened it. 2 medics from infirmary pushed through, carrying kits the size of steamer trunks. "Immediate transport," Mary said before they could get the trunks open. She got up off her knees. "Fetch the stretcher," she said to the female medic, "and get me a skin temp and a sucrose drip." "I assume 20th century's personnel have been screened for dwarfs and drugs," Gilchrist said. One of the medics knocked past him with a pump feed. "Medieval would never allow—" He stepped out of the way as the other one came in with a stretcher. "Is this a drug over?" the male medic said, glancing at Gilchrist. "No," Mary said. "Did you bring the skin temp?" "We don't have one," he said, plugging the feed into the shunt. "Just a thermistor and temps. We'll have to wait till we get him in." He held the plastic bag over his head for a minute till the grav feed kicked the motor on, and then taped the bag to Badri's chest. The female medic took the jacket off Badri and covered him with a grey blanket. "Cold," Badri said. "You have to—" "What do I have to do?" Dunworthy said. "The fix." 1, 2, the medic said in unison and rolled him onto the stretcher. "James, Mr. Gilchrist, I'll need you to come to hospital with me to fill out his admission forms," Mary said, "and I'll need his medical history. One of you can come in the ambulance and the other follow." Dunworthy didn't wait to argue with Gilchrist over which of them should ride in the ambulance. He clambered in and up next to Badri, who was breathing hard, as if being carried on the stretcher had been too much exertion. "Badri," he said urgently, "you said something was wrong. Did you mean something went wrong with the fix?" "I got the fix," Badri said, frowning. The male medic, attaching Badri to a daunting array of displays, looked irritated. "Did the apprentice get the coordinates wrong? It's important, Badri. Did he make an error in the remote coordinates?" Mary climbed into the ambulance. "As acting head, I feel I should be the one to accompany the patient in the ambulance," Dunworthy heard Gilchrist say. "Meet us in casualties at infirmary," Mary said, and pulled the doors to. "Have you got a temp yet?" she asked the medic. "Yep," he said. 39.5 C, BP 90/55, pulse 115. "Was there an error in the coordinates?" Dunworthy said to Badri. "Are you set back there?" the driver said over the intercom. "Yes," Mary said. "Code 1. Did Pahalski make an error in the locational coordinates for the remote?" "No," Badri said. He grabbed at the lapel of Dunworthy's coat. "Is it the slippage, then?" "I must have," Badri said. "So worried." The sirens blared, drowning out the rest of what he said. "You must have what?" Dunworthy shouted over their up-and-down klaxon. "Something wrong," Badri said, and fainted again. Something wrong. It had to be the slippage. Except for the coordinates, it was the only thing that could go wrong with a drop that wouldn't abort it, and he had said the locational coordinates were right. How much slippage, though? Badri had told him it might be as much as 2 weeks, and he wouldn't have run all the way to the pub in the pouring rain without his coat unless it was much more than that. How much more? A month? 3 months? But he told Gilchrist the preliminaries showed minimal slippage. Mary elbowed past him and put her hand on Badri's forehead again. "Add sodium thiosalicylate to the drip," she said, "and start a WBC screen. James, get out of the way." Dunworthy edged past Mary and sat down on the bench near the back of the ambulance. Mary picked up her bleeper again. "Stand by for a full CBC and serotyping." "Pylon nephritis," the medic said, watching the reads change. BP 96/60, pulse 120, temp 39.5. "I don't think so," Mary said. "There's no apparent abdominal pain, but it's obviously an infection of some sort with that temp." The sirens dived suddenly down in frequency and stopped. The medic began pulling wires out of the wall hookups. "We're here, Badri," Mary said, patting his chest again. "We'll soon have you right as rain." He gave no indication he had heard. Mary pulled the blanket up to his neck and arranged the dangling wires on top of it. The driver yanked the door open and they slid the stretcher out. "I want a full blood workup," Mary said, holding on to the door as she climbed down. "CF, HI, and antigenic ID." Dunworthy clambered down after her and followed her into the casualties department. "I need a med hist," she was already telling the registrar, "on Badri—" "What's his last name, James?" "Chowdhury," he said. "National Health Service number?" the registrar asked. "I don't know," he said. "He works at Balliol." "Would you be so good as to spell the name for me, please?" "CHA," he said. Mary was disappearing into casualties. He started after her. "I'm sorry, sir," the registrar said, darting up from her console to block his way. "If you'll just be seated." "I must talk to the patient you just admitted," he said. "Are you a relative?" "No," he said. "I'm his employer. It's very important." "He's in an examining cubicle just now," she said. "I'll ask for permission for you to see him as soon as the examination is completed." She sat, gingerly back down at the console, as if ready to leap up again at the slightest movement on his part. Dunworthy thought of simply barging in on the examination, but he didn't want to risk being barred from hospital altogether, and at any rate Badri was in no condition to talk. He had been clearly unconscious when they took him out of the ambulance. Unconscious and with a fever of 39.5. Something wrong. The registrar was looking suspiciously up at him. "Would you mind terribly giving me that spelling again?" He spelled Chowdhury for her, and then asked where he could find a telephone. "Just down the corridor," she said. "Age?" "I don't know," he said. 25. He's been at Balliol for 4 years. He answered the rest of her questions as best he could, and then looked out the door to see if Gilchrist had come, and went down the corridor to the telephones, and rang up Brasenose. He got the porter, who was decorating an artificial Christmas tree that stood on the lodge counter. "I need to speak to Pahalski," Dunworthy said, hoping that was the name of the first-year tech. "He's not here," the porter said, draping a silver garland over the branches with his free hand. "Well, as soon as he returns, please tell him I need to speak with him. It's very important. I need him to read a fix for me. I'm at—" Dunworthy waited pointedly for the porter to finish arranging the garland and write the number of the call box down, which he finally did, scribbling it on the lid of a box of ornaments. "If he can't reach me at this number, have him ring the casualties department at infirmary. How soon will he return, do you think?" "That's difficult to say," the porter said, unwrapping an angel. "Some of them come back a few days early, but most of them don't show up until the first day of term." "What do you mean? Isn't he staying in college?" "He was. He was going to run the net for medieval, but when he found he wasn't needed, he went home. I need his home address, then, and his telephone number. It's somewhere in Wales, I believe, but you'd have to talk to the college secretary for that, and she's not here just now either. When will she be back? I can't say, sir. She went to London to do a bit of Christmas shopping. Dunworthy gave another message while the porter straightened the angel's wings, and then rang off and tried to think if there were any other techs in Oxford for Christmas. Clearly not, or Gilchrist wouldn't have used a first-year apprentice in the first place. He put a call through to Magdalen anyway, but got no answer. He rang off, thought a minute, and then rang up Balliol. There was no answer there either. Finch must still be out, showing the American bell ringers the bells at Great Tom. He looked at his digital. It was only 2:30. It seemed much later. They might only be at lunch. He rang up the phone in Balliol's hall, but still got no answer. He went back into the waiting area, expecting Gilchrist to be there. He wasn't, but the two medics were, talking to a staff nurse. Gilchrist had probably gone back to Brasenose to plot his next drop, or the one after that. Perhaps he'd send Kivrin straight into the Black Death the third time round for direct observation. "There you are," the staff nurse said. "I was afraid you'd left. If you'll just come with me." Dunworthy had assumed she was speaking to him, but the medics followed her out the door too and down a corridor. "Here we are, then," she said, holding a door open for them. The medics filed through. "There's tea on the trolley and a WC just through there." "When will I be able to see Badri Chowdhury?" Dunworthy asked, holding the door so she couldn't shut it. "Dr. Ahrens will be with you directly," she said, and shut the door in spite of him. The female medic had already slouched down in a chair, her hands in her pockets. The man was over by the tea trolley, plugging in the electric kettle. Neither of them had asked the registrar any questions on the way down the corridor, so perhaps this was routine, though Dunworthy couldn't imagine why they would want to see Badri, or why they had all been brought here. This waiting room was in an entirely different wing from the casualties ward. It had the same spine-destroying chairs of the waiting room in casualties, the same tables with inspirational pamphlets fanned out on them, the same foil garland draped over the tea trolley and secured with bunches of plastine holly. There were no windows, though, not even in the door. It was self-contained and private, the sort of room where people waited for bad news. Dunworthy sat down, suddenly tired. Bad news. An infection of some sort. BP 96, pulse 120, temp 39.5. The only other tech in Oxford off in Wales, and Basingame's secretary out, doing her Christmas shopping. And Kivrin somewhere in 1320, days or even weeks from where she was supposed to be. Or months. The male medic poured milk and sugar into a cup and stirred it, waiting for the electric kettle to heat. The woman appeared to have gone to sleep. Dunworthy stared at her, thinking about the slippage. Badri had said the preliminary calculations indicated minimal slippage, but they were only preliminary. Badri had told him he thought 2 weeks' slippage was likely, and that made sense. The farther back the historian was sent, the greater the average slippage. 20th century's drops usually had only a few minutes. 18th century's, a few hours. Magdalen, which was still running unmanned to the Renaissance, was getting slippage off from 3 to 6 days. But those were only averages. The slippage varied from person to person, and it was impossible to predict for any given drop. 19th century had had one off by 48 days, and in uninhabited areas there was often no slippage at all. And often the amount seemed arbitrary, whimsical. When they'd run the first slippage checks for 20th century back in the 20s, he'd stood in Balliol's empty quad and been sent through to 2 a.m. on the 14th of September 1956, with only 3 minutes slippage. But when they sent him through again at 2:08, there had been nearly 2 hours, and he'd come through nearly on top of an undergraduate sneaking in after a night out. Kivrin might be 6 months from where she was supposed to be, with no idea of when the rendezvous was, and Badri had come running to the pub to tell him to pull her out. Mary came in, still wearing her coat. Dunworthy stood up. "Is it Badri?" he asked, afraid of the answer. "He's still in casualties," she said. "We need his NHS number, and we can't find his records in Balliol's file." Her grey hair was mussed again, but otherwise she seemed as businesslike as she was when she discussed Dunworthy's students with him. "He's not a member of the college," Dunworthy said, feeling relieved. "Techs are assigned to the individual colleges, but they're officially employed by the university." "Then his records would be in the registrar's office. Good. Do you know if he's travelled outside England in the past month?" "He did an on-site for 19th century in Hungary 2 weeks ago. He's been in England since then." "Has he had any relations visit him from Pakistan?" "He hasn't any. He's 3rd generation. Have you found out what he's got?" She wasn't listening. "Where are Gilchrist and Montoya?" she said. "You told Gilchrist to meet us here, but he hadn't come in yet when I was brought in here." "And Montoya?" "She left as soon as the drop was completed," Dunworthy said. "Have you any idea where she might have gone?" "No more than you have," Dunworthy thought. "You watched her leave too." "I assume she went back to Whitney to her dig. She spends the majority of her time there." "Her dig?" Mary said, as if she'd never heard of it. "What is it?" he thought. "What's wrong?" "In Whitney," he said. "The National Trust farm. She's excavating a medieval village." "Whitney," she said, looking unhappy. "She'll have to come in immediately." "Shall I try to ring her up?" Dunworthy said, but Mary had already gone over to the medic standing by the tea trolley. "I need you to fetch someone in from Whitney," she said to him. He put down his cup and saucer and shrugged on his jacket. "From the National Trust site, Lupe Montoya." She went out the door with him. He expected her to come back as soon as she'd finished giving him the directions to Whitney. When she didn't, he started after her. She wasn't in the corridor. Neither was the medic, but the nurse from casualties was. "I'm sorry, sir," she said, barring his path the way the registrar in casualties had. "Dr. Ahrens asked that you wait for her here." "I'm not leaving the infirmary. I need to put a call through to my secretary." "I'll be glad to fetch you a phone, sir," she said firmly. She turned and looked down the corridor. Gilchrist and Latimer were coming. "Hope Miss Engel has the opportunity to observe a death," Gilchrist was saying. "Attitudes towards death in the 1300s differed greatly from ours. Death was a common and accepted part of life, and the contemps were incapable of feeling loss or grief." "Mr. Dunworthy," the nurse said, tugging at his arm, "if you'll just wait inside, I'll bring you a telephone." She went to meet Gilchrist and Latimer. "If you'll come with me, please," she said, and ushered them into the waiting room. "I'm acting head of the history faculty," Gilchrist said, glaring at Dunworthy. "Badri Chowdhury is my responsibility." "Yes, sir," the nurse said, shutting the door. "Dr. Ahrens will be with you directly." Latimer set his umbrella on one of the chairs and Mary's shopping bag on the one next to it. He had apparently retrieved all the parcels Mary had dumped on the floor. Dunworthy could see the muffler box and one of the Christmas crackers sticking out of the top. "We couldn't find a taxi," he said, breathing hard. He sat down next to his burdens. "We had to take the tube." "Where is the apprentice tech you were going to use on the drop Pahalski from?" Dunworthy said. "I need to speak with him." "Concerning what, if I may ask? Or have you taken over medieval entirely in my absence?" "It's essential that someone read the fix and make sure it's all right," You'd be delighted if something were to go wrong, wouldn't you? You've been attempting to obstruct this drop from the beginning." "Were to go wrong?" Dunworthy said disbelievingly. "It's already gone wrong. Badri is lying in hospital unconscious, and we don't have any idea if Kivrin is, when or where she's supposed to be. You heard Badri. He said something was wrong with the fix. We've got to get a tech here to find out what it is." "I should hardly put any credence in what someone says under the influence of drugs or dwarfs or whatever it is he's been taking," Gilchrist said. "And may I remind you, Mr. Dunworthy, that the only thing to have gone wrong on this drop is 20th Century's part in it. Mr. Pahalski was doing a perfectly adequate job. However, at your insistence, I allowed your tech to replace him. It's obvious I shouldn't have." The door opened, and they all turned and looked at it. The sister brought in a portable telephone, handed it to Dunworthy, and ducked out again. "I must ring up Brasenose and tell them where I am," Gilchrist said. Dunworthy ignored him, flipped up the phone's visual screen, and rang up Jesus. "I need the names and home telephone numbers of your techs," he told the acting principal's secretary when she appeared on the screen. "None of them are here over VAC, are they?" None of them were there. He wrote down the names and numbers on one of the inspirational pamphlets, thanked the senior tutor, hung up, and started on the list of numbers. The first number he punched was engaged. The others got him an engaged tone before he'd even finished punching in the town exchanges, and on the last a computer voice broke in and said, "All lines are engaged. Please attempt your call later." He rang Balliol, both the hall and his own office. He didn't get an answer at either number. Finch must have taken the Americans to London to hear Big Ben. Gilchrist was still standing next to him, waiting to use the phone. Latimer had wandered over to the tea cart and was trying to plug in the electric kettle. The medic came out of her drowse to assist him. "Have you finished with the telephone?" Gilchrist said stiffly. "No," Dunworthy said, and tried Finch again. There was still no answer. He rang off. "I want you to get your tech back to Oxford and pull Kivrin out, now, before she's left the drop site." "You want?" Gilchrist said. "Might I remind you that this is Medieval's drop, not yours?" "It doesn't matter whose it is," Dunworthy said, trying to keep his temper. "It's university policy to abort a drop if there's any sort of problem." "May I also remind you that the only problem we've encountered on this drop is that you failed to screen your tech for dwarfs." He reached for the phone. "I will decide if and when this drop needs to be aborted." The phone rang. "Gilchrist here," Gilchrist said. "Just a moment, please." He handed the telephone to Dunworthy. "Mr. Dunworthy," Finch said, looking harried. "Thank goodness. I've been calling round everywhere. You won't believe the difficulties I've had." "I've been detained," Dunworthy said before Finch could launch into an account of his difficulties. "Now listen carefully. I need you to go and fetch Badri Chowdhury's employment file from the bursar's office. Dr. Ahrens needs it. Ring her up. She's here at infirmary. Insist on speaking directly to her. She'll tell you what information she wants from the file." "Yes, sir," Finch said, taking up a pad and pencil and taking rapid notes. "As soon as you've done that, I want you to go straight to New College and see the senior tutor. Tell him I must speak with him immediately and give him this telephone number. Tell him it's an emergency, that it's essential that we locate Bassingham. He must come back to Oxford immediately." "Do you think he'll be able to, sir?" "What do you mean? Has there been a message from Bassingham? Has something happened to him?" "Not that I know of, sir." "Well, then, of course he'll be able to come back. He's only on a fishing trip. It's not as if he's on a schedule. After you've spoken to the senior tutor, ask any staff and students you can find. Perhaps one of them has an idea as to where Bassingham is. And while you're there, find out whether any of their techs are here in Oxford." "Yes, sir," Finch said. "But what should I do with the Americans?" You'll have to tell them I'm sorry to have missed them, but that I was unavoidably detained. They're supposed to leave for Ely at 4, aren't they? They were, but... But what? Well, sir, I took them round to see Great Tom and Old Marsden Church and all, but when I tried to take them out to Iffley, we were stopped. Stopped? Dunworthy said. By whom? The police, sir. They had barricades up. The thing is, the Americans are very upset about their handbell concert. Barricades? Dunworthy said. Yes, sir. On the A4158. Should I put the Americans up in Salvin, sir? William Gadsden and Tom Gailey are on the north staircase, but Berzevai's been painted. I don't understand, Dunworthy said. Why were you stopped? The quarantine, Finch said, looking surprised. I could put them in Fisher's. The heat's been turned off for vac, but they could use the fireplaces. Transcript from the Doomsday Book. I'm back at the drop site. It's some distance from the road. I'm going to drag the wagon out onto the road so that my chances of being seen are better, but if no one happens along in the next half hour, I intend to walk to Skendgate, which I have located thanks to the bells of evening vespers. I am experiencing considerable time lag. My head aches pretty badly, and I keep having chills. The symptoms are worse than I understood them to be from Badri and Dr. Ahrens. The headache particularly. I'm glad the village isn't far. Chapter 5. Quarantine. Of course, Dunworthy thought. The medics sent to fetch Montoya and Mary's questions about Pakistan, and all of them put here in this isolated, self-contained room with a ward sister guarding the door. Of course. Will Salvin do, then, for the Americans? Finch was asking. Did the police say why a He stopped. Gilchrist was watching him, but Dunworthy didn't think he could see the screen from where he was. Latimer was fussing over the tea trolley trying to open a sugar packet. The female medic was asleep. Did the police say why these precautions have been taken? No, sir. Only that it was Oxford and immediate environs, and to contact the National Health for instructions. Did you contact them? No, sir. I've been trying. I can't get through. All the trunk lines have been engaged. The Americans have been trying to reach Ely to cancel their concert, but the lines are jammed. Oxford and environs. That meant they had stopped the tube as well, and the bullet train to London, as well as blocking all the roads. No wonder the lines were jammed. How long ago was this? When you went out to Iffley? It was a bit after 3, sir. I've been phoning round since then, trying to find you, and then I thought, perhaps he knows about it already. I rang up infirmary and then started calling round to all the hospitals. I didn't know about it already, Dunworthy thought. He tried to recall the conditions required for calling a quarantine. The original regulations had required it in every case of unidentified disease or suspicion of contagion, but those had been passed in the first hysteria after the pandemic, and they had been amended and watered down every few years since then, till Dunworthy had no idea what they were now. He did know that a few years ago they'd been absolute identification of dangerous infectious disease, because there'd been a fuss in the papers when Lassa fever had raged unchecked for 3 weeks in a town in Spain. The local doctors hadn't done viral typing, and the whole mess had resulted in a push to put teeth in the regulations, but he had no idea if they'd gone through. Should I assign them rooms in Salvin then, sir? Finch asked again. Yes. No. Put them in the junior common room for now. They can practice their changes or whatever it is they do. Get Badri's file and phone it in. If the lines are all engaged, you'd best phone it in to this number. I'll be here, even if Dr. Ahrens isn't. And then find out about Basingham. It's more important than ever that we locate him. You're going to sign the Americans' rooms later." "They're very upset, sir." "So am I," Dunworthy thought. "Tell the Americans I'll find out what I can about the situation and ring you back." He watched the screen go grey. "You can't wait to inform Basingham of what you perceive to be medieval's failure, can you?" Gilchrist said. "In spite of the fact that it was your tech who has jeopardized this drop by using drugs, a fact of which you may be sure I will inform Mr. Basingham on his return." Dunworthy looked at his digital. It was 4:30. Finch had said they'd been stopped at a bit after 3. An hour and a half. Oxford had only had 2 temp quarantines in recent years. One had turned out to be an allergic reaction to an injection, and the other one had turned out to be nothing at all, a schoolgirl prank. Both had been called off as soon as they had the results of the blood tests, and those hadn't taken even a quarter of an hour. Mary had taken blood in the ambulance. Dunworthy had seen the medic hand the vials to the house officer when they came into casualties. There had been ample time for them to obtain the results. "I'm certain Mr. Basingham will also be interested in hearing that it was your failure to have your tech screened that's resulted in this drop being jeopardized," Gilchrist said. Dunworthy should have recognized the symptoms as those of an infection. Badri's low blood pressure, his laboured breathing, his elevated temp. Mary had even said in the ambulance that it had to be an infection of some kind with his temp that high. But he had assumed she meant a localized infection, staph, or an inflamed appendix. And what disease could it be? Smallpox and typhoid had been eradicated back in the 20th century, and polio in this one. Bacterials didn't have a chance against antibody specification, and the antivirals worked so well nobody even had colds anymore. "It seems distinctly odd that after being so concerned about the precautions Medieval was taking, that you wouldn't take the obvious precaution of screening your tech for drugs," Gilchrist said. It must be a third-world disease. Mary had asked all those questions about whether Badri had been out of the community, about his Pakistani relatives. But Pakistan wasn't third world, and Badri couldn't have gone out of the community without a whole series of inoculations. And he hadn't gone outside the EC. Except for the Hungarian on-site, he'd been in England all term. "I would like to use the telephone," Gilchrist was saying. "I quite agree that we need Basingham here to take matters in hand." Dunworthy was still holding the phone. He blinked at it, surprised. "Do you mean to prevent me from phoning Basingham?" Gilchrist said. Latimer stood up. "What is it?" he said, his arms held out, as if he thought Dunworthy might pitch forward into them. "What's wrong?" "Badri isn't using," Dunworthy said to Gilchrist. "He's ill." "I fail to see how you can claim to know that without having run a screen," Gilchrist said, looking pointedly at the phone. "We're under quarantine," Dunworthy said. "It's some sort of infectious disease." "It's a virus," Mary said from the door. "We don't have it sequenced yet, but the preliminary results ID it as a viral infection." She had unbuttoned her coat, and it flapped behind her like Kivrin's cloak as she hurried into the room. She was carrying a lab tray by the handle. It was piled high with equipment and paper packets. "The tests indicate that it's probably a myxovirus," she said, setting the tray down on one of the end tables. "Badri's symptoms are compatible with that. High fever, disorientation, headache. It's definitely not a retrovirus or a picornavirus, which is good news, but it will be some time yet before we have a complete ID." She pulled 2 chairs up next to the table and sat down on one. "We've notified the World Influenza Centre in London, and sent them samples for ident and sequencing. Until we have a positive ID, a temp quarantine has been called as required by NHS regulations in cases of possible epidemic conditions. She pulled on a pair of imperm gloves. Epidemic? Gilchrist said, shooting a furious glance at Dunworthy, as if accusing him of engineering the quarantine to discredit medieval. Possible epidemic conditions, Mary corrected, tearing open paper packets. There is no epidemic as yet, but Dries is the only case so far. We've run a community computer check, and there have been no other cases with Badri's profile, which is also good news. How can he have a viral infection? Gilchrist said, still glaring at Dunworthy. I suppose Mr. Dunworthy didn't bother to check for that either. Badri's an employee of the university, Mary said. He should have had the usual start-of-term physical and antivirals. You don't know? Gilchrist said. The registrar's office is closed for Christmas, she said. I haven't been able to reach the registrar, and I can't call up Badri's files without his NHS number. I've sent my secretary to our bursar's office to see if we have hard copies of the university's files, Dunworthy said. We should at the least have his number. Good, Mary said. We'll be able to tell a good deal more about the sort of virus we're dealing with when we know what antivirals Badri's had and how recently. He may have a history of anomalous reactions, and there's also a chance he's Mr. Seasonal. Do you happen to know his religion, Mr. Dunworthy? Is he New Hindu? Dunworthy shook his head. He's Church of England, he said, knowing what Mary was getting at. The New Hindus believed that all life was sacred, including killed viruses, if killed was the right word. They refused to have any inoculations or vaccines. The university gave them waivers on religious grounds, but didn't allow them to live in college. Badri's had his start-of-term clearance. He'd never have been allowed to work the net without it. Mary nodded, as if she had already come to that conclusion. As I said, this is very likely an anomaly. Gilchrist started to say something, but stopped when the door opened. The nurse who had been guarding the door came in wearing a mask and gown and carrying pencils and a sheaf of papers in her imperm-gloved hands. As a precaution, we need to test those people who have been in contact with the patient for antibodies. We'll need bloods and temps, and we need each of you to list all of your contacts and those of Mr. Chowdhury. The nurse handed several sheets of paper and a pencil to Dunworthy. The top sheet was in a hospital admissions form. The one underneath was headed primaries and divided into columns marked name, location, time. The bottom sheet was just the same, except that it was headed secondaries. Since Badri is our only case, Mary said, we are considering him the index case. We do not have a positive mode of transmission yet, so you must list anyone who's had any contact with Badri, however momentary. Anyone he spoke to, touched, has had any contact with. Dunworthy had a sudden image of Badri leaning over Kivrin, adjusting her sleeve, moving her arm. Anyone at all who may have been exposed, Mary said. Including all of us? The medic said. Yes, Mary said. And Kivrin, Dunworthy said. For a moment she looked like she had no idea at all who Kivrin was. Miss Engel has had full-spectrum antivirals and T-cell enhancement, Gilchrist said. She would not be at risk, would she? Dr. Ahrens hesitated only a second. No. She didn't have any contact with Badri before this morning, did she? Mr. Dunworthy only offered me the use of his tech 2 days ago, Gilchrist said, practically snatching the papers and pencil the nurse was offering him out of her hands. I, of course, assumed that Mr. Dunworthy had taken the same precautions with his techs, which medieval had. It has become apparent, however, that he didn't, and you may be sure I will inform Basingame of your negligence, Mr. Dunworthy. If Kivrin's first contact with Badri was this morning, she was fully protected, Mary said. Mr. Gilchrist, if you'd be so good. She indicated the chair, and he came and sat down. Mary took one of the sets of papers from the nurse and held up the sheet marked primaries. Any person Badri had contact with is a primary contact. Any person you have had contact with is a secondary. On this sheet, I would like you to list all contacts you have had with Badri Chowdhury over the last 3 days, and any contacts of his that you know of. On this sheet, she held up the sheet marked secondaries. List all your contacts with the time you had them. Begin with the present and work backward. She popped a temp into Gilchrist's mouth, peeled a portable monitor off its paper strip and stuck it on his wrist. The nurse passed the papers out to Latimer and the medic. Dunworthy sat down and began filling out his own. The infirmary form asked for his name, National Health Service number, and a complete medical history, which the NHS number could no doubt call up in better detail than he could remember it. Illnesses, surgeries, inoculations. If Mary didn't have Badri's NHS number, that meant he was still unconscious. Mary took one of the sets of papers from the nurse and held up the sheet marked primaries. Any person Badri had contact with is a primary contact. Any person you have had contact with is a secondary. On this sheet, I would like you to list all contacts you have had with Badri Chowdhury over the last 3 days, and any contacts of his that you know of. On this sheet, she held up the sheet marked secondaries. List all your contacts with the time you had them. Begin with the present and work backward. She popped a temp into Gilchrist's mouth, peeled a portable monitor off its paper strip and stuck it on his wrist. The nurse passed the papers out to Latimer and the medic. Dunworthy sat down and began filling out his own. The infirmary form asked for his name, National Health Service number, and a complete medical history, which the NHS number could no doubt call up in better detail than he could remember it. Illnesses, surgeries, inoculations. If Mary didn't have Badri's NHS number, that meant he was still unconscious. Dunworthy had no idea what date his last start-of-term antivirals had been. He put question marks next to them, turned to the primaries sheet, and wrote his own name at the top of the column. Latimer, Gilchrist, the 2 medics. He didn't know their names. And the female medic was asleep again. She held her papers bunched in one hand, her arms folded across her chest. Dunworthy wondered if he needed to list the doctors and nurses who had worked on Badri when he came in. He wrote, Casualties Department Staff, and then put a question mark after it. Montoya. And Kivrin, who, according to Mary, was fully protected. Something's wrong, Badri had said. Had he meant this infection? Had he realized he was getting ill while he was trying to get the fix and come running to the pub to tell them he had exposed Kivrin? The pub. There hadn't been anyone in the pub except the barman. And Finch. But he'd gone before Badri got there. Dunworthy lifted up the sheet and wrote Finch's name under secondaries, and then turned back to the first sheet and wrote Barman, Lamb and Cross. The pub had been empty, but the streets hadn't been. He could see Badri in his mind's eye, pushing his way through the Christmas crowd, barging into the woman with the lavender-flowered umbrella, and elbowing his way past the old man and the little boy with the white terrier. Anyone he's had any contact with, Mary had said. He looked across at Mary, who was holding Gilchrist's wrists and making careful entries in a chart. Was she going to try to get bloods and temps from everyone on these lists? It was impossible. Badri had touched or brushed past or breathed on dozens of people in his headlong flight back to Brasenose, none of whom Dunworthy or Badri would recognize again. Doubtless he'd come in contact with as many or more on his way to the pub, and each of them had come in contact with how many others in the busy shops. He wrote down, large number of shoppers and pedestrians, High Street, ? Drew a line, and tried to remember the other occasions on which he'd seen Badri. He hadn't asked him to run the net until 2 days ago, when he'd found out from Kivrin that Gilchrist was intending to use a first-year apprentice. Badri had just gotten back from London when Dunworthy telephoned. Kivrin had been in hospital that day for her final examination, which was good. She couldn't have had any contact with him then, and he'd been in London before that. Tuesday, Badri had come to see Dunworthy to tell him he'd checked the first-year students' coordinates and done a full systems check. Dunworthy hadn't been there, so he'd left a note. Kivrin had come to Balliol Tuesday as well, to show him her costume, but that had been in the morning. Badri had said in his note that he'd spent all morning at the net, and Kivrin had said she was going to see Latimer at the Bodleian in the afternoon. But she might have gone back to the net after that, or have been there before she came to show him her costume. The door opened, and the nurse ushered Montoya in. Her terrorist jacket and jeans were wet. It must still be raining. "What's going on?" she said to Mary, who was labelling a vial of Gilchrist's blood. "It seems," Gilchrist said, pressing a wad of cotton wool to the inside of his arm and standing up, "that Mr. Dunworthy failed to have his tech properly checked for inoculations before he ran the net, and now he's in hospital with a temperature of 39.5. He apparently has some sort of exotic fever." "Fever?" Montoya said, looking bewildered. "Isn't 39.5 low?" "It's 103 degrees in Fahrenheit," Mary said, sliding the vial into its carrier. "Badri's infection is possibly contagious. I need to run some tests, and you'll need to write down all of your contacts and Badri's." "Okay," Montoya said. She sat down in the chair Gilchrist had vacated and shrugged off her jacket. Mary swabbed the inside of her arm and clipped a new vial and disposable punch together. "Let's get it over with. I've got to get back to my dig." "You can't go back," Gilchrist said. "Haven't you heard? We're under quarantine, thanks to Mr. Dunworthy's carelessness." "Quarantine?" she said, and jerked so the punch missed her arm completely. The idea of a disease she might contract had not infected her at all, but the mention of a quarantine did. "I have to get back," she said, appealing to Mary. "You mean I have to stay here?" "Until we have the blood test results," Mary said, trying to find a vein for the punch. "How long will that be?" Montoya said, trying to look at her digital with the arm Mary was working on. "The guy who brought me in didn't even let me cover up the site or turn off the heaters, and it's raining like crazy out there. I've got a dig that's going to be full of water if I don't get out there." "As long as it takes to get blood samples from all of you and run an antibodies count on them," Mary said. And Montoya must have gotten the message because she straightened out her arm and held it still. Mary filled a vial with her blood, gave her temp, and slid a tack bracelet on. Dunworthy watched her, wondering if she had been telling the truth. She hadn't said Montoya could leave after they had the test results, only that she had to stay here until they were in. And what then? Would they be taken to an isolation ward together, or separately, or given some sort of medication? Or more tests? Mary took Montoya's tack bracelet off and handed her the last set of papers. "Mr. Latimer, you're next." Latimer stood up, holding his papers. He looked at them confusedly, then set them down on the chair he'd been sitting on and started over to Mary. Halfway there, He turned and went back for Mary's shopping bag. "You left this at Brasenose," he said, holding it out to Mary. "Oh, thank you," she said. "Just set it next to the table, won't you? These gloves are sterile." Latimer set the bag down, tipping it slightly. The end of the muffler trailed out on the floor. He methodically tucked it back in. "I'd completely forgotten I left it there," Mary said, watching him. "In all the excitement, She clapped her gloved hand over her mouth. "Oh, my lord! Colin! I'd forgotten all about him. What time is it?" 4:08, Montoya said without looking at her digital. "He was supposed to come in at 3, Mary said, standing up and clattering the vials of blood in their carrier. "Perhaps when you weren't there, he went round to your rooms," Dunworthy said. She shook her head. "This is the first time he's been to Oxford. That's why I told him I'd be there to meet him. I never even gave him a thought until now," she said, almost to herself. "Well, then, he'll still be at the underground station," Dunworthy said. "Shall I go and fetch him?" "No," she said. "You've been exposed." "I'll phone the station, then. You can tell him to take a taxi here. Where was he coming in? Cornmarket?" "Yes, Cornmarket." Dunworthy rang up information, got through on the 3rd try, got the number off the screen and rang the station. The line was engaged. He hit disconnect and punched the number in again. "Is Colin your grandson?" Montoya said. She'd put aside her papers. The others didn't seem to be paying any attention to this latest development. Gilchrist was filling in his forms and glaring, as if this were one more example of negligence and incompetence. Latimer was sitting patiently by the tray, his sleeve rolled up. The medic was still asleep. "Colin's my great-nephew," Mary said. "He was coming up on the tube to spend Christmas with me." "What time was the quarantine called?" 3:10, Mary said. Dunworthy held up his hand to indicate he'd gotten through. "Is that Cornmarket Underground Station?" he said. It obviously was. He could see the gates and a lot of people behind an irritated-looking station master. "I'm phoning about a boy who came in on the tube at 3 o'clock. He's 12. He would have come in from London." Dunworthy held his hand over the receiver and asked Mary, "What does he look like?" "He's blonde and has blue eyes. He's tall for his age." "Tall," Dunworthy said loudly over the sound of the crowd. "His name is Colin Templar," Mary said. Deirdre said he'd taken the tube from Marble Arch at 1. "Colin Templar. Have you seen him?" "What the bloody hell do you mean, have I seen him?" the station master shouted. "I've got 500 people in this station, and you want to know if I've seen a little boy. Look at this mess." The visual abruptly showed a milling crowd. Dunworthy scanned it, looking for a tallish boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. It switched back to the station master. "There's just been a temp quarantine," he shouted over the roar that seemed to get louder by the minute. "And I've got a station full of people who want to know why the trains have stopped, and why don't I do something about it? I've got all I can do to keep them from tearing the place apart. I can't bother about a boy." "His name is Colin Templar," Dunworthy shouted. "His great-aunt was supposed to meet him." "Well, why didn't she then, and make one less problem for me to deal with? I've got a crowd of angry people here who want to know how long the quarantine's going to last, and why don't I do something about that?" He cut off suddenly. Dunworthy wondered if he'd hung up or had the phone snatched out of his hand by an angry shopper. "Had the station master seen him?" Mary said. "No," Dunworthy said. "You'll have to send someone after him." "Yes, all right. I'll send one of the staff," she said, and started out. The quarantine was called at 3:10, and he wasn't supposed to get here till 3, Montoya said. Maybe he was late. That hadn't occurred to Dunworthy. If the quarantine had been called before his train reached Oxford, it would have been stopped at the nearest station and the passengers rerouted or sent back to London. "Ring the station back," he said, handing her the phone. He told her the number. "Tell them his train left Marble Arch at 1. I'll have Mary phone her niece. Perhaps Colin's back already." He went out in the corridor, intending to ask the nurse to fetch Mary, but she wasn't there. Mary must have sent her to the station. There was no one in the corridor. He looked down it at the call box he had used before and then walked rapidly down to it and punched in Balliol's number. There was an off chance that Colin had gone to Mary's rooms after all. He would send Finch round, and if Colin wasn't there, down to the station. It would very likely take more than one person looking to find Colin in that mess. "Hi," a woman said. Dunworthy frowned at the number in the inset, but he hadn't misdialed. "I'm trying to reach Mr. Finch at Balliol College." "He's not here right now," the woman, obviously American, said. "I'm Miss Taylor. Can I take a message?" This must be one of the bell ringers. She was younger than he'd expected, not much over 30, and she looked rather delicate to be a bell ringer. "Would you have him call Mr. Dunworthy at infirmary as soon as he returns, please?" Mr. Dunworthy. She wrote it down and then looked up sharply. "Mr. Dunworthy?" she said in an entirely different tone of voice. "Are you the person responsible for our being held prisoner here?" There was no good answer to that. He should never have phoned the junior common room. He had sent Finch to the bursar's office. "The National Health Service issues temp quarantines in cases of an unidentified disease. It's a precautionary measure. I'm sorry for any inconvenience it's caused you. I've instructed my secretary to make your stay comfortable, and if there's anything I can do for you—" "Do? Do? You can get us to Ely. That's what you can do. My ringers was supposed to give a handbell concert at the cathedral at 8 o'clock, and tomorrow we have to be in Norwich. We're ringing a peal on Christmas Eve." He was not about to be the one to tell her they were not going to be in Norwich tomorrow. "I'm sure that Ely is already aware of the situation, but I will be more than happy to phone the cathedral and explain." "Explain? Perhaps you'd like to explain it to me, too. I'm not used to having my civil liberties taken away like this. In America, nobody would dream of telling you where you can or can't go. And over 30 million Americans died during the pandemic as a result of that sort of thinking," he thought. "I assure you, madam, that the quarantine is solely for your protection and that all of your concert dates will be more than willing to reschedule. In the meantime, Balliol is delighted to have you as our guests. I am looking forward to meeting you in person. Your reputation precedes you." And if that were true, he thought, I would have told you Oxford was under quarantine when you wrote for permission to come. "There is no way to reschedule a Christmas Eve peal. We were to have rung a new peal, the Chicago Surprise Minor. The Norwich chapter is counting on us to be there, and we intend—" He hit the disconnect button. Finch was probably in the bursar's office, looking for Badri's medical records, but Dunworthy wasn't going to risk getting another bell ringer. He looked up Regional Transport's number instead and started to punch it in. The door at the end of the corridor opened and Mary came through it. "I'm trying Regional Transport," Dunworthy said, punching in the rest of the number and passing her the receiver. She waved it away, smiling. "It's all right. I've just spoken to Deirdre. Colin's train was stopped at Barton. The passengers were put on the tube back to London. She's going down to Marble Arch to meet him." She sighed. Deirdre didn't sound very glad that he's coming home. She planned to spend Christmas with her new live-ins family, and I think she rather wanted him out of the way, but it can't be helped. I'm simply glad he's out of this." He could hear the relief in her voice. He put the receiver back. "Is it that bad?" We just got the preliminary ident back. It's definitely a type A myxovirus. Influenza. He had been expecting something worse. Some third world fever, or a retrovirus. He had had the flu back in the days before antivirals. He had felt terrible, congested, feverish, and achy for a few days, and then gotten over it without anything but bed rest and fluids. Will they call the quarantine off then? Not until we get Badri's medical records, she said. I keep hoping he's skipped his last course of antivirals. If not, then we'll have to wait till we locate the source. But it's only the flu. If there's a small antigenic shift, a point or two, it's only the flu, she corrected him. If there's a large shift, it's influenza, which is an entirely different matter. The Spanish flu pandemic of 1918 was a myxovirus. It killed 20 million people. Viruses mutate every few months. Antigens on their surface change so that they're unrecognizable to the immune system. That's why seasonals are necessary. But they can't protect against a large point shift. And that's what this is. I doubt it. Major mutations only happen every 10 years or so. I think it's more likely that Badri failed to get his seasonals. Do you know if he was running an on-site at the beginning of term? No, he may have been. If he was, he may simply have forgotten to go in for them, in which case all he has is this winter's flu. What about Kivrin? Has she had her seasonals? Yes, and full-spectrum antivirals and T-cell enhancement. She's fully protected. Even if it's influenza? She hesitated a fraction of a second. If she was exposed to the virus through Badri this morning, she's fully protected. And if she saw him before then? If I tell you this, you'll only worry, and I'm certain there's no need to. She took a breath. The enhancement and the antivirals were given so that she would have peak immunity at the beginning of the drop. And Gilchrist moved the drop up by 2 days, Dunworthy said bitterly. I wouldn't have allowed her to go through if I hadn't thought it was all right. But you hadn't counted on her being exposed to an influenza virus before she even left. No, but it doesn't change anything. She has partial immunity, and we're not certain she was even exposed. Badri scarcely went near her. And what if she was exposed earlier? I knew I shouldn't have told you, Mary said. She sighed. Most myxoviruses have an incubation period of from 12 to 48 hours. Even if Kivrin was exposed 2 days ago, she'd have had enough immunity to prevent the virus from replicating sufficiently to cause anything but minor symptoms. But it's not influenza. She patted his arm. And you're forgetting the paradoxes. If she'd been exposed, she'd have been highly contagious. The net would never have let her through. She was right. Diseases couldn't go through the net if there was any possibility of the contemps contracting them. The paradoxes wouldn't allow it. The net wouldn't have opened. What are the chances of the population in 1320 being immune? He asked. To a modern-day virus? Almost none. There are 1,800 possible mutation points. The contemps would have all had to have had the exact virus, or they'd be vulnerable. Vulnerable. I want to see Badri, he said. When he came to the pub, he said there was something wrong. He kept repeating it in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. Something is wrong, Mary said. He has a serious viral infection. Or he knows he exposed Kivrin, or he didn't get the fix. He said he got the fix. She looked sympathetically at him. I suppose it's useless to tell you not to worry about Kivrin. You saw how I've just acted over Colin. But I meant it when I said they're both safer out of this. Kivrin's much better off where she is than she would be here, even among those cutthroats and thieves you persist in imagining. At least she won't have to deal with NHS quarantine regulations. He smiled. Or American change ringers. America hadn't been discovered yet. He reached for the door handle. The door at the end of the corridor banged open, and a large woman carrying a valise barged through it. "There you are, Mr. Dunworthy," she shouted the length of the corridor. "I've been looking everywhere for you." "Is that one of your bell ringers?" Mary said, turning to look down the corridor at her. "Worse," Dunworthy said. "It's Mrs. Gadsden." Chapter 6. It was growing dark under the trees, and at the bottom of the hill. Kivrin's head began to ache before she had even reached the frozen wagon ruts, as if it had something to do with microscopic changes in altitude or light. She couldn't see the wagon at all, even standing directly in front of the little chest, and squinting into the darkness past the thicket made her head feel even worse. If this was one of the minor symptoms of time lag, she wondered what a major one would be like. When I get back, she thought, struggling through the thicket, I intend to have a little talk with Dr. Ahrens on the subject. I think they are underestimating the debilitating effects these minor symptoms can have on an historian. Walking down the hill had left her more out of breath than climbing it had, and she was so cold. Her cloak, and then her hair caught on the willows as she pushed her way through the thicket, and she got a long scratch on her arm that immediately began to ache too. She tripped once and nearly fell flat, and the effect on her headache was to jolt it so that it stopped hurting, and then returned with redoubled force. It was almost completely dark in the clearing, though what little she could see was still very clear, the colours not so much fading as deepening toward black-green and black-brown and black-grey. The birds were settling in for the night. They must have got used to her. They didn't so much as pause in their pre-bedtime twitterings and settlings down. Kivrin hastily grabbed up the scattered boxes and splintered kegs and flung them into the tilting wagon. She took hold of the wagon's tongue and began to pull it toward the road. The wagon scraped a few inches, slid easily across a patch of leaves, and stuck. Kivrin braced her foot and pulled again. It scraped a few more inches and tilted even more. One of the boxes fell out. Kivrin put it back in and walked around the wagon, trying to see where it was stuck. The right wheel was jammed against a tree root, but it could be pushed up and over, if only she could get a decent purchase. She couldn't on this side. Medieval had taken an axe to the side so that it would look like the wagon had been smashed when it overturned, and they had done a good job. It was nothing but splinters. I told Mr. Gilchrist he should have let me have gloves, she thought. She came around to the other side, took hold of the wheel, and shoved. It didn't budge. She pulled her skirts and cloak out of the way and knelt beside the wheel so she could put her shoulder to it. The footprint was in front of the wheel, in a little space swept bare of leaves, and only as wide as the foot. The leaves had drifted up against the roots of the oaks on either side. The leaves did not hold any print that she could see in the greying light, but the print in the dirt was perfectly clear. It can't be a footprint, Kivrin thought. The ground is frozen. She reached out to put her hand in the indentation, thinking it might be some trick of shadow or the failing light. The frozen ruts out in the road would not have taken any print at all, but the dirt gave easily under her hand, and the print was deep enough to feel. It had been made by a soft-soled shoe with no heel, and the foot that had made it was large, larger even than hers. A man's foot, but men in the 1300s had been smaller, shorter, with feet not even as big as hers, and this was a giant's foot. Maybe it's an old footprint, she thought wildly. Maybe it's the footprint of a woodcutter or a peasant looking for a lost sheep. Maybe this is one of the king's woodlands, and they've been through here hunting. But it wasn't the footprint of someone chasing a deer. It was the print of someone who had stood there for a long time, watching her. I heard him, she thought, and a little flutter of panic forced itself up into her throat. I heard him standing there. She was still kneeling, holding onto the wheel for balance. If the man, whoever it was, and it had to be a man, a giant, was still here in this glade watching, he must know that she had found the footprint. She stood up. "Hello?" she called, and frightened the birds to death again. They flapped and squawked themselves into hushed silence. "Is someone there?" She waited, listening, and it seemed to her that in the silence she could hear the breathing again. "Speaker," she said. "I am in distress. On me servantus fled." Lovely, she thought, even as she said it. Tell him you're helpless and all alone. "Halloo!" she called again, and began a cautious circuit of the glade, peering out into the trees. If he was still standing there, it was so dark she wouldn't be able to see him. She couldn't make out anything past the edges of the glade. She couldn't even tell for sure which way the thicket and the road lay. If she waited any longer, it would be completely dark, and she would never be able to get the wagon to the road. But she couldn't move the wagon. Whoever had stood there between the two trees, watching her, knew that the wagon was here. Maybe he had even seen it come through, bursting on the sparkling air like something conjured by an alchemist. If that were the case, he had probably run off to get the stake Dunworthy was so sure the populace kept in readiness. But surely if that were the case, he would have said something, even if it was only "Yoicks" or "Heavenly Father," and she would have heard him crashing through the underbrush as he ran away. He hadn't run away, though, which meant he hadn't seen her come through. He had come upon her afterward, lying inexplicably in the middle of the woods beside a smashed wagon, and thought what? That she had been attacked on the road and then dragged here to hide the evidence? Then why hadn't he tried to help her? Why had he stood there, silent as an oak, long enough to leave a deep footprint and then gone away again? Maybe he had thought she was dead. He would have been frightened of her unshriven body. People as late as the 15th century had believed that evil spirits took immediate possession of any body not properly buried. Or maybe he had gone for help, to one of those villages that Kivrin had heard, maybe even Skengate, and was even now on his way back with half the town, all of them carrying lanterns. In that case, she should stay where she was and wait for him to come back. She should even lie down again. When the townspeople arrived, they could speculate about her, and then bear her to the village, giving her examples of the language, the way her plan had been intended to work in the first place. But what if he came back alone, or with friends who had no intention of helping her? She couldn't think. Her headache had spread out from her temple to behind her eyes. As she rubbed her forehead, it began to throb. And she was so cold. This cloak, in spite of its rabbit fur lining, wasn't warm at all. How had people survived the little ice age dressed only in cloaks like this? How had the rabbits survived? At least she could do something about the cold. She could gather some wood and start a fire, and then, if the footprint person came back with evil intentions, she could hold him off with a flaming brand. And if he had gone for help, and not been able to find his way back in the dark, the fire would lead him to her. She made the circuit of the glade again, looking for wood. Dunworthy had insisted she learn to build a fire without tinder or flint. "Gilchrist expects you to wander around the Middle Ages in the dead of winter without knowing how to build a fire?" he had said, outraged, and she had defended him, told him medieval didn't expect her to spend that much time out of doors, but they should have realized how cold it could get. The sticks made her hands cold, and every time she bent over to pick up a stick, her head hurt. Eventually she stopped bending over altogether and simply stooped and grabbed for the broken-off twigs, keeping her head straight. That helped a little, but not much. Maybe she was feeling this way because she was so cold. Maybe the headache, the breathlessness, were coming from being so cold. She had to get the fire started. The wood felt icy cold and wet. It would never burn. And the leaves would be damp too, far too damp to use for tinder. She had to have dry kindling and a sharp stick to start a fire. She laid the wood down in a little bundle by the roots of a tree, careful to keep her head straight, and went back to the wagon. The bashed-in side of the wagon had several broken pieces of wood she could use for kindling. She got 2 splinters in her hand before she managed to pull the pieces free, but the wood at least felt dry, though it was cold too. There was a large, sharp spur of wood just above the wheel. She bent over to grab it and nearly fell, gasping with a sudden nauseating dizziness. "You'd better lie down," she said out loud. She eased herself to sitting, holding on to the ribs of the wagon for support. "Dr. Ahrens," she said a little breathlessly, "you ought to come up with something to prevent time lag. This is awful." If she could just lie down for a bit, perhaps the dizziness would go away and she could build the fire. She couldn't do it without bending over, though, and just the thought of doing that brought the nausea back. She pulled her hood up over her head and closed her eyes, and even that hurt, the action seeming to focus the pain in her head. Something was wrong. This could not possibly be a reaction to time lag. She was supposed to have a few minor symptoms that would fade within an hour or 2 of her arrival, not get worse. A little headache, Dr. Ahrens had said, some fatigue. She hadn't said anything about nausea, about being racked with cold. She was so cold. She pulled the skirts of her cloak around her like a blanket, but the action seemed to make her even colder. Her teeth began to chatter, the way they had up on the hill, and great convulsive shudders shook her shoulders. "I'm going to freeze to death," she thought. "But it can't be helped. I can't get up and start the fire. I can't. I'm too cold." "It's too bad you were wrong about the contemps, Mr. Dunworthy," she thought, and even the thought was dizzy. Being burned at the stake sounds lovely. She would not have believed that she could have fallen asleep huddled there on the cold ground. She had not noticed any spreading warmth, and if she had, she would have been afraid it was the creeping numbness of hypothermia and tried to fight it. But she must have slept, because when she opened her eyes again, it was night in the glade, full night, with frosty stars in the net of branches overhead, and she was on the ground, looking up at them. She had slid down as she slept, so that the top of her head was against the wheel. She was still shivering with cold, though her teeth had stopped chattering. Her head had begun to throb, tolling like a bell, and her whole body ached, especially her chest, where she had held the wood against her while she gathered sticks for the fire. "Something's wrong," she thought, and this time there was real panic in the thought. Maybe she was having some kind of allergic reaction to time travel. Was there even such a thing? Dunworthy had never said anything about an allergic reaction, and he had warned her about everything, rape and cholera and typhoid and the plague. She twisted her hand around inside the cloak and felt under her arm for the place where she had had the welt from the antiviral inoculation. The welt was still there, though it didn't hurt to touch it, and it had stopped itching. Maybe that was a bad sign, she thought. Maybe the fact that it had stopped itching meant that it had stopped working. She tried to lift her head. The dizziness came back instantly. She lay her head back down and disentangled her hands from the cloak, carefully and slowly, the nausea cutting across every movement. She folded her hands and pressed them against her face. "Mr. Dunworthy," she said, "I think you better come and get me." She slept again, and when she woke up, she could hear the faint, jangling sound of the piped-in Christmas music. "Oh, good," she thought. "They've got the net open," and tried to pull herself to sitting against the wheel. "Oh, Mr. Dunworthy, I'm so glad you came back," she said, fighting the nausea. "I was afraid you wouldn't get my message." The jangling sound became louder, and she could see a wavering light. She pulled herself up a little farther. "You got the fire started," she said. "You were right about it getting cold." The wagon's wheel felt icy through her cloak. Her teeth started to chatter again. "Dr. Ahrens was right. I should have waited till the swelling went down. I didn't know the reaction would be this bad." It wasn't a fire after all. It was a lantern. Dunworthy was carrying it as he walked towards her. "This doesn't mean I'm getting a virus, does it? Or the plague?" She was having trouble getting the words out. Her teeth were chattering so hard. "Wouldn't that be awful? Having the plague in the Middle Ages. At least I'd fit right in." She laughed, a high-pitched, almost hysterical laugh that would probably frighten Mr. Dunworthy to death. "It's all right," she said, and she could hardly understand her own words. "I know you were worried, but I'll be perfectly all right. I just—" He stopped in front of her, the lantern lighting a wobbling circle on the ground in front of her. She could see Dunworthy's feet. He was wearing shapeless leather shoes, the kind that had made the footprint. She tried to say something about the shoes, to ask him whether Mr. Gilchrist had made him put on authentic medieval dress just to come and fetch her, but the light's movement was making her dizzy again. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, he was kneeling in front of her. He had set the lantern down, and the light lit the hood of his cloak and folded hands. "It's all right," she said. "I know you were worried, but I'm all right, truly. I just felt a little ill." He raised his head. "Certes it had been de luster dies for Gott forto, gestis hisantis im alla," he said. He had a hard, lined face, a cruel face, a cutthroat's face. He had watched her lying there, and then he had gone away and waited for it to get dark, and now he had come back. Kivrin tried to put up a hand to fend him off, but her hands had got tangled somehow in the cloak. "Go away," she said, her teeth chattering so hard she couldn't get the words out. "Go away." He said something else, with a rising inflection this time, a question. She couldn't understand what he was saying. "It's Middle English," she thought. "I studied it for 3 years, and Mr. Latimer taught me everything there is to know about adjectival inflection. I should be able to understand it. It's the fever," she thought. "That's why I can't make out what he's saying." He repeated the question, or asked some other question. She couldn't even tell that much. "It's because I'm ill," she thought. "I can't understand him because I'm ill." "Kind sir," she began, but she could not remember the rest of the speech. "Help me," she said, and tried to think how to say that in Middle English. But she couldn't remember anything but the church Latin. "Domine ad adjuvandum me festina," she said. He bowed his head over his hands and began to murmur so low she could not hear, and then she must have lost consciousness again, because he had picked her up and was carrying her. She could still hear the jangling sound of the bells from the open net, and she tried to tell what direction they were coming from, but her teeth were chattering so hard she couldn't hear. "I'm ill," she said, as he set her on the white horse. She fell forward, clutching at the horse's mane to keep from falling off. He put his hand up to her side and held her there. "I don't know how this happened. I had all my inoculations." He led the donkey off slowly. The bells on its bridle jingled tinnily. Transcript from the Doomsday Book. "Mr. Dunworthy, I think you'd better come and get me." Chapter 7. "I knew it," Mrs. Gadsden said, steaming down the corridor toward them. "He's contracted some horrible disease, hasn't he? It's all that rowing." Mary stepped forward. "You can't come in here," she said. "This is an isolation area." Mrs. Gadsden kept coming. The transparent poncho she was wearing over her coat threw off large, spattering drops as she walked toward them, swinging the valise like a weapon. "You can't put me off like that. I'm his mother. I demand to see him." Mary put up her hand like a policeman. "Stop," she said, in her best ward sister voice. Amazingly, Mrs. Gadsden stopped. "A mother has a right to see her son," she said. Her expression softened. "Is he very ill?" "If you mean your son William, he's not ill at all," Mary said. "At least, so far as I know." She put her hand up again. "Please don't come any closer. Why do you think William's ill?" "I knew it the moment I heard about the quarantine. A sharp pain went through me when the station master said temp quarantine." She set down the valise so she could indicate the location of the sharp pain. "It's because he didn't take his vitamins. I asked the college to be sure to give them to him," she said, shooting a glance at Dunworthy that was the rival of any of Gilchrist's. "And they said he was able to take care of himself. Well, obviously they were wrong." "William is not the reason the temp quarantine was called. One of the university techs has come down with a viral infection," Mary said. Dunworthy noticed gratefully that she didn't say Balliol's tech. "The tech is the only case, and there is no indication that there will be any others," Mary said. "The quarantine is a purely precautionary measure, I assure you." Mrs. Gadsden didn't look convinced. "My Willie's always been sickly, and he simply will not take care of himself. He studies far too hard in that draughty room of his," she said with another dark look at Dunworthy. "I'm surprised he hasn't come down with a viral infection before this." Mary took her hand down and put it in the pocket she carried her bleeper in. "I do hope she's calling for help," Dunworthy thought. "By the end of one term at Balliol, Willie's health was completely broken down, and then his tutor forced him to stay up over Christmas and read Petrarch," Mrs. Gadsden said. "That's why I came up. The thought of him all alone in this horrid place for Christmas, eating heaven knows what, and doing all sorts of things to endanger his health, was something this mother's heart could simply not bear." She pointed to the place where the pain had gone through her at the words temp quarantine. "And it is positively providential that I came when I did. Positively providential. I nearly missed the train. My valise was so cumbersome, and I almost thought, well, there'll be another along. But I wanted to get to my Willie, so I shouted at them to hold the doors, and I hadn't so much as stepped off at Cornmarket when the station master said, 'Temp quarantine train service is temporarily suspended.' Only just think. If I'd missed that train and taken the next one, I would have been stopped by the quarantine." Only just think. "I'm sure William will be surprised to see you," Dunworthy said, hoping she would go find him. "Yes," she said grimly. "He's probably sitting there without even his muffler on. He'll get this viral infection, I know it. He gets everything. He used to break out in horrible rashes when he was little. He's bound to come down with it. At least his mother is here to nurse him through it." The door was flung open, and two people wearing masks, gowns, gloves, and some sort of paper covering over their shoes came racing through it. They slowed to a walk when they saw there was no one collapsed on the floor. "I need this area cordoned off and an isolation ward sign posted," Mary said. She turned to Mrs. Gadsden. I'm afraid there's a possibility you've been exposed to the virus. We do not have a positive mode of transmission yet, and we can't rule out the possibility of its being airborne, she said. And for one horrible moment, Dunworthy thought she meant to put Mrs. Gadsden in the waiting room with them. Would you escort Mrs. Gadsden to an isolation cubicle? She asked one of the masked and gowns. We'll need to run blood tests and get a list of your contacts. Mr. Dunworthy, if you'll just come with me, she said, and led him into the waiting room and shut the door before Mrs. Gadsden could protest. They can keep her a while and give poor Willie a few last hours of freedom. That woman would make anyone break out in a rash, he said. Everyone except the medic had looked up at their entrance. Latimer was sitting patiently by the tray, his sleeve rolled up. Montoya was still using the phone. Colin's train was turned back, Mary said. He's safely at home by now. Oh, good, Montoya said, and put the phone down. Gilchrist leapt for it. Mr. Latimer, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mary said. She broke open a pair of imperm gloves, put them on, and began assembling a punch. Gilchrist here. I wish to speak with the senior tutor, Gilchrist said into the telephone. Yes, I'm trying to reach Mr. Bassingham. Yes, I'll wait. The senior tutor has no idea where he is, Dunworthy thought, and neither has the secretary. He'd already spoken to them when he was trying to stop the drop. The secretary hadn't even known he was in Scotland. I'm glad they found the kid, Montoya said, looking at her digital. How long do you think they'll keep us here? I've got to get back to my dig before it turns into a swamp. We're excavating Skengate's churchyard right now. Most of the graves date from the 1400s, but we've got some Black Deaths and a few pre-William the Conquerors. Last week we found a knight's tomb, beautiful condition. I wonder if Kivrin's there yet. Dunworthy assumed she meant at the village and not in one of the graves. I hope so, he said. I told her to start recording her observations of Skengate immediately. The village and the church, especially the tomb. The inscription's partly worn off and some of the carving. The date's readable, though. 1318. It's an emergency, Gilchrist said. He fumed through a long pause. I know he's fishing in Scotland. I want to know where. Mary put a plaster on Latimer's arm and motioned to Gilchrist. He shook his head at her. She went over to the medic and shook her awake. She followed her over to the tray, blinking sleepily. There are so many things only direct observation can tell us, Montoya said. I told Kivrin to record every detail. I hope there's room on the quarter. It's so small. She looked at her watch again. Of course it had to be. Did you get a chance to see it before they implanted it? It really does look like a bone spur. Bone spur? Dunworthy said, watching the medic's blood spurt into the vial. That's so it can't cause an anachronism, even if it's discovered. It fits right against the palmar surface of the scaphoid bone. She rubbed the wrist bone above the thumb. Mary motioned to Dunworthy, and the medic stood up, rolling down her sleeve. Dunworthy took her place in the chair. Mary peeled the back from a monitor, stuck it to the inside of Dunworthy's wrist, and handed him a temp to swallow. Have the bursar call me at this number as soon as he returns, Gilchrist said, and hung up. Montoya snatched up the phone, punched in a number, and said, Hi, can you tell me the quarantine perimeter? I need to know if Whitney's inside it. My dig's there. Whoever she was talking to apparently told her no. Then who can I talk to about getting the perimeter changed? It's an emergency. They're worried about their emergencies, Dunworthy thought, and neither of them's even given a thought to worrying about Kivrin. Well, what was there to worry about? Her corder had been disguised to look like a bone spur so it wouldn't cause an anachronism when the contents decided to chop off her hands before they burned her at the stake. Mary took his blood pressure and then jabbed him with a punch. If the phone ever becomes available, she said, snapping on the plaster and motioning to Gilchrist, who was standing next to Montoya looking impatient. "You might ring up William Gadsden and warn him that his mother's coming." Montoya said, "Yes, the number for the National Trust," hung up the phone, and scribbled a number on one of the brochures. The phone trilled. Gilchrist, halfway to Mary, launched himself at it, grabbing it up before Montoya could reach it. "No," he said, and handed it grudgingly over to Dunworthy. It was Finch. He was in the bursar's office. "Have you got Badri's medical records?" Dunworthy said. "Yes, sir. The police are here, sir. They're looking for places to put all the detainees who don't live in Oxford." "And they want us to put them up at Balliol?" Dunworthy said. "Yes, sir. How many shall I tell them we can take?" Mary had stood up, Gilchrist's vial of blood in hand, and was signalling to Dunworthy. "Wait a minute, please," he said, and punched hold on the mouthpiece. "Are they asking you to board detainees?" Mary asked. "Yes," he said. "Don't commit to filling all your rooms," she said. "We may need infirmary space." Dunworthy took his hand away and said, "Tell them we can put them in Fisher and whatever rooms are left in Salvin. If you haven't assigned rooms to the bell ringers, double them up. Tell the police infirmary has asked for Bulkley Johnson as an emergency ward. Did you say you'd found Badri's medical records?" "Yes, sir. I had the very devil of a time finding them. The bursar filed them under Badri, Chowdhury, and the Americans." "Did you find his NHS number?" "Yes, sir." "I'm putting Dr. Ahrens on," he said before Finch could launch into tales of the bell ringers. He motioned to Mary. "You can give her the information directly." Mary attached a plaster to Gilchrist's arm and a temp monitor to the back of his hand. "I got through to Ely, sir," Finch said. "I informed them of the handbell concert cancellation, and they were quite pleasant, but the Americans are still very unhappy." Mary finished entering Latimer's reads, stripped off the gloves, and came over to take the phone from Dunworthy. "Finch, Dr. Ahrens here. Read me Badri's NHS number." Dunworthy handed her his secondaries sheet and a pencil, and she wrote it down, and then asked for Badri's inoculation records, and made a number of notations Dunworthy couldn't decipher. "Any reactions or allergies?" There was a pause, and then she said, "All right, no, I can get the rest off the computer. I'll ring you back if I need additional information." She handed the phone back to Dunworthy. "He wants to speak with you again," she said, and left, taking the paper with her. "They're most unhappy at being kept here," Finch said. "Miss Taylor is threatening to sue for involuntary breach of contract." "When was Badri's last course of antivirals?" Finch took a considerable time looking through his sheaf of papers. "Here it is, sir. September 14th. "Did he have the full course?" "Yes, sir. Receptor analogues, MPA booster, and seasonals." "Has he ever had a reaction to an antiviral?" "No, sir. There's nothing under allergies in the history. I already told Dr. Ahrens that." Badri had had all his antivirals. He had no history of reactions. "Have you been to New College yet?" Dunworthy asked. "No, sir, I'm just on my way. What should I do about supplies, sir? We've adequate stores of soap, but we're very low on lavatory paper." The door opened, but it wasn't Mary. It was the medic who had been sent to fetch Montoya. He went over to the tea trolley and plugged in the electric kettle. "Should I ration the lavatory paper, do you think, sir?" Finch said. "Or put up notices asking everyone to conserve?" "Whatever you think best," Dunworthy said, and rang off. It must still be raining. The medic's uniform was wet, and when the kettle boiled, he put his red hands over the steam as if trying to warm them. "Are you quite finished using the telephone?" Gilchrist said. Dunworthy handed it to him. He wondered what the weather was like where Kivrin was. and whether Gilchrist had had probability compute the chances of her coming through in the rain. Her cloak had not looked especially waterproof, and that friendly traveller who was supposed to come along within 1.6 hours would have holed up in a hostelry or haymow till the roads dried enough to be passable. Dunworthy had taught Kivrin how to make a fire, but she could hardly do so with wet kindling and numb hands. Winters in the 1300s had been cold. It might even be snowing. The Little Ice Age had just begun in 1320, the weather eventually getting so cold that the Thames froze over. The lower temps and erratic weather had played such havoc with the crops that some historians blamed the Black Death's horrors on the malnourished state of the peasants. The weather had certainly been bad. In the autumn of 1348, it had rained in one part of Oxfordshire every day from Michaelmas to Christmas. Kivrin was probably lying there on the wet road, half dead from hypothermia. And broken out in a rash, he thought, from her over-doting tutor worrying too much about her. Mary was right. He did sound like Mrs. Gadsden. The next thing he knew, he'd be plunging off into 1320, forcing the doors of the net open like Mrs. Gadsden on the tube, and Kivrin would be as glad to see him as William was going to be to see his mother, and as in need of help. Kivrin was the brightest and most resourceful student he had ever had. She surely knew enough to get in out of the rain. For all he knew, she had spent her last vac with the Eskimos learning to build an igloo. She had certainly thought of everything else, even down to her fingernails. When she had come in to show him her costume, she had held up her hands. Her nails had been broken off, and there were traces of dirt in the cuticles. "I know I'm supposed to be nobility, but rural nobility, and they did a lot of farm chores in between Bayeux tapestries, and East Riding ladies didn't have scissors till the 1600s. So I spent Sunday afternoon in Montoya's dig, grubbing among the dead bodies to get this effect." Her nails had looked dreadful and utterly authentic. There was obviously no reason to worry about a minor detail like snow. But he couldn't help it. If he could speak to Badri, ask him what he'd meant when he said something wrong, make certain the drop had gone properly and that there hadn't been too much slippage, he might be able to stop worrying. But Mary had not been able even to get Badri's NHS number till Finch phoned with it. He wondered if Badri was still unconscious, or worse. He got up and went over to the tea trolley and made himself a cup of tea. Gilchrist was on the phone again, apparently speaking to the porter. The porter didn't know where Basingame was either. When Dunworthy had talked to him, he had told him he thought Basingame had mentioned Loch Balkillen, a lake that turned out not to exist. Dunworthy drank his tea. Gilchrist rang up the bursar and the deputy warden, neither of whom knew where Basingame had gone. The nurse who had guarded the door earlier came in and finished the blood tests. The male medic picked up one of the inspirational brochures and began to read it. Montoya filled out her admissions form and her lists of contacts. "What am I supposed to do?" she asked Dunworthy. "Write down the people I've been in contact with today?" "The past 3 days," he said. They continued to wait. Dunworthy drank another cup of tea. Montoya rang up the NHS and tried to persuade them to give her a quarantine exemption so she could go back to the dig. The female medic went back to sleep. The nurse wheeled in a trolley with supper on it. "Great chair mad or hostus ever reachon on to the soper setus unknown," Latimer said, the only remark he had made all afternoon. While they ate, Gilchrist regaled Latimer with his plans for sending Kivrin to the aftermath of the Black Death. "The accepted historical view is that it completely destroyed medieval society," he told Latimer, as he cut his roast beef. "But my research indicates it was purgative rather than catastrophic." From whose point of view? Dunworthy thought, wondering what was taking so long. He wondered if they were truly processing the blood tests, or if they were simply waiting for one or all of them to collapse across the tea trolley so they could get a fix on the incubation period. Gilchrist rang up New College again and asked for Basingham's secretary. "She's not there," Dunworthy said. "She's in Devonshire with her daughter for Christmas." Gilchrist ignored him. "Yes, I need to get a message through to her. I'm trying to reach Mr. Basingham. It's an emergency. We've just sent an historian to the 1300s, and Balliol failed to properly screen the tech who ran the net. As a result, he's contracted a contagious virus." He put the phone down. "If Mr. Chowdhury failed to have any of the necessary antivirals, I'm holding you personally responsible, Mr. Dunworthy." "He had the full course in September," Dunworthy said. "Have you proof of that?" Gilchrist said. "Did it come through?" the medic asked. They all, even Latimer, turned to look at her in surprise. Until she'd spoken, she'd seemed fast asleep, her head far forward on her chest and her arms folded, holding the contacts list. "You said you sent somebody back to the Middle Ages," she said belligerently. "Did it?" "I'm afraid I don't," Gilchrist said. "This virus," she said, "could it have come through the time machine?" Gilchrist looked nervously at Dunworthy. "That isn't possible, is it?" "No," Dunworthy said. It was obvious Gilchrist knew nothing about the continuum paradoxes or string theory. The man had no business being acting head. He didn't even know how the net he had so blithely sent Kivrin through worked. The virus couldn't have come through the net. "Dr. Orange said the Indian was the only case," the medic said. "And you said," she pointed at Dunworthy, "that he'd had the full course. If he's had his antivirals, he couldn't catch a virus, unless it was a disease from somewhere else. And the Middle Ages was full of diseases, wasn't it? Smallpox and the plague." Gilchrist said, "I'm certain that medieval has taken steps to protect against that possibility." "There is no possibility of a virus coming through the net," Dunworthy said angrily. "The space-time continuum does not allow it to happen." "You send people through," she persisted, "and a virus is smaller than a person." Dunworthy hadn't heard that argument since the early years of the nets, when the theory was only partially understood. "I assure you we've taken every precaution," Gilchrist said. "Nothing that would affect the course of history can go through a net," Dunworthy explained, glaring at Gilchrist. The man was simply encouraging her with his talk of precautions and probabilities. "Radiation, toxins, microbes, none of them has ever passed through a net. If they're present, the net simply won't open." The medic looked unconvinced. "I assure you," Gilchrist said, and Mary came in. She was carrying a sheaf of variously coloured papers. Gilchrist stood up immediately. "Dr. Ahrens, is there a possibility that this viral infection Mr. Chowdhury has contracted might have come through the net?" "Of course not," she said, frowning as if the whole idea were ridiculous. "In the first place, diseases can't come through the net. It would violate the paradoxes. In the second place, if it had, which it can't, Badri would have caught it less than an hour after it came through, which would mean the virus had an incubation period of an hour, an utter impossibility. But if it did, which it can't, you all would be down ill already." She looked at her digital. "Since it's been over 3 hours since you were exposed to it." She began collecting the contacts lists. Gilchrist looked irritated. "As acting head of the history faculty, I have responsibilities I must attend to," he said. "How long do you intend to keep us here?" "Only long enough to collect your contacts lists," she said, "and to give you your instructions. Perhaps 5 minutes." She took Latimer's lists from him. Montoya grabbed hers up from the end table and began writing hastily. 5 minutes? The medic who had asked about the virus coming through the net said. "Do you mean we're free to go?" "On medical probation," she said. She put the lists at the bottom of her sheaf of papers and began passing the top sheets, which were a virulent pink around to everyone. They appeared to be a release form of some sort, absolving the infirmary of any and all responsibility. "We've completed your blood tests," she went on, "and none of them show an increased level of antibodies." She handed Dunworthy a blue sheet, which absolved the NHS of any and all responsibility and confirmed willingness to pay any and all charges not covered by the NHS in full and within 30 days. "I've been in touch with the WIC, and their recommendation is controlled observation, with continuous febrile monitoring and blood samples at 12-hour intervals." The sheet she was distributing now was green and headed Instructions for Primary Contacts. Number 1 was, "Avoid contact with others." Dunworthy thought of Finch and the bell ringers waiting, no doubt, at the gate of Balliol with summons and scriptures, and of all those Christmas shoppers and detainees between here and there. "Record your temp at half-hour intervals," she said, passing round a yellow form. "Come in immediately if your monitor," she tapped at her own, "shows a marked increase in temp. Some fluctuation is normal. Temps tend to rise in the late afternoon and evening. Any temp between 36 and 37.4 is normal. Come in immediately if your temp exceeds 37.4 or rises suddenly, or if you begin to feel any symptoms, headache, tightness in the chest, mental confusion, or dizziness." Everyone looked at his or her monitor, and no doubt began to feel a headache coming on. Dunworthy had had a headache all afternoon. "Avoid contact with others as much as possible," Mary said. "Keep careful track of any contacts you do have. We're still uncertain of the mode of transmission, but most myxoviruses spread by droplet and direct contact. Wash your hands with soap and water frequently." She handed Dunworthy another pink sheet. She was running out of colours. This one was a log headed Contacts, and under it, name, address, type of contact, time. It was unfortunate that Badri's virus had not had to deal with the CDC, the NHS, and the WIC. It would never have got in the door. "You must report back here at 7 tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I'd recommend a good supper, and then to bed. Rest is the best defence against any virus. You are off duty," she said, looking at the medics, "for the duration of the temp quarantine." She passed out several more rainbow-hued papers, and then asked brightly, "Any questions?" Dunworthy looked at the medic, waiting for her to ask Mary if smallpox had come through the net, but she was looking uninterestedly at her clutch of papers. "Can I go back to my dig?" Montoya asked. "Not unless it's inside the quarantine perimeter," Mary said. "Well, great," she said, jamming her papers angrily into the pockets of her terrorist jacket. "The whole village will have washed away while I'm stuck here." She stomped out. "Are there any other questions?" Mary said imperturbably. "Very well, then. I'll see you all at 7 o'clock. The medics ambled out, the one who had asked about the virus yawning and stretching, as if she were preparing for another nap. Latimer was still sitting down, watching his temp monitor. Gilchrist said something snappish to him, and he got up and put his coat on, and collected his umbrella and his stack of papers. "I expect to be kept informed of every development," Gilchrist said. "I am contacting Basingame and telling him it's essential that he return and take charge of this matter." He swept out, and then had to wait, holding the door open for Latimer to pick up 2 papers he had dropped. "Go round in the morning and collect Latimer, won't you?" Mary said, looking through the contacts lists. "He'll never remember he's to be here at 7. "I want to see Badri," Dunworthy said. "Laboratory Brasenose," she said, reading from the sheets. "Dean's office Brasenose. Laboratory Brasenose. Didn't anyone see Badri except in the net?" "In the ambulance on the way here he said, 'Something wrong,'" Dunworthy said. "There could have been slippage. If she's more than a week off, she'll have no idea when to rendezvous." She didn't answer. She sorted through the sheets again, frowning. "I need to make certain there weren't any problems with the fix," he said insistently. She looked up. Very well, she said. These contact sheets are hopeless. There are great gaps in Badri's whereabouts for the past 3 days. He's the only person who can tell us where he was and with whom he came in contact. She led the way back down the corridor. I've had a nurse with him asking him questions, but he's so very disoriented and fearful of her. Perhaps he won't be as frightened of you. She led the way down the corridor to the lift and said, "Ground floor, please," into its ear. "Badri is only conscious for a few moments at a time," she said to Dunworthy. "It may be most of the night." "That's all right," Dunworthy said. "I won't be able to rest till I'm sure Kivrin is safely through." They went up 2 flights in the lift, down another corridor, and through a door marked "No Entrance, Isolation Ward." Inside the door, a grim-looking ward sister was sitting at a desk watching a monitor. "I'm taking Mr. Dunworthy in to see Mr. Chowdhury," Mary said. "We'll need SPGs. How is he?" "His fever's up again. 39.8, the sister said, handing them the SPGs, which were plastine-sealed bundles of paper clothing gowns that stripped up the back, caps, imperm masks that were impossible to get on over the caps, booty-like snugs that went on over their shoes, and imperm gloves. Dunworthy made the mistake of putting his gloves on first and took what seemed like hours attempting to unfold the gown and affix the mask. "You'll need to ask very specific questions," Mary said. "Ask him what he did when he got up this morning. If he'd stayed the night with anyone, where he ate breakfast, who was there, that sort of thing. His high fever means that he's very disoriented. You may have to ask your questions several times." She opened the door to the room. It wasn't really a room. There was only space for the bed and a narrow camp stool, not even a chair. The wall behind the bed was covered with displays and equipment. The far wall had a curtained window and more equipment. Mary glanced briefly at Badri, and then began scanning the displays. Dunworthy looked at the screens. The one nearest him was full of numbers and letters. The bottom line read, ICU 143-20691, 22-12-54, 1803, 200/RPT, 1800 CRS, IMJPCLN 200 MG/Q6H, NHS 40-211-7, M. Ahrens. Apparently the doctor's orders. The other screens showed spiking lines and columns of figures. None of them made any sense, except for a number in the middle of the small display second from the right. It read, Temp 39.9. Dear God. He looked at Badri. He was lying with his arms outside the bedclothes, his arms both connected to drips that hung from stanchions. One of the drips had at least 5 bags feeding into the main tube. His eyes were closed, and his face looked thin and drawn, as if he had lost weight since this morning. His dark skin had a strange purplish cast to it. "Badri," Mary said, leaning over him, "can you hear us?" He opened his eyes and looked at them without recognition, which was probably due less to the virus than to the fact that they were covered from head to foot in paper. "It's Mr. Dunworthy," Mary said helpfully. "He's come to see you." Her bleeper started up. "Mr. Dunworthy?" he said hoarsely and tried to sit up. Mary pushed him gently down into the pillow. "Mr. Dunworthy has some questions for you," she said, patting his chest gently, the way she had in the laboratory at Brasenose. She straightened up, watching the displays on the wall behind him. "Lie still. I need to leave now, but Mr. Dunworthy will stay with you. Rest and try to answer Mr. Dunworthy's questions." She left. "Mr. Dunworthy," Badri said again, as if he were trying to make sense of the words. "Yes," Dunworthy said. He sat down on the camp stool. "How are you feeling?" "When Do you expect him back? Badri said, and his voice sounded weak and strained. He tried to sit up again. Dunworthy put out his hand to stop him. Have to find him, he said. There's something wrong. Chapter 8. They were burning her at the stake. She could feel the flames. They must already have tied her to the stake, though she could not remember that. She remembered them lighting the fire. She had fallen off the white horse, and the cutthroat had picked her up and carried her over to it. We must go back to the drop, she had told him. He had leaned over her, and she could see his cruel face in the flickering firelight. Mr. Dunworthy will open the net as soon as he realizes something's wrong, she had told him. She shouldn't have told him that. He had thought she was a witch, and had brought her here to be burned. I'm not a witch, she said, and immediately a hand came out of nowhere and rested coolly on her forehead. Shh, a voice said. I am not a witch, she said, trying to speak slowly so they would understand her. The cutthroat hadn't understood her. She had tried to tell him they shouldn't leave the drop, but he had paid no attention to her. He had put her on his white horse and led it out of the clearing and through the stand of white-trunked birches into the thickest part of the forest. She had tried to pay attention to which way they were going, so she could find her way back. But the man's swinging lantern had lit only a few inches of ground at their feet, and the light had hurt her eyes. She had closed them, and that was a mistake, because the horse's awkward gait made her dizzy, and she had fallen off the horse onto the ground. I am not a witch, she said. I'm an historian. How I fond in yawa thisladay, the woman's voice said, far away. She must have come forward to put a faggot on the fire, and then stepped back again, away from the heat. Men wodas filanon gledun so distresta, a man's voice said, and the voice sounded like Mr. Dunworthy's. Ein manjamas alla up haida kaba. Svelte shade murte blauen, the woman said. Mr. Dunworthy, Kivrin said, holding out her arms to him, I've fallen among cutthroats. But she couldn't see him through the smothering smoke. Shh, the woman said. And Kivrin knew that it was later, that she had impossibly slept. How long does it take to burn? She wondered. The fire was so hot she should be ashes by now. But when she held her hand up, it looked untouched, though little red flames flickered along the edges of the fingers. The light from the flames hurt her eyes. She closed them again. I hope I don't fall off the horse again, she thought. She had been clinging to the horse, both arms around its neck, though its uneven walk made her head ache even worse, and she had not let go. But she had fallen off, even though Mr. Dunworthy had insisted she learn how to ride, had arranged for her to have lessons at a riding stable near Woodstock. Mr. Dunworthy had told her this would happen. He had told her they would burn her at the stake. The woman put a cup to her lips. It must be vinegar in a sponge, Kivrin thought. They gave that to martyrs. But it wasn't. It was a warm, bitter liquid. The woman had to tilt Kivrin's head forward to drink it, and it came to Kivrin for the first time that she was lying down. I'll have to tell Mr. Dunworthy, she thought. They burned people at the stake lying down. She tried to bring her hands up to her lips in the position of prayer to activate the corda, but the weight of the flames dragged them down again. I'm ill, Kivrin thought, and knew that the warm liquid had been a medicinal potion of some kind, and that it had brought her fever down a little. She was not lying on the ground after all, but in a bed in a dark room, and the woman who had hushed her and given her the liquid was there beside her. She could hear her breathing. Kivrin tried to move her head to see her, but the effort made it hurt again. The woman must be asleep. Her breathing was even and loud, almost like snoring. It hurt Kivrin's head to listen to it. I must be in the village, she thought. The red-headed man must have brought me here. She had fallen off the horse, and the cutthroat had helped her back on. But when she looked into his face, he hadn't looked like a cutthroat at all. He was young, with red hair and a kind expression, and he had leaned over her where she was sitting against the wagon wheel, kneeling on one knee beside her, and said, "Who are you?" She had understood him perfectly. "Kannst du ranken, Darwin?" the woman said, and tilted Kivrin's head forward for more of the bitter liquid. Kivrin could barely swallow. The fire was inside her throat now. She could feel the little orange flames, though the liquid should have put them out. She wondered if he had taken her to some foreign land, Spain or Greece, where the people spoke a language they hadn't put into the interpreter. She had understood the red-headed man perfectly. "Who are you?" he had asked. And she had thought that the other man must be a slave he'd brought back from the Crusades. A slave who spoke Turkish or Arabic, and that was why she couldn't understand him. "I'm an historian," she had said. But when she looked up into his kind face, it wasn't him. It was the cutthroat. She looked wildly around for the red-headed man, but he wasn't there. The cutthroat picked up sticks and laid them on some stones for a fire. "Mr. Dunworthy," Kivrin called out desperately, and the cutthroat came and knelt in front of her, the light from his lantern flickering on his face. "Fear not," he said. "He will return soon." "Mr. Dunworthy!" She screamed, and the red-headed man came and knelt beside her again. "I shouldn't have left the drop," she told him, watching his face so he wouldn't turn into the cutthroat. "Something must have gone wrong with the fix. You must take me back there." He unfastened the cloak he was wearing, swinging it easily off his shoulders, and laid it over her, and she knew he understood. "I need to go home," she said to him as he bent over her. He had a lantern with him, and it lit his kind face and flickered on his red hair like flames. "Go to father," he called out, and she thought, that's the slave's name, Godefodra. He will ask the slave to tell him where he found me, and then he'll take me back to the drop. And Mr. Dunworthy. Mr. Dunworthy would be frantic that she wasn't there when he opened the net. "It's all right, Mr. Dunworthy," she had said silently. "I'm coming." "Drie de maarde," the red-headed man had said, and lifted her up in his arms. "Voortal galwinneth come." "I'm ill," Kivrin said to the woman, "so I can't understand you." But this time no one leaned forward out of the darkness to quiet her. Maybe they had tired of watching her burn and had gone away. It was certainly taking a long time, though the fire seemed to be growing hotter now. The red-headed man had set her on the white horse before him and ridden into the woods, and she had thought he must be taking her back to the drop. The horse had a saddle now, and the bells jangled as they rode, playing a tune. It was "O Come All Ye Faithful," and the bells grew louder and louder with each verse, till they sounded like the bells of St. Mary the Virgin's. They rode a long way, and she thought they must surely be near the drop by now. "How far is the drop?" she asked the red-headed man. "Mr. Dunworthy will be so worried." But he didn't answer her. He rode out of the woods and down a hill. The moon was up, shining palely in the branches of a stand of narrow, leafless trees, and on the church at the bottom of the hill. "This isn't the drop," she said, and tried to pull on the horse's reins to turn it back the way they had come, but she did not dare take her arms from around the red-headed man's neck for fear she might fall. And then they were at a door, and it opened, and opened again, and there was a fire, and light, and the sound of bells, and she knew they had brought her back to the drop after all. "Sheboyan psyche nation adir," the woman said. Her hands were wrinkled and rough on Kivrin's skin. She pulled the bed coverings up around Kivrin. Fur, Kivrin could feel soft fur against her face. Or maybe it was her hair. "Where have you brought me to?" Kivrin asked. The woman leaned forward a little, as if she couldn't hear her, and Kivrin realized she must have spoken in English. Her interpreter wasn't working. She was supposed to be able to think her words in English and speak them in Middle English. Perhaps that was why she couldn't understand them, because her interpreter wasn't working. She tried to think how to say it in Middle English. Waar hast du brengen mij toe? The construction was wrong. She must ask, what is this place? But she could not remember the Middle English for place. She could not think. The woman kept piling on blankets, and the more furs she laid over her, the colder Kivrin got, as if the woman were somehow putting out the fire. They would not understand what she meant if she asked, what is this place? She was in a village. The red-headed man had brought her to a village. They had ridden past a church and up to a large house. She must ask, what is the name of this village? The word for place was domain, but the construction was still wrong. They would use the French construction, wouldn't they? Quelle demeure avez-vous, m'apporter? She said aloud, but the woman had gone away. And that was not right. They had not been French for 200 years. She must ask the question in English. Where is the village you have brought me to? But what was the word for village? Mr. Dunworthy had told her she might not be able to depend on the interpreter, that she had to take lessons in Middle English and Norman French and German to counterbalance discrepancies in pronunciation. He had made her memorize pages and pages of Chaucer. Soon je nukt, bot I broken, and every speeche that ye spoken. No, no. Where is this village you have brought me to? What was the word for village? He had brought her to a village and knocked on a door. A big man had come to the door carrying an axe. To cut the wood for the fire, of course. A big man and then a woman, and they had both spoken words Kivrin couldn't understand, and the door had shut, and they had been outside in the darkness. Mr. Dunworthy, Dr. Ahrens, she had cried, and her chest hurt too much to get the words out. You mustn't let them close the drop, she had said to the red-headed man, but he had changed again into a cutthroat, a thief. Nay, he had said, she is but injured. And then the door had opened again, and he had carried her in to be burnt. She was so hot. Samot gun out pleson roshon prenum comet ithri, the woman said, and Kivrin tried to raise her head to drink, but the woman wasn't holding a cup. She was holding a candle close to Kivrin's face. Too close. Her hair would catch fire. De mer de mot nedes dia, the woman said. The candle flickered close to her cheek. Her hair was on fire. Orange and red flames burned along the edges of her hair, catching stray wisps and twisting them into ash. Shh, the woman said, and tried to capture Kivrin's hands, but Kivrin struggled against her until her hands were free. She struck at her hair, trying to put the flames out. Her hands caught fire. Shh, the woman said, and held her hands still. It was not the woman. The hands were too strong. Kivrin tossed her head from side to side, trying to escape the flames, but they were holding her head still, too. Her hair blazed up in a cloud of fire. It was smoky in the room when she woke up. The fire must have gone out while she slept. That had happened to one of the martyrs when they had burned him at the stake. His friends had piled green faggots on the fire, so he would die of the smoke before the fire reached him. But it had put the fire nearly out instead, and he had smouldered for hours. The woman leaned over her. It was so smoky Kivrin couldn't see whether she was young or old. The red-headed man must have put out the fire. He had spread his cloak over her and then gone over to the fire and put it out, kicking it apart with his boots, and the smoke had come up and blinded her. The woman dripped water on her, and the drops sizzled on her skin. How come aren't she trauend den Swile? The woman said. I am Isabel de Beauvrier, Kivrin said. My brother lies ill at Evesham. She could not think of any of the words. Caldemure. Pa said tow the rote. Where am I? She said in English. A face leaned close to hers. How height is tower? It said. It was the cutthroat face of the enchanted wood. She pulled back from it, frightened. Go away, she said. What do you want? In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, he said. Latin, she thought thankfully. There must be a priest here. She tried to raise her head to see past the cutthroat to the priest, but she couldn't. It was too smoky in the room. I could speak Latin, she thought. Mr. Dunworthy made me learn it. You shouldn't have let him in here, she said in Latin. He's a cutthroat. Her throat hurt, and she seemed to have no breath to put behind the words, but from the way the cutthroat drew back in surprise, she knew they had heard her. You must not be afraid, the priest said, and she understood him perfectly. You do but go home again. To the drop, Kivrin said. Are you taking me to the drop? Aspergus me. Domine is sope ut mundabur, the priest said. Thou shalt sprinkle me with hyssop, O Lord, and I shall be cleansed. She could understand him perfectly. Help me, she said in Latin. I must return to the place from where I came. Nominus, the priest said, so softly she couldn't hear him. Name, something about her name. She raised her head. It felt curiously light, as though all her hair had burned away. My name, she said. Can you tell me your name? He said, in Latin. She was supposed to tell them she was Isabel de Beauvrier, daughter of Gilbert de Beauvrier, from the East Riding, but her throat hurt, so she didn't think she could get it out. I have to go back, she said. They won't know where I've gone. Confitio Deo omnipotente, the priest said, from very far away. She couldn't see him. When she tried to look past the cutthroat, all she could see were flames. They must have lit the fire again. Beate Mariae semper Virgini. He's saying the Confitio Deo, she thought, the prayer of confession. The cutthroat shouldn't be here. There shouldn't be anyone else in the room during a confession. It was her turn. She tried to hold her hands in prayer and couldn't, but the priest helped her, and when she couldn't remember the words, he recited them with her. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I confess to Almighty God and to you, Father, that I have sinned exceedingly in thought, word, deed, and omission, through my fault. Mea culpa, she whispered. Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Through my fault, through my fault, through my most grievous fault. But that wasn't right. That wasn't what she was supposed to say. How have you sinned? The priest said. Sinned? She said blankly. Yes, he said gently, leaning so close he was practically whispering in her ear. That you may confess your sins and have God's forgiveness, and enter into the kingdom eternal. All I wanted to do was to go to the Middle Ages, she thought. I worked so hard, learning the languages and the customs and doing everything Mr. Dunworthy told me. All I wanted to do was to be an historian. She swallowed, a feeling like flame. I have not sinned. The priest drew back then, and she thought he had gone away angry because she wouldn't confess her sins. I should have listened to Mr. Dunworthy, she said. I shouldn't have left the drop. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, Amen, the priest said. His voice was gentle, comforting. She felt his cool, cool touch on her forehead. Quid deliquisti, the priest murmured, through this holy unction and his own most tender mercy. He touched her eyes, her ears, her nostrils, so lightly she couldn't feel his hand at all, but only the cool touch of the oil. That isn't part of the sacrament of penance, Kivrin thought. That's the ritual for extreme unction. He's saying the last rites. Don't, Kivrin said. Be not afraid, he said. May the Lord pardon thee whatever offences thou hast committed by walking, he said, and put out the fire that was burning the soles of her feet. Why are you giving me the last rites? Kivrin said, and then remembered they were burning her at the stake. I'm going to die here, she thought, and Mr. Dunworthy will never know what happened to me. My name is Kivrin, she said. Tell Mr. Dunworthy. May you behold your Redeemer face to face, the priest said. Only it was the cutthroat speaking. And standing before him, may you gaze with blessed eyes on the truth made manifest. I'm dying, aren't I? She asked the priest. There is naught to fear, he said, and took her hand. Don't leave me, she said, and clutched his hand. I will not, he said, but she couldn't see him for all the smoke. May Almighty God have mercy upon thee and forgive thee thy sins and bring thee into life everlasting, he said. Please come and get me, Mr. Dunworthy, she said, and the flames roared up between them. Transcript from the Doomsday Book. Domine, mitere, digneris sanctum angelum tuum de celis, qui custodiat, foveat, protegat, visitet, atque defendat, omnis habitantes in hoc habitaculo. Break. Exaudi orationem meum et clamor meus ad te veniat. O Lord, vouchsafe to send thy holy angel from heaven to guard, cherish, protect, visit, and defend all those that are assembled together in this house. Break. Hear my prayer, and let my cry come unto thee. Chapter 9. What is it, Badri? What's wrong? Dunworthy asked. Cold, Badri said. Dunworthy leaned across him and pulled the sheet and blanket up over his shoulders. The blanket seemed pitifully inadequate, as thin as the paper gown Badri was wearing. No wonder he was cold. Thank you, Badri murmured. He pulled his hand out from under the bedclothes and took hold of Dunworthy's. He closed his eyes. Dunworthy glanced anxiously at the displays, but they were as inscrutable as ever. The temp still read 39.9. Badri's hands felt very hot, even through the imperm glove, and the fingernails looked odd, almost a dark blue. Badri's skin seemed darker too, and his face looked somehow thinner even than when they had brought him in. The ward sister, whose outline under her paper robe looked uncomfortably like Mrs. Gadsden's, came in and said gruffly, The list of primary contacts is on the chart. No wonder Badri was afraid of her. CH1, she said, pointing to the keyboard under the first display on the left. A chart divided into hour-long blocks came up on the screen. His own name, Mary's, and the ward sisters were at the top of the chart with the letters SPG after them, in parentheses, presumably to indicate that they were wearing protective garments when they came into contact with him. Scroll, Dunworthy said, and the chart moved up over the screen through the arrival at the hospital, the ambulance medics, the net, the last 2 days. Badri had been in London Monday morning setting up an on-site for Jesus College. He had come up to Oxford on the tube at noon. He had come to see Dunworthy at 2:30 and was there until 4. Dunworthy entered the times on the chart. Badri had told him he'd gone to London Sunday, Though he couldn't remember what time, he entered London. Phone Jesus for time of arrival. "He drifts in and out a good bit," the sister said disapprovingly. "It's the fever." She checked the drips, gave a yank to the bedclothes, and went out. The door's shutting seemed to wake Badri up. His eyes fluttered open. "I need to ask you some questions, Badri," Dunworthy said. "We need to find out who you've seen and talked to. We don't want them to come down with this, and we need you to tell us who they are." "Kivrin," he said. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, but his hand was holding tightly to Dunworthy's. "In the laboratory." "This morning?" Dunworthy said. "Did you see Kivrin before this morning? Did you see her yesterday?" "No." "What did you do yesterday?" "I checked the net," he said weakly, and his hand clung to Dunworthy's. "Were you there all day?" He shook his head, the effort producing a whole series of bleeps and climbs on the displays. "I went to see you." Dunworthy nodded. "You left me a note. What did you do after that? Did you see Kivrin?" "Kivrin," he said. "I checked Pahalski's coordinates." "Were they correct?" He frowned. "Yes." "Are you certain?" "Yes. I verified them twice." He stopped to catch his breath. "I ran an internal check and a comparator." Dunworthy felt a rush of relief. There hadn't been a mistake in the coordinates. "What about the slippage? How much slippage was there?" "Headache," he murmured. "This morning. Must have drunk too much at the dance." "What dance?" "Tired," he murmured. "What dance did you go to?" Dunworthy persisted, feeling like an Inquisition torturer. "When was it? Monday?" "Tuesday," Badri said. "Drank too much." He turned his head away on the pillow. "You rest now," Dunworthy said. He gently disengaged his hand from Badri's. "Try to get some sleep." "Glad you came," Badri said, and reached for it again. Dunworthy held it, watching Badri in the displays by turns as he slept. It was raining. He could hear the patter of drops behind the closed curtains. He had not realized how ill Badri really was. He had been too worried about Kivrin to even think about him. Perhaps he shouldn't be so angry with Montoya and the rest of them. They had their preoccupations too, and none of them had stopped to think what Badri's illness meant, except in terms of the difficulties and inconvenience it caused. Even Mary, talking about needing Bulkley Johnson for an infirmary and the possibilities of an epidemic, hadn't brought home the reality of Badri's illness and what it meant. He had had his antivirals, and yet he lay here with a fever of 39.9. The evening passed. Dunworthy listened to the rain and the chiming of the quarter hours at St. Hilda's, and more distantly, Christchurch. The ward sister informed Dunworthy grimly that she was going off duty, and a much smaller and more cheerful blonde nurse, wearing the insignia of a student, came in to check the drips and look at the displays. Badri struggled in and out of consciousness, with an effort Dunworthy would hardly have described as drifting. He seemed more and more exhausted each time he fought his way back to consciousness, and less able to answer Dunworthy's questions. Dunworthy kept at it mercilessly. The Christmas dance had been in Headington. Badri had gone to a pub afterward. He couldn't remember the name of it. Monday night he had worked alone in the laboratory, checking Pahalski's coordinates. He had come up at noon from London, on the tube. This was impossible. 2 passengers and partygoers and everyone he'd had contact with in London. They would never be able to trace and test all of them, even if Badri knew who they were. "How did you get to Brasenose this morning?" Dunworthy asked the next time Badri drifted awake again. "Morning?" Badri said, looking at the curtained window as if he thought it were morning already. "How long have I been asleep?" Dunworthy didn't know how to answer that. He'd been asleep off and on all evening. "It's 10, he said, looking at his digital. "We brought you into hospital at 1:30. You ran the net this morning. You sent Kivrin through. Do you remember when you began feeling ill?" "What's the date?" Badri said suddenly. "December the 22nd. You've only been here part of one day." "The year," Badri said, attempting to sit up. "What's the year?" Dunworthy glanced anxiously at the displays. His temp was nearly 40.0. "The year is 2054, he said, bending over him to calm him. "It's December the 22nd. "Back up," Badri said. Dunworthy straightened and stepped back from the bed. "Back up," he said again. He pushed himself up farther and looked around the room. "Where's Mr. Dunworthy? I need to speak to him." "I'm right here, Badri." Dunworthy took a step toward the bed and then stopped, afraid of upsetting him. "What did you want to tell me?" "Do you know where he might be, then?" Badri said. "Would you give him this note?" He handed him an imaginary sheet of paper, and Dunworthy realized he must be reliving Tuesday afternoon when he had come to Balliol. "I have to get back to the net." He looked at an imaginary digital. "Is the laboratory open?" "What did you want to talk to Mr. Dunworthy about?" Dunworthy asked. "Was it the slippage?" "No. Back up. You're going to drop it? The lid." He looked straight at Dunworthy, his eyes bright with fever. "What are you waiting for? Go and fetch him." The student nurse came in. "He's delirious," Dunworthy said. She gave Badri a cursory glance and then looked up at the displays. They seemed ominous to Dunworthy, feeding numbers frantically across the screens and zigzagging in 3 dimensions, but the student nurse didn't seem particularly concerned. She looked at each of the displays in turn and calmly began adjusting the flow on the drips. "Let's lie down, all right?" she said, still without looking at Badri, and amazingly, he did. "I thought you'd gone," he said to her, lying back against the pillow. "Thank goodness you're here," he said, and seemed to collapse all over again, though this time there was nowhere to fall. The student nurse hadn't noticed. She was still adjusting the drips. "He's fainted," Dunworthy said. She nodded and began calling reads onto the display. She didn't so much as glance at Badri, who looked deathly pale under his dark skin. "Don't you think you should call a doctor?" Dunworthy said, and the door opened and a tall woman in SPGs came in. She didn't look at Badri either. She read the monitors one by one and then asked, "Indications of pleural involvement?" "Cyanosis and chills," the nurse said. "What's he getting?" "Mixabravin," she said. The doctor took a stethoscope down from the wall, untangling the chest piece from the connecting cord. "Any hemoptysis?" She shook her head. "Cold," Badri said from the bed. Neither of them paid the slightest attention. Badri began to shiver. "Don't drop it. It was China, wasn't it?" "I want 50 cc's of aqueous penicillin and an ASA pack," the doctor said. She sat Badri, shivering harder than ever, up in bed and peeled the Velcro strips of his paper nightgown open. She pressed the stethoscope's chest piece against Badri's back in what seemed to Dunworthy to be a cruel and unusual punishment. "Take a deep breath," the doctor said, her eyes on the display. Badri did, his teeth chattering. "Minor pleural consolidation lower left," the doctor said cryptically, and moved the chest piece over a centimetre. "Another." She moved the chest piece several more times and then said, "Do we have an ident yet?" "Myxovirus," the nurse said, filling a syringe. "Type A." "Sequencing?" "Not yet." She fit the syringe into the cannula and pushed the plunger down. Somewhere outside, a telephone rang. The doctor velcroed the top of Badri's nightgown together, lowered him back to the bed again, and flipped the sheet carelessly over his legs. "Give me a gram stain," she said, and left. The phone was still ringing. Dunworthy longed to pull the blanket up over Badri properly, but the student nurse was hooking another drip onto the stanchion. He waited till she had finished with the drip and gone out, and then straightened the sheet and pulled the blanket carefully up over Badri's shoulders and tucked it in at the side of the bed. "Is that better?" he said. But Badri had already stopped shivering and gone to sleep. Dunworthy looked at the displays. His temp was already down to 39.2, and the previously frantic lines on the other screens were steady and strong. "Mr. Dunworthy," the student nurse's voice came from somewhere on the wall. "There's a telephone call for you. It's a Mr. Finch." Dunworthy opened the door. The student nurse, out of her SPGs, motioned to him to take off his gown. He did, dumping the garments in the large cloth hamper she indicated. "Your spectacles, please," she said. He handed them to her, and she began spritzing disinfectant on them. He picked up the phone, squinting at the screen. "Mr. Dunworthy, I've been looking for you everywhere," Finch said. "The most dreadful thing's happened." "What is it?" Dunworthy said. He glanced at his digital. It was 10 o'clock. Too early for someone to have come down with the virus if the incubation period was 12 hours. "Is someone ill?" "No, sir. It's worse than that. It's Mrs. Gadsden. She's in Oxford. She got through the quarantine perimeter somehow." "I know. The last train. She made them hold the doors." "Yes, well, she called from hospital. She insists on staying at Balliol, and she accused me of not taking proper care of William because I was the one who typed out the tutor assignments, and apparently his tutors made him stay up overvac to read Petrarch." "Tell her we haven't any room. Tell her the dormitories are being sterilised." "I did, sir. But she said in that case she would room with William. I don't like to do that to him, sir." "No," Dunworthy said. "There are some things one shouldn't have to endure even in an epidemic. Have you told William his mother's coming?" "No, sir, I tried, but he's not in college. Tom Gailey told me Mr. Gadsden was visiting a young lady at Shrewsbury, so I rang her up, but there was no answer." "No doubt they're out reading Petrarch somewhere," Dunworthy said, wondering what would happen if Mrs. Gadsden should come upon the unwary couple on her way to Balliol. "I don't see why he should be doing that, sir," Finch said, sounding troubled, "or why his tutor should have assigned Petrarch at all. He's reading for mods." "Yes, well, when Mrs. Gadsden arrives, put her in, Warren." The nurse looked up sharply from polishing his spectacles. "It's across the quad, at any rate. Give her a room that doesn't look out on anything, and check our supply of rash ointment." "Yes, sir," Finch said. "I spoke with the bursar at New College. She said Mr. Basingham told her before he left that he wanted to be free of distractions, but she said she assumed he told someone where he was going, and that she'd try to phone his wife as soon as the lines settled down." "Did you ask about their techs?" "Yes, sir," Finch said. "All of them have gone home for the holidays." "Which of our techs live the closest to Oxford?" Finch thought for a moment. "That would be Andrews, in Reading. Would you like his number?" "Yes, and make me up a list of the others' numbers and addresses." Finch recited Andrews' number. "I've taken steps to remedy the lavatory papers situation. I put up notices with the motto, Waste leads to want." "Wonderful," Dunworthy said. He rang off and tried Andrew's number. It was engaged. The student nurse handed him back his spectacles and a new bundle of SPGs, and he put them on, taking care this time to put the mask on before the cap and to leave the gloves till last. It still took an unconscionable amount of time to array himself. He hoped the nurse would be sufficiently faster if Badri rang the bell for help. He went back in. Badri was still restlessly asleep. He glanced at the display. His temp read 39.4. His head ached. He took off his spectacles and rubbed at the space between his eyes. Then he sat down on the camp stool and looked at the chart of contacts he had pieced together thus far. It could scarcely be called a chart. There were so many gaps in it. The name of the pub Badri had gone to after the dance. Where Badri had been Monday evening and Monday afternoon. He had come up from London on the tube at noon, and Dunworthy had phoned him to ask him to run the net at 2:30. Where had he been those 2.5 hours? And where had he gone Tuesday afternoon after he came to Balliol and left the note saying he'd run a systems check on the net? Back to the laboratory? Or to another pub? He wondered if perhaps someone at Balliol had spoken to Badri while he was there. When Finch called back to inform him of the latest developments in American bell ringers and lavatory paper, he would tell him to ask everyone who'd been in college if they'd seen Badri. The door opened and the student nurse, swathed in SPGs, came in. Dunworthy looked automatically at the displays, but he couldn't see any dramatic changes. Badri was still asleep. The nurse entered some figures on the display, checked the drip, and tugged at a corner of the bedclothes. She opened the curtain and then stood there twisting the cord in her hands. "I couldn't help overhearing you on the telephone," she said. "You mentioned a Mrs. Gadsden. I know it's terribly rude of me to ask, but might that have been William Gadsden's mother you were speaking of?" "Yes," he said, surprised. "William's an undergraduate at Balliol. Do you know him?" "He's a friend of mine," she said, flushing such a bright pink he could see it through her imperm mask. "Ah," he said, wondering when William had time to read Petrarch. "William's mother is here in hospital," he said, feeling he should warn her, but unclear as to whom to warn her about. "It seems she's come to visit him for Christmas." "She's here," the nurse said, flushing an even brighter pink. "I thought we were under quarantine." "Hers was the last train up from London," Dunworthy said wistfully. "Does William know?" "My secretary's attempting to notify him," he said, omitting the bit about the young lady at Shrewsbury. "He's at the Bodleian," she said, "reading Petrarch." She unwrapped the curtain cord from her hand and went out, no doubt to telephone the Bodleian. Badri stirred and murmured something Dunworthy could not make out. He looked flushed, and his breathing seemed more laboured. "Badri?" he said. Badri opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he said. Dunworthy glanced at the monitors. His fever was down 0.5 point, and he seemed more alert than before. "In infirmary," he said. "You collapsed in the lab at Brasenose while you were working the net. Do you remember?" "I remember feeling odd," he said. "Cold. I came to the pub to tell you I'd got the fix." A strange, frightened look came over his face. "You told me there was something wrong," Dunworthy said. "What was it? Was it the slippage?" "Something wrong," Badri repeated. He tried to raise himself on his elbow. "What's wrong with me?" "You're ill," Dunworthy said. "You have the flu." "Ill? I've never been ill." He struggled to sit up. They died, didn't they? Who died? It killed them all. Did you see someone, Badri? This is important. Did someone else have the virus? Virus? He said, and there was obvious relief in his voice. Do I have a virus? Yes, a type of flu. It's not fatal. They've been giving you antimicrobials and an analog's on the way. You'll be recovered in no time. Do you know who you caught it from? Did someone else have the virus? No. He eased himself back down onto the pillow. I thought... Oh! He looked up in alarm at Dunworthy. There's something wrong, he said desperately. What is it? He reached for the bell. What's wrong? His eyes were wide with fright. It hurts. Dunworthy pushed the bell. The nurse and a house officer came in immediately and went through their routine again, prodding him with the icy stethoscope. He complained of being cold, Dunworthy said, and of something hurting. Where does it hurt? The house officer said, looking at a display. Here, Badri said. He pressed his hand to the right side of his chest. He began to shiver again. Lower right pleurisy, the house officer said. Hurts when I breathe, Badri said through chattering teeth. There's something wrong. Something wrong. He hadn't meant the fakes. He had meant that something was wrong with him. He was how old? Kivrin's age? They had begun giving routine rhinovirus antivirals nearly 20 years ago. It was entirely possible that when he'd said he'd never been ill, he meant he'd never had so much as a cold. Oxygen? The nurse said. Not yet, the house officer said on his way out. Start him on 200 units of chloramphenicol. The nurse laid Badri back down, attached a piggyback to the drip, watched Badri's temp drop for a minute and went out. Dunworthy looked out the window at the rainy night. I remember feeling odd, he had said. Not ill. Odd. Someone who'd never had a cold wouldn't know what to make of a fever or chills. He would only have known something was wrong, and would have left the net and hurried to the pub to tell someone. Have to tell Dunworthy. Something wrong. Dunworthy took off his spectacles and rubbed his eyes. The disinfectant made them smart. He felt exhausted. He had said he couldn't relax until he knew Kivrin was all right. Badri was asleep, the harshness of his breathing taken away by the impersonal magic of the doctors. And Kivrin was asleep too, in a flea-ridden bed 700 years away. Or wide awake, impressing the contempts with her table manners and her dirty fingernails, or kneeling on a filthy stone floor telling her adventures into her hands. He must have dozed off. He dreamed he heard a telephone ringing. It was Finch. He told him the Americans were threatening to sue for insufficient supplies of lavatory paper and that the vicar had called with the scripture, "It's Matthew 2:11, Finch said. Waste leads to want." And at that point the nurse opened the door and told him Mary needed him to meet her in casualties. He looked at his digital. It was 4:20. Badri was still asleep, looking almost peaceful. The nurse met him outside with the disinfectant bottle and told him to take the elevator. The smell of disinfectant from his spectacles helped wake him up. By the time he reached the ground floor, he was almost awake. Mary was there, waiting for him, in a mask and the rest of it. "We've got another case," she said, handing him a bundle of SPGs. "It's one of the detainees. It might be someone from that crowd of shoppers. I want you to try to identify her." He got into the garments as clumsily as the first time, nearly tearing the gown in his efforts to get the Velcro strips apart. "There were dozens of shoppers on the high," he said, pulling the gloves on. "And I was watching Badri. I doubt that I could identify anyone on that street." "I know," Mary said. She led the way down the corridor and through the door to casualties. It seemed like years since he'd been there. Ahead, a cluster of people, all anonymous in paper, were wheeling a stretcher trolley in. The house officer, also papered, was taking information from a thin, frightened-looking woman in a wet mackintosh and matching rain hat. "Her name is Beverly Breen," the woman told him in a faint voice. 226 Plover Way, Surbiton. I knew something was wrong. She kept saying we needed to take the tube to Northampton. She was carrying an umbrella and a large handbag, and when the house officer asked for the patient's NHS number, she leaned the umbrella against the admissions desk, opened the handbag, and looked through it. "She was just brought in from the tube station, complaining of headache and chills," Mary said. "She was in line to be assigned lodging." She signalled the medics to stop the stretcher trolley and pulled the blanket back from the woman's neck and chest so he could get a better look at her. But he didn't need to. The woman in the wet mac had found the card. She handed it to the officer, picked up the umbrella, the handbag, and a sheaf of vari-coloured papers, and came over to the stretcher trolley carrying them. The umbrella was a large one. It was covered with lavender violets. "Badri collided with her on the way back to the net," Dunworthy said. "Are you absolutely certain?" Mary said. He pointed at the woman's friend, who had sat down now and was filling out forms. "I recognize the umbrella." "What time was that?" she said. "Not positive. 1:30? "What type of contact was it? Did he touch her?" "He ran straight into her," he said, trying to recall the scene. "He collided with the umbrella, and then he told her he was sorry, and she yelled at him for a bit. He picked up the umbrella and handed it to her." "Did he cough or sneeze?" "I can't remember." The woman was being wheeled into casualties. Mary stood up. "I want her put in isolation," she said, and started after them. The woman's friend stood up, dropping one of the forms and clutching the others awkwardly to her chest. "Isolation?" she said frightenedly. "What's wrong with her?" "Come with me, please," Mary said to her, and led her off somewhere to have her blood taken and her friend's umbrella spritzed with disinfectant, before Dunworthy could ask her whether she wanted him to wait for her. He started to ask the registrar, and then sat down, tiredly, in one of the chairs against the wall. There was an inspirational brochure on the chair next to him. Its title was "The Importance of a Good Night's Sleep." His neck hurt from his uncomfortable sleep on the camp stool, and his eyes were smarting again. He supposed he should go back up to Badri's room, but he wasn't certain he had the energy to put on another set of SPGs, and he didn't think he could bear to wake Badri and ask him who else would be shortly wheeled into casualties with a temp of 39.5. At any rate, Kivrin wouldn't be one of them. It was 4:30. Badri had collided with the woman with the lavender umbrella at 1:30. That meant an incubation of 15 hours, and 15 hours ago, Kivrin had been fully protected. Mary came back, her cap off and her mask dangling from her neck. Her hair was in disarray, and she looked as bone-weary as Dunworthy felt. "I'm discharging Mrs. Gadsden," she told the registrar. "She's to be back here at 7 for a blood test." She came over to where Dunworthy was sitting. "I'd forgotten all about her," she said, smiling. "She was rather upset. She threatened to sue me for unlawful detainment." "She should get along well with my bell ringers. They're threatening to go to court over involuntary breach of contract." Mary ran her hand through her disorderly hair. "We got an ident from the World Influenza Centre on the influenza virus." She stood up as if she had had a sudden infusion of energy. "I could do with a cup of tea," she said. "Come along." Dunworthy glanced at the registrar, who was watching them attentively, and hauled himself to his feet. "I'll be in the surgical waiting room," Mary said to the registrar. "Yes, doctor," the registrar said. "I couldn't help overhearing your conversation," she said, hesitantly. Mary stiffened. You told me you were discharging Mrs. Gadsden, and then I heard you mention the name William. And I was just wondering if Mrs. Gadsden is by any chance William Gadsden's mother."
"Yes," Mary said, looking puzzled. "You're a friend of his?"
Dunworthy said, wondering if she would blush like the blonde student nurse. She did. "I've come to know him rather well this vac. He's stayed up to read Petrarch."
"Among other things,"
Dunworthy said, and while she was busy blushing, steered Mary past the no-entrance isolation area sign and down the corridor. "What in heaven's name was that all about?" she asked.
"Sickly William is even more self-sufficient than we had at first assumed," he said, and opened the door to the waiting room.
Mary flicked the light on and went over to the tea trolley. She shook the electric kettle and disappeared into the WC with it. He sat down. Someone had taken away the tray of blood-testing equipment and moved the end table back to its proper place. But Mary's shopping bag was still sitting in the middle of the floor. He leaned forward and moved it over next to the chairs. Mary reappeared with the kettle. She bent and plugged it in. "Did you have any luck discovering Badri's contacts?" she said.
"If you could call it that. He went to a Christmas dance in Headington last night. He took the tube both ways. How bad is it?"
Mary opened 2 tea packets and draped them over the cups. "There's only powdered milk, I'm afraid. Do you know if he's had any contact recently with someone from the States?"
"No. Why?"
"Do you take sugar?"
"How bad is it?"
She poured powdered milk into the cups. "The bad news is that Badri's very ill." She spooned in sugar.
"He had his seasonals through the university, which requires broader spectrum protection than the NHS. He should be completely protected against a 5-point shift and partially resistant to a 10-point shift. But he's exhibiting full influenza symptoms, which indicates a major mutation."
The kettle was screaming.
"Which means an epidemic?"
"Yes."
"A pandemic?"
"Possibly.
If the WIC can't sequence the virus quickly, or the staff bolts, or the quarantine doesn't hold."
She unplugged the kettle and poured hot water into their cups.
"The good news is that the WIC thinks it's an influenza that originated in South Carolina."
She brought a cup over to Dunworthy.
"In which case it's already been sequenced and an analogue and vaccine manufactured. It responds well to antimicrobials and symptomatic treatment, and it's not fatal." "How long is its incubation period?"
12 to 48 hours. She stood against the tea trolley and took a sip of tea. "The WIC is sending blood samples to the CDC in Atlanta for matching, and they're sending their recommended course of treatment."
"When did Kivrin check into infirmary on Monday for antivirals?"
3 o'clock, Mary said. "She was here until 9 the next morning. I kept her overnight to ensure she's got a good night's sleep."
"Badri says he didn't see her yesterday," Dunworthy said. "But he could have had contact with her Monday before she went into infirmary."
"She'd need to have been exposed before her antiviral inoculation, and the virus have had a chance to replicate unchecked for her to be in danger, James," Mary said. "Even if she did see Badri Monday or Tuesday, she's in less danger of developing symptoms than you are." She looked seriously at him over her teacup. "You're still worried over the fix, aren't you?" He half shook his head.
"Badri says he checked the apprentices' coordinates and they were correct, and he'd already told Gilchrist the slippage was minimal," he said, wishing Badri had answered him when he asked him about the slippage.
"What else is there that can have gone wrong?" Mary asked.
"I don't know. Nothing. Except that she's alone in the Middle Ages."
Mary set her cup of tea down on the trolley. "She may be safer there than here. We're going to have a good many ill patients. Influenza spreads like wildfire, and the quarantine will only make it worse.
The medical staff are always the first exposed. If they come down with it or the supply of antimicrobials gives out, this century could be the one that's a 10. She pushed her hand tiredly over her untidy hair. Sorry, it's the fatigue speaking. This isn't the Middle Ages, after all. It's not even the 20th century. We have metabolizers and adjuvants, and if it's the South Carolina virus, we've an analog and a vaccine. But I'm still glad Colin and Kivrin are safely out of this. Safely in the Middle Ages, Dunworthy said. Mary smiled at him. With the cutthroats. The door banged open. A tallish, blond boy with large feet and a rugby duffel came in, dripping water on the floor. Colin, Mary said. So this is where you've got to, Colin said. I've been looking everywhere for you. Transcript from the Doomsday Book. Mr. Dunworthy. Ad adjuvandum me festina. Make haste to help me. Book 2. In the bleak midwinter, frosty wind made moan. Earth stood hard as iron, water like a stone. Snow had fallen, snow on snow, snow on snow, in the bleak midwinter, long ago. Christina Rossetti. Chapter 10. The fire was out. Kivrin could still smell smoke in the room, but she knew it was from a fire burning in a hearth somewhere. It's no wonder, she thought, chimneys didn't become extant in England until the late 14th century, and this is only 1320. And as soon as she had formed the thought, awareness of the rest of it came. I am in 1320, and I've been ill. I've had a fever. For a while she didn't think any further than that. It was peaceful just to lie there and rest. She felt worn out, as if she had come through some terrible ordeal that took all her strength. I thought they were trying to burn me at the stake, she thought. She remembered struggling against them and the flames leaping up, licking at her hands, burning her hair. They had to cut off my hair, she thought, and wondered if that were a memory or something she had dreamed. She was too tired to raise her hand to her hair, too tired to even try to remember. I have been very ill, she thought. They gave me the last rites. There is naught to fear, he had said. You do but go home again. Requiescat in pace. And slept. When she woke again, it was dark in the room, and a bell was ringing a long way off. She had the idea that it had been ringing for a long time, the way the lone bell had rung when she came through. But after a minute another one chimed in, and then one so close it seemed to be just outside the window, drowning out the others as they rang. Matins, Kivrin thought, and seemed to remember them ringing like that before, a ragged, out-of-tune chiming that matched the beating of her heart. But that was impossible. She must have dreamed it. She had dreamed they were burning her at the stake. She had dreamed they cut off her hair. She had dreamed the contempt spoke a language she didn't understand. The nearest bell stopped, and the others went on for a while, as if glad of the opportunity to make themselves heard, and Kivrin remembered that too. How long had she been here? It had been night, and now it was morning. It seemed like one night, but now she remembered the faces leaning over her, when the woman had brought her the cup, and again when the priest had come in and the cutthroat with him. She had been able to see them clearly, without the flicker of unsteady candlelight.
And in between she remembered darkness, and the smoky light of tallow lamps, and the bells, ringing and stopping and ringing again. She felt a sudden stab of panic. How long had she been lying here? What if she had been ill for weeks and had already missed the rendezvous? But that was impossible. People weren't delirious for weeks, even if they had typhoid fever, and she couldn't have typhoid fever. She had had her inoculations. It was cold in the room, as if the fire had gone out in the night. She felt for the bed coverings, and hands came up out of the dark immediately and pulled something soft over her shoulders. "Thank you," Kivrin said, and slept. The cold woke her again, and she had the feeling she had only slept a few moments, though there was a little light in the room now. It came from a narrow window recessed in the stone wall. The window's shutters had been opened, and that was where the cold was coming from, too. A woman was standing on tiptoe on the stone seat under the window, fastening a cloth over the opening. She was wearing a black robe and a white wimple and coif, and for a moment Kivrin thought, "I'm in a nunnery," and then remembered that women in the 1300s covered their hair when they were married. Only unmarried girls wore their hair loose and uncovered. The woman didn't look old enough to be married, or to be a nun either. There had been a woman in the room while she was ill, but that woman had been much older. When Kivrin had clutched at her hands in her delirium, they had been rough and wrinkled, and the woman's voice had been harsh with age, though perhaps that had been part of the delirium too. The woman leaned into the light from the window. The white coif was yellowed, and it was not a robe, but a kirtle like Kivrin's, with a dark green surcoat over it. It was badly dyed, and looked like it had been made from a burlap sack, the weave so large Kivrin could see it easily, even in the dim light. She must be a servant, then. But servants didn't wear linen wimples or carry bunches of keys like the one that hung from the woman's belt. She had to be a person of some importance. The housekeeper, perhaps. And this was a place of importance, probably not a castle, because the wall the bed lay up against wasn't stone. It was unfinished wood, but very likely a manor house of at least the first order of nobility, a minor baron, and possibly higher than that. The bed she was lying in was a real bed, with a raised wooden frame and hangings and stiff linen sheets, not just a pallet, and the coverings were fur. The stone seat under the window had embroidered cushions on it. The woman tied the cloth to little projections of stone on either side of the narrow window, stepped down from the window seat, and leaned over to get something. Kivrin couldn't see what it was because the bed hangings obstructed her view. They were heavy, almost like rugs, and had been pulled back and tied with what looked like rope. The woman straightened up again, holding a wooden bowl, and then, catching her skirts up with her free hand, stepped onto the window seat and began brushing something thick onto the cloth. Oil, Kivrin thought. No, wax. Waxed linen used in place of glass in windows. Glass was supposed to have been common in 14th century manor houses. The nobility was supposed to have carried glass windows along with the luggage and the furniture when they travelled from house to house. I must get this on the corder, Kivrin thought, that some manor houses didn't have glass windows. And she raised her hands and pressed them together, but the effort of holding them up was too great, and she let them fall back onto the coverings. The woman glanced over toward the bed, and then turned back to the window, and went on painting the cloth with long, unconcerned strokes. I must be getting better, Kivrin thought. She was right by the bed the whole time I was ill. She wondered again how long that time had been. I will have to find out, she thought, and then I must find the drop. It couldn't be very far. If this was the village, she had intended to go to, the drop wasn't more than a mile away. She tried to remember how long the trip to the village had taken. It had seemed to take a long time. The cutthroat had put her on a white horse, and it had had bells on its harness. But he wasn't a cutthroat. He was a kind-looking young man with red hair. She would have to ask the name of the village she had been brought to, and hopefully it would be Skengate. But even if it wasn't, she would know from the name where she was in relation to the drop. And, of course, as soon as she was a little stronger, they could show her where it was. "What is the name of this village you have brought me to?" She had not been able to think of the words last night, but that was because of the fever, of course. She had no trouble now. Mr. Latimer had spent months on her pronunciation. They would certainly be able to understand "in water loaned am e," or even "water be this a holdin." And even if there was some variation in local dialect, the interpreter would automatically correct it. "What a place hast thou brought me?" Kivrin said. The woman turned, looked startled. She stepped down from the window seat, still holding the bowl in one hand and the brush in the other. Only it wasn't a brush, Kivrin could see as she approached the bed. It was a squarish wooden spoon with a nearly flat bowl. "Got to be placed, thou sliver," the woman said, holding spoon and bowl together in front of her. "Betten out, Augusta." The interpreter was supposed to translate what was said immediately. Maybe Kivrin's pronunciation was all off, so far off that the woman thought she was speaking a foreign language and was trying to answer her in clumsy French or German. "What a place hast thou brought me?" she said slowly, so the interpreter would have time to translate what she said. "Wig landa be ye common la dauka, a tringo de le de snorma and thou six strangalandus. Spekel for ikwanot auf to talud breda." "Leos shares lusti," a voice said. The woman turned around to look at a door Kivrin couldn't see, and another woman came in, much older, her face under the coif wrinkled, and her hands, the hands Kivrin remembered from her delirium, rough and old. She was wearing a silver chain and carrying a small leather chest. It looked like the casket Kivrin had brought through with her, but it was smaller and bound with iron instead of brass. She set the casket down on the window seat. "Thou speakeret dermed." She remembered the voice, too, harsh and almost angry sounding, speaking to the woman by Kivrin's bed as if she were a servant. Well, perhaps she was, and this was the lady of the house, though her coif was no whiter, her dress no finer. But there weren't any keys at her belt, and now Kivrin remembered that it wasn't the housekeeper who carried the keys, but the lady of the house. The lady of the manor, in yellowed linen and badly dyed burlap, which meant that Kivrin's dress was all wrong as Latimer's pronunciations, as wrong as Dr. Aron's assurances that she would not get any medieval diseases. "I had my inoculations," she murmured, and both women turned to look at her. "Elivish, what would a store fjendenis?" the older woman asked sharply. Was she the younger woman's mother, or her mother-in-law, or her nurse? Kivrin had no idea. None of the words she'd said, not even a proper name or a form of address, separated itself out. "Me think around the Dumbla," the younger woman said, and the older one answered, "No, neta bachos daruta." Nothing. Shorter sentences were supposed to be easier to translate, but Kivrin couldn't even tell whether she had said one word or several. The younger woman's chin in the tight coif lifted angrily. "Certesan, shidavnum, volda de rai serios," she said sharply. Kivrin wondered if they were arguing over what to do with her. She pushed on the coverlet with her weak hands, as if she could push herself away from them, and the young woman set down her bowl and spoon and came immediately up beside the bed. "Spegen you voor te gaan, Glace?" she said. And it might be good morning, or are you feeling better, or we're burning you at dawn, for all Kivrin knew. Perhaps her illness was keeping the interpreter from working. Perhaps when the fever went down she would understand everything they said. The old woman knelt beside the bed, holding a small silver box at the end of the chain between her folded hands, and began to pray. The young woman leaned forward to look at Kivrin's forehead, and then reached around behind her head, doing something that pulled at Kivrin's hair, and she realized they must have bandaged the wound on her forehead. She touched her hand to the cloth, and then put it on her neck, feeling for her tangled locks. But there was nothing there. Her hair ended in a ragged fringe just below her ears. "We moeten die attent," the young woman said worriedly. "For te gewoon want so." She was giving Kivrin some kind of explanation, though Kivrin couldn't understand it. And actually, she did understand it. She had been very ill, so ill she had thought her hair was on fire. She remembered someone, the old woman, trying to grab at her hands and her flailing wildly at the flames. They had had no alternative. And Kivrin had hated the unwieldy mass of hair and the endless time it took to brush it, had worried about how medieval women wore their hair, whether they braided it or not, and wondered how on earth she was going to get through 2 weeks without washing it. She should be glad they had cut it off, but all she could think of was Joan of Arc, who had had short hair, whom they had burned at the stake. The young woman had drawn her hands back from the bandage and was watching Kivrin, looking frightened. Kivrin smiled at her, a little quaveringly, and she smiled back. She had a gap where 2 teeth were missing on the right side of her mouth, and the tooth next to the gap was brown. But when she smiled, she looked no older than a first-year student. She finished untying the bandage and laid it on the coverlet. It was the same yellowed linen as her coif, but torn into fraying strips and stained with brownish blood. There was more blood than Kivrin would have thought there would be. Mr. Gilchrist's wound must have started bleeding again. The woman touched Kivrin's temple nervously, as if she wasn't sure what to do. "Yeks je hongroet," she said, and put one hand behind Kivrin's neck and helped her raise her head. Her head felt terribly light. That must be because of my hair, Kivrin thought. The older woman handed the young one a wooden bowl, and she put it to Kivrin's lips. Kivrin sipped carefully at it, thinking confusedly that it was the same bowl that had held the wax. It wasn't. And it wasn't the drink they'd given her before. It was a thin, grainy gruel, less bitter than the drink last night, with a greasy aftertaste. "Das holde naive gross vitale trawaita," the older woman said, her voice harsh with impatient criticism. Definitely her mother-in-law, Kivrin thought. "Schmota lesa huefruas," the young woman answered back mildly. The gruel tasted good. Kivrin tried to drink it all, but after only a few sips she felt worn out. The young woman handed the bowl to the older one, who had come around to the side of the bed too, and eased Kivrin's head back down onto the pillow. She picked up the bloody bandage, touched Kivrin's temple again as if she were debating whether to put the bandage back on again, and then handed it to the other woman, who set it and the bowl down on the chest that must be at the foot of the bed. "Lo ligashtialawa," the young woman said, smiling her gap-toothed smile, and there was no mistaking her tone, even though she couldn't make out the words at all. The woman had told her to go to sleep. She closed her eyes. "Der Mädel shall ausbrechen now," the older woman said, and they left the room, shutting the heavy door behind them. Kivrin repeated the words slowly to herself, trying to catch some familiar word. The interpreter was supposed to enhance her ability to separate out phonemes and recognize syntactical patterns, not just store Middle English vocabulary. But she might as well be listening to Serbo-Croatian. And maybe I am, she thought. Who knows where they brought me? I was delirious. Maybe the cutthroat put me on a boat and took me across the channel. She knew that wasn't possible. She remembered most of the night's journey, even though it had a disjointed, dreamlike quality to it. I fell off the horse, she thought, and a red-headed man picked me up, and we came past a church. She frowned, trying to remember more about the direction they had travelled. They had headed into the woods away from the thicket, and then came to a road, and the road forked, and that was where she had fallen off. If she could find the fork in the road, perhaps she could find the drop from there. The fork was only a little way from the tower. But if the drop was that close, she was in Skendgate, and the women were speaking Middle English. But if they were speaking Middle English, why couldn't she understand them? Maybe I hit my head when I fell off the horse, and it's done something to the interpreter, she thought. But she had not hit her head. She had let go and slid down until she was sitting on the road. It's the fever, she thought. It's somehow keeping the interpreter from recognizing the words. It recognized the Latin, she thought, and a little knot of fear began to form in her chest. It recognized the Latin. And I can't be ill. I had my inoculations. She remembered suddenly that her antiviral inoculation had itched and made a lump under her arm, but Dr. Ahrens had checked it just before she came through. Dr. Ahrens had said it was all right, and none of her other inoculations had itched except the plague inoculation. I can't have the plague, she thought. I don't have any of the symptoms. Plague victims had huge lumps under their arms and on the insides of their thighs. They vomited blood, and the blood vessels under their skin ruptured and turned black. It wasn't the plague. But what was it? And how had she contracted it? She had been inoculated against every major disease extant in 1320, and anyway, she hadn't been exposed to any disease. She had begun to have symptoms as soon as she came through, before she had even met anyone. Germs didn't just hover near a drop, waiting for someone to come through. They had to be spread by contact or sneezing or fleas. The plague had been spread by fleas. It's not the plague, she told herself firmly. People who have the plague don't wonder if they have it. They're too busy dying. It wasn't the plague. The fleas that had spread it lived on rats and humans, not out in the middle of a forest, and the Black Death hadn't reached England till 1348. It must be some medieval disease Dr. Ahrens hadn't known about. There had been all sorts of strange diseases in the Middle Ages. The King's Evil and St. Vitus's Dance and unnamed fevers. It must be one of them. And it had taken her enhanced immune system a while to figure out what it was and begin fighting it. But now it had, and her temperature was down, and the interpreter would begin working. All she had to do was rest, and wait, and get better. Comforted by that thought, she closed her eyes again and slept. Someone was touching her. She opened her eyes. It was the mother-in-law. She was examining Kivrin's hands, turning them over and over again in hers, rubbing her chapped forefinger along the backs, scrutinizing the nails. When she saw Kivrin's eyes were open, she dropped her hands, as if in disgust, and said, "Servust, awfully brash, at least, but good der Wukenschach as voltu?" Nothing. Kivrin had hoped that somehow, while she slept, the interpreter's enhancers would have sorted and deciphered everything she'd heard, and she would wake to find the interpreter working. But their words were still unintelligible. It sounded a little like French, with its dropped endings and delicate rising inflections. But Kivrin knew Norman French. Mr. Dunworthy had made her learn it, and she couldn't make out any of the words. "Hast thou no de pressa?"
the old woman said. It sounded like a question, but all French sounded like a question. The old woman took hold of Kivrin's arm with one rough hand and put her other arm around her, as if to help her up. I'm too ill to get up, Kivrin thought. Why would she make me get up? To be questioned? To be burned? The younger woman came into the room, carrying a footed cup. She set it down on the window seat and came to take Kivrin's other arm. Est Tontina tu nervosa? She asked, smiling her gap-toothed smile at Kivrin, and Kivrin thought, maybe they're taking me to the bathroom, and made an effort to sit up and put her legs over the side of the bed. She was immediately dizzy. She sat, her bare legs dangling over the side of the high bed, waiting for it to pass. She was wearing her linen shift and nothing else. She wondered where her clothes were. At least they'd let her keep her shift. People in the Middle Ages didn't usually wear anything to bed. People in the Middle Ages didn't have indoor plumbing either, she thought, and hoped she wouldn't have to go outside to a privy. Castles sometimes had enclosed guard robes, or corners over a shaft that had to be cleaned out at the bottom, but this wasn't a castle. The young woman put a thin folded blanket around Kivrin's shoulders like a shawl, and they both helped her off the bed. The planked wooden floor was icy. She took a few steps and was dizzy all over again. I'll never make it all the way outside, she thought. Worden ze woed na droejause de jardin? The old woman said sharply, and Kivrin thought she recognized jardin, the French for garden. But why would they be discussing gardens? Flanwe mon holobanhoe, the young woman said, putting her arm around Kivrin and draping Kivrin's arm over her shoulders. The old woman gripped her other arm with both hands. She scarcely came to Kivrin's shoulder, and the young woman didn't look like she weighed more than 90 pounds, but between them they walked her to the end of the bed. Kivrin got dizzier with every step. I'll never make it all the way outside, she thought, but they had stopped at the end of the bed. There was a chest there, a low wooden box with a bird or possibly an angel carved roughly into the top. On it lay a wooden basin full of water, the bloody bandage that had been around Kivrin's forehead, and a smaller empty bowl. Kivrin, concentrating on not falling over, didn't realize what it was until the old woman said, Soon namur dua out pundre your seta, and pantomimed lifting her heavy skirts and sitting on it. A chamber pot, Kivrin thought gratefully. Mr. Dunworthy, chamber pots were extant in country village manor houses in 1320. She nodded to show that she understood, and let them ease her down onto it. Though she was so dizzy, she had to grab at the heavy bed hangings to keep from falling, and her chest hurt so badly when she tried to stand up again that she doubled over. Misery! The old woman shouted toward the door. Misery como tere harpun! And the inflection indicated clearly that she was calling someone. Marjorie? Mary? To come and help? But no one appeared, so perhaps she was wrong about that too. She straightened a little, testing the pain, and then tried to stand up, and the pain had lessened a little. But they still had to nearly carry her back to the bed, and she was exhausted by the time she was back under the bed coverings. She closed her eyes. Slepon donu paudaton, the young woman said, and she had to be saying rest or go to sleep, but she still couldn't decipher it. The interpreter's broken, she thought, and the little knot of panic started to form again, worse than the pain in her chest. It can't be broken, she told herself. It's not a machine. It's a chemical syntax, a memory enhancer. It can't be broken. It could only work with words in its memory, though, and obviously Mr. Latimer's Middle English was useless. One that April with his shure soaked, Mr. Latimer's pronunciations were so far off the interpreter couldn't recognize what it was hearing as the same words. But that didn't mean it was broken. It only meant it had to collect new data, and the few sentences it had heard so far weren't enough. It recognized the Latin, she thought, and the panic stabbed at her again, but she resisted it. It had been able to recognize the Latin because the rite of extreme unction was a set piece. She had already known what words should be there. The words the women spoke weren't a set piece, but they were still decipherable. Proper names, forms of address, nouns and verbs and prepositional phrases would appear in set positions that repeated again and again. They would separate themselves out rapidly, and the interpreter would be able to use them as the key to the rest of the code. And what she needed to do now was collect data, listen to what was said without even trying to understand it, and let the interpreter work. Sin kuara huwendis mutala? The young woman asked. God tell on what is, the old woman said. A bell began to ring far away. Kivrin opened her eyes. Both women had turned to look at the window, even though they couldn't see through the linen. Birwichpa gansanen, the young woman said. The old woman didn't answer. She was staring at the window, as if she could see past the stiffened linen, her hands clasped in front of her as if in prayer. Eitrit is de fevre blaun, the young woman said, and in spite of her resolution, Kivrin tried to make it into, it is time for vespers, or there is the vespers bell. But it wasn't vespers. The bell went on tolling, and no other bells joined in. She wondered if it was the bell she'd heard before, ringing all alone in the late afternoon. The old woman turned abruptly away from the window. Nee, Louise. Niet baan de wolfen. She picked up the chamber pot from the wooden chest. Go on with this bid. There was a sudden scuffling outside the door, a sound of footsteps running upstairs and a child's voice crying, Moeder, is May? A little girl burst into the room, blonde braids and cap strings flying, nearly colliding with the old woman and the chamber pot. The child's round face was red and smeared with tears. You're your ladlos for shamanachs, the old woman growled at her, lifting the treacherous bowl out of reach. You're man narunsonos. The little girl paid no attention to her. She ran straight at the young woman, sobbing, Well, someone had my schmetter, Moeder. Kivrin gasped. Moeder? That had to be Mother. The little girl held up her arms, and her mother, oh yes, definitely Mother, picked her up. She fastened her arms around her mother's neck and began to howl. Shh, Anhus, shush, the mother said. That guttural's a G, Kivrin thought, a hacking German G. Shh, Agnes. Still holding her, the mother sat down on the window seat. She wiped at the tears with the tail of her coif. Speke nou die grootste bevels, Agnes. Yes, definitely Agnes. And Specken was tell. Tell me what happened. She's my sweater, Agnes said, pointing at another child who had just come into the room. The second girl was considerably older, 9 or 10 at least. She had long brown hair that hung down her back and was held in place by a dark blue kerchief. It ganna so news, she said. The picture when in gown distress. And there was no mistaking that combination of affection and contempt. She didn't look like the blonde little girl, but Kivrin was willing to bet this dark-haired girl was the little one's older sister. She picked her enig ounst iris, Mother. Mother again. And she was she. And picked her must be fell. It sounded French, but the key to this was German. The pronunciations, the constructions were German. Kivrin could almost feel it click into place. Na confit das always, the older woman said. Shalt na wonders? Who teres been fornat misgain thy pitié. Honey gan full bloody, the woman said, but Kivrin couldn't hear her. She was hearing instead the interpreter's translation, still clumsy and obviously more than a beat behind, but a translation. Don't pamper her, Eloise. She is not injured. Her tears are but to get your attention. And the mother, whose name was Eloise, her knee is bleeding. Rosamond, Brangund Olvist from Crofre, she said, pointing at the foot of the bed, and the interpreter was right behind her. Rosamond, fetch me the cloth on the chest. The 10-year-old moved immediately toward the trunk at the foot of the bed. The older girl was Rosamond, and the little one was Agnes, and the impossibly young mother in her wimple and coif was Eloise. Rosamond held out a frayed cloth that must surely be the one Eloise had taken off Kivrin's forehead. "Touch it not! Touch it not!" Agnes screamed, and Kivrin wouldn't have even needed the interpreter for that one. It was still far more than a beat behind. "I would but tie a cloth to stop the bleeding," Eloise said, taking the rag from Rosamond. Agnes tried to push it away. "The cloth will not—" There was a blank space, as if the interpreter didn't know a word, and then, "You, Agnes." The word was obviously hurt or harm, and Kivrin wondered if the interpreter had not had the word in its memory, and why it couldn't have come up with an approximation from context. "Will pronounce," Agnes shouted, and the interpreter echoed, "It will," and then the blank again. The space must be so that she could hear the actual word and make her own guess at its meaning. It wasn't a bad idea, but the interpreter was so far behind the space that Kivrin couldn't hear the word she was intended to. If the interpreter did this every time it didn't recognize a word, she was in serious trouble. "It will pronounce," Agnes wailed, pushing her mother's hand away from her knee. "It will pain," the interpreter whispered, and Kivrin felt relieved that it had managed to come up with something, even though to pain was scarcely a verb. "How came you to fall?" Eloise asked to distract Agnes. "She was running up the stairs," Rosamond said. "She was running to give you the news that had come." The interpreter left a space again, but Kivrin caught the word this time. Garwin, which was probably a proper name, and the interpreter had apparently reached the same conclusion, because by the time Agnes had shrieked, "I would have told Mother Garwin had come," the interpreter included it in the translation. "I would have told," Agnes said, really crying now, and buried her face against her mother, who promptly took advantage of the opportunity to tie the bandage around Agnes's knee. "You can tell me now," she said. Agnes shook her buried head. "You tie the bandage too loosely, daughter-in-law," the older woman said. "It will but fall away." The bandage looked tight enough to Kivrin, and obviously any attempt to bind the wound tighter would result in renewed screams. The old woman was still holding the chamber pot in both hands. Kivrin wondered why she didn't go empty it. "Shh, shh," Eloise said, rocking the little girl gently and patting her back. "I would fain have you tell me." "Pride goes before a fall," the old woman said, seemingly determined to make Agnes cry again. "You were to blame that you fell. You should not have run on the stairs." "Was Garwin riding a white mare?" Eloise asked. A white mare? Kivrin wondered if Garwin could be the man who had helped her onto his horse and brought her to the manor. "Nay," Agnes said in a tone that indicated her mother had made some sort of joke. "He was riding his own black stallion Gringolet, and he rode up to me and said, 'Good Lady Agnes, I would speak with your mother.'" "Rosamond, your sister was hurt because of your carelessness," the old woman said. She hadn't succeeded in upsetting Agnes,
so she decided to go after some other victim. "Why were you not tending her?" "I was at my broidery," Rosamond said, looking to her mother for support. "Maisry was to keep watch over her." "Maisry went out to see Garwin," Agnes said, sitting up on her mother's lap. "And dally with the stable boy," the old woman said. She went to the door and shouted, "Maisry!" Maisry. That was the name the old woman had called out before, and now the interpreter wasn't even leaving spaces when it came to proper names. Kivrin didn't know who Maisry was, probably a servant, but if the way things were going was any indication, Maisry was going to be in a lot of trouble. The old woman was determined to find a victim, and the missing Maisry seemed perfect. "Maisry!" she shouted again, and the name echoed. Rosamond took the opportunity to go and stand beside her mother. "Garwin bade us tell you he begged leave to come and speak with you." "Waits he below?" Eloise asked. "Nay. He went first to the church to speak of the lady with Father Rock." Pride goes before a fall. The interpreter was obviously getting overconfident. Father Rolf, perhaps, or Father Peter. Obviously not Father Rock. "Why went he to speak to Father Rock?" the old woman demanded, coming back into the room. Kivrin tried to hear the real word under the maddening whisper of the translation. Roche? The French word for rock? Father Roche. "Mayhap he has found somewhat of the lady," Eloise said, glancing at Kivrin. It was the first indication she, or anyone, had given that they remembered Kivrin was in the room. Kivrin quickly closed her eyes to make them think she was asleep, so they would go on discussing her. "Garwin rode out this morning to seek the ruffians," Eloise said. Kivrin opened her eyes to slits, but she was no longer looking at her. "Mayhap he has found them." She bent and tied the dangling strings of Agnes's linen cap. "Agnes, go to the church with Rosamond, and tell Garwin we would speak with him in the hall. The lady sleeps. We must not disturb her." Agnes darted for the door, shouting, "I would be the one to tell him, Rosamond." "Rosamond, let your sister tell," Eloise called after them. "Agnes, do not run." The girls disappeared out the door and down the invisible stairs, obviously running. "Rosamond is near grown," the old woman said. "It is not seemly for her to run after your husband's men. Ill will come of your daughters being untended. You would do wisely to send to Oxenford for a nurse." "No," Eloise said, with a firmness Kivrin wouldn't have guessed at. "Maisry can watch over them." "Maisry is not fit to watch sheep. We should not have come from Bath in such haste. Certes, we could have waited till—" Something. The interpreter left a gap again, and Kivrin didn't recognize the phrase, but she had caught the important facts. They had come from Bath. They were near Oxford. "Let Garwin fetch a nurse and a leech woman to see to the lady." "We will send for no one," Eloise said. "To—" another place name the interpreter couldn't manage. "Lady Evold has repute with injuries, and she would gladly lend us one of her waiting women for a nurse." "No," Eloise said. "We will tend ourselves. Father Roche—" "Father Roche," she said contemptuously. "He knows naught of medicine." "But I understand everything," he said, Kivrin thought. She remembered his quiet voice chanting the last rites, his gentle touch on her temples, her palms, the soles of her feet. He had told her not to be afraid, and asked her her name, and held her hand. "If the lady is of noble birth," the older woman said, "would you have it told you let an ignorant village priest tend her? Lady Evold—" "We will send for no one," Eloise said, and for the first time Kivrin realized she was afraid. My husband bade us keep here till he come. He had sooner have come with us. You know he could not, Eloise said. He will come when he can. I must go to speak with Gawain, she said, walking past the old woman to the door. Gawain told me he would search the place where first he found the lady to seek for signs of her attackers. Mayhap he has found somewhat that will tell us what she is. The place where first he found the lady. Gawain was the man who had found her. The man with the red hair and the kind face who had helped her onto his horse and brought her here. That much at least she hadn't dreamed, though she must have dreamed the white horse. He had brought her here, and he knew where the drop was. Wait, Kivrin said. She pushed herself up against the pillows. Wait, please. I would speak with Gawain. The women stopped. Eloise came around beside the bed, looking alarmed. I would speak with the man called Gawain, Kivrin said carefully, waiting before each word until she had the translation. Eventually the process would be automatic, but for now she thought the word and then waited till the interpreter translated it and repeated it out loud. I must discover this place where he found me. Eloise laid a hand on Kivrin's forehead, and Kivrin brushed it impatiently away. I would speak with Gawain, she said. She has no fever, Hermione, Eloise said to the old woman, and yet she tries to speak, though she knows we cannot understand her. She speaks in a foreign tongue, Hermione said, making it sound criminal. Mayhap she is a French spy. I'm not speaking French, Kivrin said. I'm speaking Middle English. Mayhap it is Latin, Eloise said. Father Roche said she spoke in Latin when he shrove her. Father Roche can scarce say his Pater Noster, Lady Hermione said. We should send to... The unrecognizable name again. Corsi? I would speak with Gawain, Kivrin said in Latin. Nay, Eloise said. We will await my husband. The old woman wheeled angrily, slopping the contents of the chamber pot onto her hand. She wiped it off onto her skirt and went out the door, slamming it shut behind her. Eloise started after her. Kivrin grabbed at her hands. Why don't you understand me? She said. I understand you. I have to talk to Gawain. He has to tell me where the drop is. Eloise disengaged Kivrin's hand. There. You mustn't cry, she said kindly. Try to sleep. You must rest, so you can go home. Transcript from the Doomsday Book. I'm in a lot of trouble, Mr. Dunworthy. I don't know where I am, and I can't speak the language. Something's gone wrong with the interpreter. I can understand some of what the contemps say, but they can't understand me at all, and that's not the worst of it. I've caught some sort of disease. I don't know what it is. It's not the plague, because I don't have any of the right symptoms, and because I'm getting better. And I had a plague inoculation. I had all my inoculations and T-cell enhancement and everything. But one of them must not have worked. Or else this is some Middle Ages disease there aren't any inoculations for. The symptoms are headache and fever and dizziness, and I get a pain in my chest when I try to move. I was delirious for a while, which is why I don't know where I am. A man named Gawain brought me here on his horse, but I don't remember very much about the trip, except that it was dark and it seemed to take hours. I'm hoping I was wrong and the fever made it seem longer, and I'm in Miss Montoya's village after all. It could be Skendgate. I remember a church, and I think this is a manor house.
I'm in a bedroom or a solar, and it's not just a loft because there are stairs, so that means the house of a minor baron at least. There's a window, and as soon as the dizziness subsides, I'll climb up on the window seat and see if I can see the church. It has a bell. It rang for Vespers just now. The one at Miss Montoya's village didn't have a bell tower, and that makes me afraid I'm not in the right place. I know we're fairly close to Oxford because one of the contempts talked about fetching a doctor from there. It's also close to a village called Kersey or Corsey, which is not one of the villages on the map of Miss Montoya's I memorized, but that could be the name of the landowner. Because of being out of my head, I'm not sure of my temporal location either. I've been trying to remember, and I think I've only been ill 2 days, but it might be more. And I can't ask them what day it is because they don't understand me, and I can't get out of bed without falling over, and they've cut my hair off, and I don't know what to do. What happened? Why won't the interpreter work? Why didn't the T-cell enhancement? Break. There's a rat under my bed. I can hear it scrabbling in the dark. Chapter 11. They couldn't understand her. Kivrin had tried to communicate with Eloise, to make her understand, but she had merely smiled kindly, uncomprehendingly, and told Kivrin to rest. "Please," Kivrin had said as Eloise started for the door, "don't leave. This is important. Gawain is the only one who knows where the drop is." "Sleep," Eloise said. "I will be back in a little." "You have to let me see him," Kivrin said desperately, but Eloise was already nearly to the door. "I don't know where the drop is." There was a clattering on the stairs. Eloise opened the door and said, "Agnes, I bade you go tell." She stopped in mid-sentence and took a step back. She did not look frightened or even upset, but her hand on the lintel jerked a little, as if she would have slammed the door, and Kivrin's heart began to pound. "This is it," she thought wildly. "They've come to take me to the stake." "Good morning, my lady," a man's voice said. "Your daughter Rosamond told me I would find you in hall, but I did not." He came into the room. Kivrin couldn't see his face. He was standing at the foot of the bed, hidden from her by the hangings. She tried to shift her head so she could see him, but the movement made her head spin violently. She lay back down. "I thought I would find you with the wounded lady," the man said. He was wearing a padded jerkin and leather hose, and a sword. She could hear it clank as he took a step forward. "How does she?" "She fares better today," Eloise said. "My husband's mother has gone to brew her a decoction of wound-wort for her injuries." She had taken her hand from the door, and his comment about "your daughter Rosamond" surely meant that this was Gawain, the man she had sent to look for Kivrin's attackers. But Eloise had taken 2 more steps backward as he spoke, and her face looked guarded, wary. The thought of danger flickered through Kivrin's mind again, and she wondered suddenly if she might have not dreamed Mr. Dunworthy's cutthroat after all. If that man with his cruel face might be Gawain. "Found you aught that might tell us of the lady's identity?" Eloise said carefully. "Nay," he said. "Her goods had all been stolen and the horses taken. I hoped the lady might tell me somewhat of her attackers, how many there were and from what direction they came upon her." "I fear she cannot tell you anything," Eloise said. "Is she mute, then?" he said, and moved so she could see him. He was not so tall as Kivrin remembered him, standing over her, and his hair looked less red and more blonde in the daylight. But his face still looked as kind as when he had set her on his horse. his black horse, Gringolet. After he'd found her in the clearing, he was not the cutthroat. She had dreamed the cutthroat, conjured him out of her delirium and Mr. Dunworthy's fears, along with the white horse and the Christmas carols, and she must be misunderstanding Eloise's reactions, the way she had misunderstood their getting her up to use the chamber pot. She is not mute, but speaks in some strange tongue I do not know, Eloise said. I fear her injuries have addled her wits. She came around to the side of the bed, and Gawain followed her. Good lady, I have brought my husband's privé, Gawain. Good day, my lady, Gawain said, speaking slowly and over-distinctly, as if he thought Kivrin were deaf. It was he who found you in the woods, Eloise said. Where in the woods? Kivrin thought desperately. I am pleased that your wounds are healing, Gawain said, emphasizing every word. Can you tell me of the men who attacked you? I don't know if I can tell you anything, she thought, afraid to speak for fear he wouldn't understand her either. He had to understand her. He knew where the drop was. How many men were there? Gawain said. Were they on horseback? Where did you find me? She thought, emphasizing the words the way Gawain had. She waited for the interpreter to work out the whole sentence, listening carefully to the intonations, checking them against the language lessons Mr. Dunworthy had given her. Gawain and Eloise were waiting, watching her intently. She took a deep breath. Where did you find me? They exchanged quick glances, his surprised, hers saying plainly, You see? She spoke thus that night, he said. I thought it was her injury that made her speak so. And so I do, Eloise said. My husband's mother thinks she is of France. He shook his head. It is not French she speaks. He turned back to Kivrin. Good lady, he said, nearly shouting, came you from another land? Yes, Kivrin thought, another land, and the only way back is the drop, and only you know where it is. Where did you find me? She said again. Her goods were all taken, Gawain said, but her wagon was of rich make, and she had many boxes. Eloise nodded. I fear she is of high birth, and her people seeking her. In what part of the woods did you find me? Kivrin said, her voice rising. We are upsetting her, Eloise said. She leaned over Kivrin and patted her hand. Shh. Take your rest. She moved away from the bed, and Gawain followed. Would you have me ride to Bath to Lord Guillaume? Gawain said, out of sight behind the hangings. Eloise stepped back the way she had when he first came in, as if she were afraid of him. But they had stood side by side at the bed, their hands nearly touching. They had spoken together like old friends. This wariness must be coming from something else. Would you have me bring your husband? Gawain said. Nay, Eloise said, looking down at her hands. My lord has enough to worry him, and he cannot leave until the trial is finished. And he bade you stay with us and guard us. By your leave, then, I will return to the place where the lady was set upon, and search further. Aye, Eloise said, still not looking at him. In their haste, some token may have fallen to the ground nearby that will tell us of her. The place where the lady was set upon. Kivrin recited under her breath, trying to hear his words under the interpreter's translation and memorize them. The place where I was set upon. I will take my leave and ride out again, Gawain said. Eloise looked up at him. Now? She said. It grows dark. Show me the place where I was set upon, Kivrin said. I do not fear the dark, Lady Eloise, he said, and strode out, the sword clanking. Take me with you, Kivrin said, but it was no use. They were already gone, and the interpreter was broken. She had deceived herself into thinking it was working. She had understood what they were saying because of the language lessons Mr. Dunworthy had given her, not because of the interpreter, and perhaps she was only deceiving herself that she understood them. Perhaps the conversation had not been about who she was at all, but about something else altogether, finding a missing sheep, or putting her on trial. The Lady Eloise had shut the door when they went out, and Kivrin couldn't hear anything. Even the tolling bell had stopped, and the light from the waxed linen was faintly blue. It grows dark. Gawain had said he was going to ride back to the drop. If the window overlooked the courtyard, she might at least be able to see which way he rode out. It is not far, he had said. If she could just see the direction he rode, she could find the drop herself. She pushed herself up in the bed, but even that much exertion made the pain in her chest stab again. She put her feet over the side, but the action made her dizzy. She lay back against the pillow and closed her eyes. Dizziness and fever and a pain in the chest. What were those symptoms of? Smallpox started out with fever and chills, and the pox didn't appear until the second or third day. She lifted her arm up to see if there were the beginnings of the pox. She had no idea how long she'd been ill, but it couldn't be smallpox because the incubation period was 10 to 21 days. 10 days ago she had been in hospital in Oxford, where the smallpox virus had been extinct for nearly 100 years. She had been in hospital getting inoculated against all of them, smallpox, typhoid fever, cholera, plague. So how could it be any of them? And if it wasn't any of them, what was it? St. Vitus's dance? She had told herself that before, that this was something she had not been vaccinated against, but she had had her immune system augmented too to fight off any infection. There was a sound of running on stairs. "Mother!" A voice that she already recognized as Agnes's shouted. "Rosamond waited not." She didn't burst into the room with quite as much violence because the heavy door was shut and she had to push it open. But as soon as she had squeezed through, she raced for the window seat, wailing. "Mother, I would have told Gawain," she sobbed, and then stopped when she saw her mother wasn't in the room. The tears stopped too, Kivrin noticed. Agnes stood by the window for a minute, as if she were debating whether to try this scene at a later time, and then ran back to the door. Halfway there, she spied Kivrin and stopped again. "I know who you are," she said, coming around to the side of the bed. She was scarcely tall enough to see over the bed. Her cap strings had come undone again. "You are the Lady Gawain found in the wood." Kivrin was afraid that her answer, garbled as the interpreter obviously made it, would frighten the little girl. She pushed herself up a little against the pillows and nodded. "What befell your hair?" Agnes asked. "Did the robbers steal it?" Kivrin shook her head, smiling at the odd idea. "Maisry says the robbers stole your tongue," Agnes said. She pointed at Kivrin's forehead. "Hurt you your head?" Kivrin nodded. "I hurt my knee," she said, and tried to pick it up with both hands so Kivrin could see the dirty bandage. The old woman was right. It was already slipping. She could see the wound under it. Kivrin had supposed it was just a skin knee, but the wound looked fairly deep. Agnes tottered, let go of the knee, and leaned against the bed again. "Will you die?" I don't know, Kivrin thought, thinking of the pain in her chest. The mortality rate for smallpox had been 75% in 1320, and her augmented immune system wasn't working. Brother Huber died, Agnes said wisely, and Gilbert. He fell from his horse. I saw him. His head was all red. Rosamond said Brother Huber died of the blue sickness. Kivrin wondered what the blue sickness was. Choking, perhaps, or apoplexy. And if he was the chaplain that Eloise's mother-in-law was so eager to replace. It was usual for noble households to travel with their own priests. Father Roche was apparently the local priest, probably uneducated and possibly even illiterate, though she had understood his Latin perfectly well, and he had been kind. He had held her hand and told her not to be afraid. There are nice people in the Middle Ages, Mr. Dunworthy, she thought. Father Roche, and Eloise, and Agnes. My father said he would bring me a magpie when he comes from Bath, Agnes said. Adeliza has a tercel. She lets me hold him sometimes. She held her bent arm up and out, the dimpled fist closed, as if a falcon were perched on her imaginary gauntlet. I have a hound. What is your hound's name? Kivrin asked. I call him Blackie, Agnes said, though Kivrin was certain that was only the interpreter's version. More likely she had said Blackammon or Blackin. He is black. Have you a hound? Kivrin was too surprised to answer. She had spoken and made herself understood. Agnes hadn't even acted like her pronunciation was unusual. She had spoken without thinking about the interpreter or waiting for it to translate. And perhaps that was the secret. Nay. I have no hound, she said finally, trying to duplicate what she'd done before. I will teach my magpie to talk. I will teach him to say, Good morrow, Agnes. Where is your hound? Kivrin said, trying again. The words sounded different to her, lighter, with that murmuring French inflection she had heard in the women's speech. Do you wish to see Blackie? He's in the stable, Agnes said. It sounded like a direct response, but the way Agnes talked it was difficult to tell. She might simply have been volunteering information. To be sure, Kivrin would have to ask her something completely off the subject and something with only one answer. Agnes was stroking the soft fur of the bed covering and humming a toneless little tune. What is your name? Kivrin asked, trying to let the interpreter control her words. It translated her modern sentence into something like, How are you clepid? Which she was not sure was correct, but Agnes didn't hesitate. Agnes, the little girl said promptly. My father says I may have a tercel when I am old enough to ride a mare. I have a pony. She stopped stroking the fur, propped her elbows on the edge of the bed and rested her chin in her little hands. I know your name, she said, sounding smugly pleased. It's Catherine. What? Kivrin said blankly. Catherine? How had they come up with Catherine? Her name was supposed to be Isabel. Was it possible that they thought they knew who she was? Rosamond said none knew your name, she went on, looking smug, but I heard Father Roche tell Garwin you were called Catherine. Rosamond said you couldn't speak, but yet you can. Kivrin had a sudden image of the priest bending over her, his face obscured by the flames that seemed constantly in front of her, saying in Latin, What is your name, that you might be shriven? And she, trying to form the word, though her mouth was so dry she could hardly speak, afraid she would die, and they would never know what had happened to her. Are you called Catherine? Agnes was demanding, and she could hear the little girl's voice clearly under the interpreter's translation.
It sounded just like Kivrin. "Aye," Kivrin said, and felt like crying. "Blackie has a—" Agnes said. The interpreter didn't catch the word. Correct? Chevette? "It's red. Do you wish to see it?" And before Kivrin could stop her, she went running out through the still partly open door. Kivrin waited, hoping she would come back, and that a Correct wasn't alive, wishing she had asked where she was and how long she'd been here, though Agnes was probably too young to know. She looked no more than 3, though of course she would be much smaller than a modern 3-year-old. 5, then, or possibly 6. I should have asked her how old she was, Kivrin thought, and then remembered that she might not know that either. Joan of Arc hadn't known how old she was when the Inquisitors asked her at her trial. At least she could ask questions, Kivrin thought. The interpreter was not broken after all. It must have been temporarily stymied by the strange pronunciations, or affected somehow by her fever, but it was all right now, and Garwin knew where the drop was and could show it to her. She sat up straighter among the pillows so she could see the door. The effort hurt her chest and made her dizzy, and her head ached. She anxiously felt her forehead and then her cheeks. They felt warm, but that could be because her hands were cold. It was icy in the room, and on her excursion to the chamber pot she hadn't seen any sign of a brazier or even a warming pan. Had warming pans been invented yet? They must have. Otherwise, how would people have survived the little ice age? It was so cold. She was beginning to shiver. Her fever must be going back up. Were they supposed to come back? In History of Med, she had read about fevers breaking, and after that the patient was weak, but the fever didn't come back, did it? Of course it did. What about malaria? Shivering, headache, sweats, recurring fever. Of course they came back. Well, it obviously wasn't malaria. Malaria had never been endemic to England. Mosquitoes didn't live in Oxford in midwinter, and never had, and the symptoms were wrong. She hadn't experienced any sweating, and the shivering she was having was due to fever. Typhus produced headache and a high fever, and it was transmitted by body lice and rat fleas, both of which were endemic to England in the Middle Ages, and probably endemic to the bed she was lying on. But the incubation period was too long, nearly 2 weeks. Typhoid fever's incubation period was only a few days, and it caused headache, aching in the limbs, and high fever too. She didn't think it was a recurring fever, but she remembered it was normally highest at night, so that must mean it went down during the day, and then up again in the evening. Kivrin wondered what time it was. Eloise had said, "It grows dark," and the light from the linen-covered window was faintly blue. But the days were short in December. It might only be mid-afternoon. She felt sleepy, but that was no sign either. She had slept off and on all day. Drowsiness was a symptom of typhoid fever. She tried to remember the others from Dr. Aron's short course in medieval medicine. Nosebleeds, coated tongue, rose-coloured rash. The rash wasn't supposed to appear until the 7th or 8th day, but Kivrin pulled her shift up and looked at her stomach and chest. No rash, so it couldn't be typhoid, or smallpox. With smallpox, the pox started appearing by the 2nd or 3rd day. She wondered what had happened to Agnes. Perhaps someone had belatedly had the good sense to bar her from the sick room, or perhaps the unreliable Maisry was actually watching her. Or more likely, she had stopped to see her puppy in the stable, and forgotten she was going to show her Chevette to Kivrin. The plague started out with a headache and a fever. It can't be the plague, Kivrin thought. You don't have any of the symptoms. Buboes that grew to the size of oranges, a tongue that swelled till it filled the whole mouth, subcutaneous hemorrhages that turned the whole body black. You don't have the plague. It must be some sort of flu. It was the only disease that came on so suddenly, and Dr. Ahrens had been upset over Mr. Gilchrist moving the date up because the antivirals wouldn't take full effect until the 15th, and she'd only have partial immunity. It had to be the flu. What was the treatment for the flu? Antivirals, rest, fluids. Well then, rest, she told herself, and closed her eyes. She did not remember falling asleep, but she must have, because the two women were in the room again talking, and Kivrin had no memory of their having come in. "What?" said Gawain, the old woman said. She was doing something with a bowl and a spoon, mashing the spoon against the side of it. The iron-bound casket sat open beside her, and she reached into it, pulled out a small cloth bag, sprinkled the contents into the bowl, and stirred it again. He found naught among her belongings that might tell us the lady's origins. Her goods had all been stolen, the chests broken open, and emptied of all that might identify her. But he said her wagon was of rich make. Certes, she is of good family. And certes, her family searches for her, the old woman said. She had set down the bowl and was tearing cloth with a loud ripping sound. "We must send to Oxenford and tell them she lies safe with us." "No," Eloise said, and Kivrin could hear the resistance in her voice. "Not to Oxenford." "What have you heard?" "I have heard naught," Eloise said, "but that my lord bade us keep here. He will be here within the week if all goes well." "If all had gone well, he would have been here now." "The trial had scarce begun. Mayhap he's on his way home even now." "Or mayhap—" Another one of those untranslatable names. Torquil. "Waits to be hanged, and my son with him. He should not have meddled in such a matter." "He is a friend, and guiltless of the charges." "He is a fool, and my son more fool for testifying on his behalf. A friend would have bade him leave Bath." She ground the spoon into the side of the bowl again. "I have need of mustard for this," she said, and stepped to the door. "Maisry," she called, and went back to tearing the cloth. "Found Gawain aught of the ladies' attendants?" Eloise sat down on the window-seat. "No, nor of their horses, nor hers." A girl with a pocked face and greasy hair hanging over it came in. Surely this couldn't be Maisry, who dallied with stable boys instead of watching her charges. She bent her knee in a curtsy that was more of a stumble and said, "What wouldst you? Lower to Magin?" Oh no, Kivrin thought. What's wrong with the interpreter now? "Fetch me the pot of mustard from the kitchen and tarry not," the old woman said, and the girl started for the door. "Where are Agnes and Rosamond? Why are they not with you?" "She removed me," she said sullenly. Eloise stood up. "Speak up," she said sharply. "They hide something from me." It wasn't the interpreter after all. It was simply the difference of the Norman English the nobles spoke and the still Saxon-sounded dialect of the peasants, neither of which sounded anything like the Middle English Mr. Latimer had blithely taught her. It was a wonder the interpreter was picking up anything at all. "I was seeking them when Lady Hermione called, good lady," Maisry said, and the interpreter got it all, though it was taking several seconds. It gave an imbecilic slowness to Maisry's speech, which might or might not be appropriate. "Where did you look for them? In the stable?" Eloise said, and brought her hands together on either side of Maisry's head like a pair of cymbals. Maisry howled and clapped a dirty hand to her left ear. Kivrin shrank back against the pillows. "Go and fetch the mustard to Lady Hermione and find you Agnes." Maisry nodded,
not looking particularly frightened but still holding her ear. She stumbled another curtsy and went out no more quickly than she'd come in. She seemed less upset by the sudden violence than Kivrin was, and Kivrin wondered if Lady Hermione would get her mustard any time soon. It was the swiftness and the calmness of the violence that had surprised her. Eloise had not even seemed angry, and as soon as Maisry was gone, she went back to the window seat, sat down, and said quietly, "The lady could not be moved, though her family did come. She can bide with us until my husband returns. He will be here by Christmas, surely." There was noise on the stairs. Apparently she'd been wrong, Kivrin thought, and the ear-boxing had done some good. Agnes rushed in, clutching something to her chest. "Agnes," Eloise said, "what do you hear?" "I brought my—" The interpreter still didn't have it. "Charette? To show the lady." "You are a wicked child to hide from Maisry and come hence to disturb the lady," Hermione said. "She suffers greatly from her injuries." "But she told me she wished to see it." She held it up. It was a toy, two-wheeled cart painted red and gilt. "God punishes those who bear false witness with everlasting torment," Lady Hermione said, grabbing the little girl roughly. "The lady cannot speak. You know full well." "She spoke to me," Agnes said sturdily. Good for you, Kivrin thought. Everlasting torment. What horrible things to threaten a child with. But this was the Middle Ages, when priests talked constantly of the last days and the final judgment, of the pains of hell. "She told me she wished to see my wagon," Agnes said. "She said she did not have a hound." "You are making up tales," Eloise said. "The lady cannot speak." And Kivrin thought, I have to stop this. They'll box her ears too. She pushed herself up on her elbows. The effort left her breathless. "I spoke with Agnes," she said, praying the interpreter would do what it was supposed to. If it chose to blink out again at this moment and ended up getting Agnes a beating, that would be the last straw. "I bade her bring her cart to me." Both women turned and looked at her. Eloise's eyes widened. The old woman looked astonished and then angry, as if she thought Kivrin had deceived them. "I told you," Agnes said, and marched over to the bed with the wagon. Kivrin lay back against the pillows, exhausted. "What is this place?" she asked. It took Eloise a moment to recover herself. "You rest safely in the house of my lord and husband." The interpreter had trouble with the name. It sounded like Guillaume d'Ivray, or possibly Devreau. Eloise was looking at her anxiously. "My husband's privé found you in the woods and brought you hence. You had been set upon by robbers and grievously injured. Who attacked you?" "I know not," Kivrin said. "I am called Eloise, and this is the mother of my husband, the Lady Hermione. What is your name?" And now was the time to tell them the whole carefully researched story. She had told the priest her name was Catherine, but Lady Hermione had already made it clear she put no stock in anything he said. She didn't even believe he could speak Latin. Kivrin could say he had misunderstood, that her name was Isabelle de Beauvrier. She could tell them she had called out her mother's, her sister's name in her delirium. She could tell them she had been praying to St. Catherine. "Of what family are you?" Lady Hermione asked. It was a very good story. It would establish her identity and position in society, and would ensure that they wouldn't try to send for her family. Yorkshire was too far away, and the road north was impassable. "Whither were you bound?" Eloise said. Medieval had thoroughly researched the weather and the road conditions. It had rained every day for 2 weeks in December, and there had been a hard frost to freeze the mired roads till late January. But she had seen the road to Oxford. It had been dry and clear, and Medieval had thoroughly researched the colour of her dress and the prevalence of glass windows among the upper classes. They had thoroughly researched the language. "I remember not," Kivrin said. "Not?" Eloise said, and turned to Lady Hermione. "She remembers naught." "They think I'm saying naught," Kivrin thought, "that I don't remember anything." The inflection, the pronunciation didn't differentiate between the two words. "It is her wound," Eloise said. "It has shaken her memory." "No, nay," Kivrin said. She was not supposed to feign amnesia. She was supposed to be Isabelle de Beauvrier from the East Riding. Just because the roads were dry here didn't mean they weren't impassable farther north, and Eloise would not even let Gawain ride to Oxford to get news of her or to Bath to fetch her husband. She surely wouldn't send him to the East Riding. "Can you not even remember your own name?" Lady Hermione said impatiently, leaning so close Kivrin could smell her breath. It was very foul, an odour of decay. She must have rotting teeth too. "What is your name?" Mr. Latimer had said Isabel was the most common woman's name in the 1300s. How common was Catherine? And Medieval didn't know the daughters' names. What if Yorkshire wasn't distant enough after all, and Lady Hermione knew the family? She would take it as further proof that she was a spy. She had better stay with the common name and tell them she was Isabelle de Beauvrier. The old woman would be only too happy to believe that the priest had gotten her name wrong. It would be further proof of his ignorance, of his incompetence, further reason to send to Bath for a new chaplain. But he had held Kivrin's hand. He had told her not to be afraid. "My name is Catherine," she said. Transcript from the Doomsday Book. "I'm not the only one in trouble, Mr. Dunworthy. I think the Contempts who've taken me in are too. The Lord of the Manor, Lord Guillaume, isn't here. He's in Bath, testifying at the trial of a friend of his, which is apparently a dangerous thing to do. His mother, Lady Hermione, called him a fool for getting mixed up in it, and Lady Eloise, his wife, seems worried and nervous. They've come here in a great hurry and without servants. 14th-century noblewomen had at least one lady-in-waiting apiece, but neither Eloise nor Hermione has any, and they left the Guillaume's 2 little girls are here, nurse behind. Lady Hermione wanted to send for a new one and a chaplain, but Lady Eloise won't let her. I think Lord Guillaume must be expecting trouble, and has spirited his womenfolk away here to keep them safe. Or possibly the trouble's already happened. Agnes, the littler of the 2 girls, told me about the chaplain's death and someone named Gilbert, whose head was all red, so perhaps there's already been bloodshed, and the women have come here to escape it. One of Lord Guillaume's privets has come with them, and he's fully armed. There weren't any major uprisings against Edward II in Oxfordshire in 1320, although no one was very happy with the king and his favourite Hugh Despenser, and there were plots and minor skirmishes everywhere else. 2 of the barons, Lancaster and Mortimer, took 63 manors away from the Despensers that year. This year, Lord Guillaume, or his friend, may have got involved in one of those plots. It could be something else entirely, of course, a land dispute or something. People in the 1300s spent almost as much time in court as the Contempts in the last part of the 20th century. But I don't think so. Lady Eloise jumps at every sound, and she has forbidden Lady Hermione to tell the neighbours they're here. I suppose, in one way, this is a good thing. If they aren't telling anyone they're here, they won't tell anyone about me or send messengers to try to find out who I am. On the other hand, there is the chance of armed men kicking in the door at any moment, or of Garwin, the only person who knows where the drop is, getting killed defending the manor. Break. 15th of December, 1320. Old style. The interpreter is working now, more or less, and the Contempts seem to understand what I'm saying. I can understand them, though their Middle English bears no resemblance to what Mr. Latimer taught me. It's full of inflections and has a much softer French sound. Mr. Latimer wouldn't even recognize his "one that April with his shoes soaked." The interpreter translates what the Contempts say with the syntax and some of the words intact. And at first I tried to phrase what I said the same way, saying "I" and "nay" and "I remember naught of whence I came." But thinking about it's deadly. The interpreter takes forever to come up with a translation, and I stammer and struggle with the pronunciations, so I just speak modern English and hope what comes out of my mouth is close to being right, and that the interpreter isn't slaughtering the idioms and the inflections. Heaven only knows how I sound. Like a French spy, probably. The language isn't the only thing off. My dress is all wrong, of far too fine a weave, and the blue is too bright, dyed with woad or not. I haven't seen any bright colours at all. I'm too tall, my teeth are too good, and my hands are wrong, in spite of my muddy labours at the dig. They should not only have been dirtier, but I should have chilblains. Everyone's hands, even the children's, are chapped and bleeding. It is, after all, December. December the 15th. I overheard part of an argument between Lady Hermione and Lady Eloise about getting a replacement chaplain, and Hermione said, "There is more than time enough to send. It is full 10 days till Christ's Mass." So tell Mr. Gilchrist I've ascertained my temporal location at least, but I don't know how far from the drop I am. I've tried to remember Garwin bringing me here, but that whole night is hopelessly muddled, and part of what I remember didn't happen. I remember a white horse that had bells on its harness, and the bells were playing Christmas carols, like the carillon in Carfax Tower. The 15th of December means it's Christmas Eve there, and you'll be giving your sherry party, and then walking over to St. Mary the Virgin's for the interchurch service. It's hard to comprehend that you are over 700 years away. I keep thinking that if I got out of bed, which I can't because I'm too dizzy, I think my temp is back up, and opened the door, I would find not a medieval hall but Brasenoses' lab, and all of you waiting for me, Badri and Dr. Ahrens and you, Mr. Dunworthy, polishing your spectacles and saying, "I told you so." I wish you were. Chapter 12. Lady Hermione did not believe Kivrin's story about having amnesia. When Agnes brought her hound, which turned out to be a tiny black puppy with huge feet, into Kivrin, she said, "This is my hound, Lady Kivrin." She held it out to Kivrin, clutching its fat middle. "You can pet him. Do you remember how?" "Yes," Kivrin said, taking the puppy out of Agnes's too tight grasp and stroking its baby soft fur. "Aren't you supposed to be at your sewing?" Agnes took the puppy back from her. "Grandmother went to chide with the steward, and Maisry went out to the stable." She twisted the puppy around to give it a kiss. "So I came to speak to you. Grandmother is very angry. The steward and all his family were living in the hall when we came hence." She gave the puppy another kiss. "Grandmother says it is his wife who tempts him to sin." Grandmother? Agnes had not said anything like grandmother. The word hadn't even existed until the 18th century, but the interpreter was taking huge, disconcerting leaps now.
though it left Agnes's mispronunciation of Catherine intact and sometimes left blanks in places where the meaning should have been obvious from context. She hoped her subconscious knew what it was doing. "Are you adulteress, Lady Kivrin?" Agnes said. Her subconscious obviously didn't know what it was doing. "What?" she asked. "Adulteress," Agnes said. The puppy was trying desperately to squirm out of Agnes's grip. "Grandmother says you are one. She says a wife fleeing to her lover would have good cause to remember naught." An adulteress. Well, at least it was better than a French spy. Or perhaps Lady Hermione thought she was both. Agnes kissed the puppy again. "Grandmother said a lady had no good cause to travel through the woods in winter." Lady Hermione was right, Kivrin thought, and so was Mr. Dunworthy. She still had not found out where the drop was, although she had asked to speak with Gawain when Lady Eloise came in the morning to bathe her temple. "He has ridden out to search for the wicked men who robbed you," Eloise had said, putting an ointment on Kivrin's temple that smelled like garlic and stung horribly. "Do you remember aught of them?" Kivrin had shaken her head, hoping her faked amnesia wouldn't end in some poor peasants being hanged. She could scarcely say, "No, that isn't the man," when she supposedly couldn't remember anything. Perhaps she shouldn't have told them she couldn't remember anything. The probability that they would have known the Dubovriers was very small, and her lack of an explanation had obviously made Hermione even more suspicious of her. Agnes was trying to put her cap on the puppy. "There are wolves in the woods," she said. "Gawain slew one with his axe." "Agnes, did Gawain tell you of his finding me?" Kivrin asked. "Aye. Blackie likes to wear my cap," she said, tying the strings in a choking knot. "He doesn't act like it," Kivrin said. "Where did Gawain find me?" "In the woods," Agnes said. The puppy twisted out of the cap and nearly fell off the bed. She set it in the middle of the bed and lifted it by its front paws. "Blackie can dance." "Here, let me hold it," Kivrin said. To rescue the poor thing, she cradled it in her arms. "Where in the woods did Gawain find me?" Agnes stood on tiptoe trying to see the puppy. "Blackie sleeps," she whispered. The puppy was asleep, exhausted from Agnes's attentions. Kivrin laid it beside her on the fur bed covering. "Was the place he found me far from here?" "Aye," Agnes said, and Kivrin could tell she had no idea. This was no use. Agnes obviously didn't know anything. She would have to talk to Gawain. "Has Gawain returned?" "Aye," Agnes said, stroking the sleeping puppy. "Would you speak with him?" "Yes," Kivrin said. "Are you adulteress?" It was difficult to follow Agnes's conversational jumps. "No," she said, and then remembered she was not supposed to be able to remember anything. "I don't remember anything about who I am." Agnes petted Blackie. "Grandmother says only adulteress would ask so boldly to speak with Gawain." The door opened, and Rosamond came in. "They're looking for you everywhere, Simplehead," she said, her hands on her hips. "I was speaking with Lady Kivrin," Agnes said, with an anxious glance at the coverlid where Blackie lay, nearly invisible against the sable fur. Apparently hounds were not allowed inside. Kivrin pulled the rough sheet up over it so Rosamond wouldn't see. "Mother said the lady must rest, so that her wounds will heal," Rosamond said sternly. "Come, I must tell Grandmother I found you." She led the little girl out of the room. Kivrin watched them leave, hoping fervently that Agnes wouldn't tell Lady Hermione Kivrin had asked again to speak to Gawain. She had thought she had a good excuse to talk to Gawain.
that they would understand that she was anxious to find out about her belongings and her attackers. But it was unseemly for unmarried noblewomen in the 1300s to boldly ask to speak to young men. Eloise could talk to him because she was the head of the house with her husband gone, and his employer, and Lady Imeyne was his lord's mother, but Kivrin should have waited until Gawain spoke to her, and then answered him with all modesty as fits a maid. But I must talk to him, she thought. He's the only one who knows where the drop is. Agnes came dashing back in and snatched up the sleeping puppy. Grandmother was very angry. She thought I'd fallen in the well, Agnes said, and ran back out again. And no doubt grandmother had boxed Maisry's ears because of it, Kivrin thought. Maisry had already been in trouble once today for losing Agnes, who had come to show Kivrin Lady Imeyne's silver chain, which she said was a reliquary, a word that defeated the interpreter. Inside the little box, she told Kivrin, was a piece of the shroud of St. Stephen. Maisry had had her pocked cheeks slapped by Imeyne for letting Agnes take the reliquary and for not watching her, though not for letting the little girl in the sick room. None of them seemed concerned at all about the little girls getting close to Kivrin, or to be aware that they might catch what she had. Neither Eloise nor Imeyne took any precautions in caring for her. The Contempts hadn't understood the mechanics of disease transmission, of course. They believed it was a consequence of sin and epidemics were a punishment from God. But they had known about contagion. The motto of the Black Death had been, "Depart quickly, go far, tarry long." And there had been quarantines before that. Not here, Kivrin thought. And what if the little girls come down with this? Or Father Roche? He had been near her all through her fever, touching her, asking her name. She frowned, trying to remember that night. She had fallen off the horse, and then there was a fire. No, she had imagined that in her delirium. And the white horse. Gawain's horse was black. They had ridden through a wood and down a hill past a church, and the cutthroat had... It was no use. The night was a shapeless dream of frightening faces and bells and flames. Even the drop was hazy, unclear. There had been an oak tree and willows, and she had sat down against the wagon wheel because she felt so dizzy, and the cutthroat had... No. She had imagined the cutthroat. And the white horse. Perhaps she had imagined the church as well. She would have to ask Gawain where the drop was, but not in front of Lady Imeyne, who thought she was adulterous. She had to get well, to get enough strength to get out of bed and go down to the hall, out to the stable, to find Gawain, to speak to him alone. She had to get better. She was a little stronger, though she was still too weak to walk to the chamber pot unaided. The dizziness was gone, and the fever, but her shortness of breath persisted. They apparently thought she was improving too. They had left her alone most of the morning, and Eloise had only stayed long enough to smear on the foul-smelling ointment and have me make improper advances towards Gawain, Kivrin thought. Kivrin tried not to worry about what Agnes had told her, or why the antivirals hadn't worked, or how far the drop was, and to concentrate on getting her strength back. No one came in all afternoon, and she practiced sitting up and putting her feet over the side of the bed. When Maisry came with a rushlight to help her to the chamber pot, she was able to walk back to the bed by herself. It grew colder in the night, and when Agnes came to see her in the morning, she was wearing a red cloak and hood of very thick wool and white fur mittens. "Do you wish to see my silver buckle? Sir Bloet gave it to me. I will bring it on the morrow. I cannot come today, for we go to cut the Yule log." "The Yule log?" Kivrin said, alarmed. The ceremonial log had traditionally been cut on the 24th,
and this was only supposed to be the 17th. Had she misunderstood Lady Hermione? "Aye," Agnes said. "At home we do not go till Christmas Eve, but it is like to storm, and Grandmother would have us ride out to fetch it while it is yet fine weather." Like to storm, Kivrin thought. How would she recognize the drop if it snowed? The wagon and her boxes were still there, but if it snowed more than a few inches, she would never recognize the road. "Does everyone go to fetch the Yule log?" Kivrin asked. "Nay, Father Roche called Mother to tend a sick cotter." That explained why Hermione was playing the tyrant, bullying Maisry and the steward and accusing Kivrin of adultery. "Does your grandmother go with you?" "Aye," she said. "I will ride my pony." "Does Rosamond go?" "Aye." "And the steward?" "Aye," she said impatiently. "All the village goes." "Does Gawain?" "Nay," she said, as if that was self-evident. "I must go out to the stable and bid Blackie farewell." She ran off. Lady Hermione was going, and the steward, and Lady Eloise was somewhere nursing a peasant who was ill, and Gawain, for some reason that was obvious to Agnes but not to her, wasn't. Perhaps he had gone with Eloise. But if he hadn't, if he was staying here to guard the manor, she could talk to him alone. Maisry was obviously going. When she brought Kivrin's breakfast, she was wearing a rough brown poncho and had ragged strips of cloth wrapped around her legs. She helped Kivrin to the chamber pot, carried it out, and brought up a brazier full of hot coals, moving with more speed and initiative than Kivrin had seen before. Kivrin waited an hour after Maisry left, until she was sure they were all gone, and then got out of bed and walked to the window seat and pulled the linen back. She couldn't see anything except branches and dark grey sky, but the air was even colder than that in the room. She climbed up on the window seat. She was above the courtyard. It was empty, and the large wooden gate stood open. The stones of the courtyard and of the low thatched roofs around it looked wet. She stuck her hand out, afraid it had already begun to snow, but she couldn't feel any moisture. She climbed down, holding on to the ice-cold stones and huddled by the brazier. It gave off almost no heat. Kivrin hugged her arms to her chest, shivering in her thin shift. She wondered what they had done with her clothes. Clothes were hung on poles beside the bed in the Middle Ages, but this room had no poles and no hooks either. Her clothes were in the chest at the foot of the bed, neatly folded. She took them out, grateful that her boots were still there, and then sat on the closed lid of the chest for a long time, trying to catch her breath. "I have to speak to Gawain this morning," she thought, willing her body to be strong enough. "It's the only time everyone will be gone, and it's going to snow." She dressed, sitting down as much as possible and leaning against the bedpost to pull her hose and boots on, and then went back over to the bed. "I'll rest a little," she thought, "just till I'm warmed through," and was immediately asleep. The bell woke her, the one from the southwest she had heard when she came through. It had rung all yesterday and then stopped, and Eloise had gone over to the window and stood there for a while, as if trying to see what had happened. The light from the window was dimmer, but it was only that the clouds were thicker, lower. Kivrin put on her cloak and opened the door. The stairs were steep, set into the stone side of the hall, and had no railing. Agnes was lucky she'd only skinned her knee. She might have pitched headlong onto the floor below. Kivrin kept her hand on the wall and rested halfway, looking at the hall. "I'm really here," she thought. "It really is 1320.
The hearth in the middle of the room glowed a dull red with the banked coals, and there was a little light from the smoke hole above it and the high, narrow windows, but most of the hall was in shadow. She stopped where she was, peering into the smoky gloom, trying to see if anyone was there. The high seat with its carved back and arms sat against the end wall, with Lady Eloise's slightly lower, slightly less ornate one next to it. There were tapestries on the wall behind them, and a ladder at the far end of the wall up to what must be a loft. Heavy wooden tables hung along the outer walls above the wide benches, and a narrower bench sat next to the wall just below the stairs. The beggar's bench, and the wall it sat against was the screens. Kivrin came down the rest of the stairs and tiptoed across to the screens, her feet crunching loudly on the dried rushes scattered on the floor. The screens were really a partition, an inside wall that shut off the draught from the door. Sometimes the screens formed a separate room, with box beds in either end, but behind these were only a narrow passage, with the missing hooks for hanging up cloaks. There were no cloaks there now. Good, Kivrin thought. They're all gone. The door was open. On the floor next to it was a pair of shaggy boots, a wooden bucket, and Agnes's cart. Kivrin stopped in the little anteroom to catch her already ragged breath, wishing she could sit down a moment, and then looked carefully out the door and went outside. There was no one in the enclosed courtyard. It was cobbled with flattish yellow stones, but the centre of it, where a water trough hollowed out of a tree stood, was deep in mud. There were trampled hoof prints and footprints all around it, and several puddles of brown water. A thin, mangy-looking chicken was drinking fearlessly from one of the pools. Chickens had only been raised for their eggs. Pigeons and doves had been the chief meat fowls in the 1300s. And there was the dovecot by the gate, and the thatch-roofed building next to it must be the kitchen, and the other smaller buildings the storehouses. The stable with its wide doors stood along the other side, and then a narrow passage, and then the big stone barn. She tried the stable first. Agnes's puppy came bounding out to meet her on its clumsy feet, yipping happily, and she had to hastily push it back inside and shut the heavy wooden door. Darwin obviously wasn't in there. He wasn't in the barn either, or in the kitchen, or in the other buildings, the largest of which turned out to be the brew house. Agnes had said he wasn't going with the procession to cut the Yule log, as if it was something obvious, and Kivrin had assumed he had to stay here to guard the manor. But now she wondered if he had gone with Eloise to visit the cotter. If he has, she thought, I'll have to go find the drop myself. She started toward the stable again, but halfway there she stopped. She would never be able to get up on a horse by herself, feeling as weak as she did. And if she did somehow manage it, she was too dizzy to stay on, and too dizzy to go looking for the drop. But I have to, she thought. They're all gone, and it's going to snow. She looked toward the gate, and then the passage between the barn and the stable, wondering which way to go. They had come down a hill past a church. She remembered hearing the bell. She didn't remember the gate or the courtyard, but that was most likely the way they had come. She walked across the cobbles, sending the chicken clucking frantically over to the shelter of the well, and looked out the gate at the road. It crossed a narrow stream with a log bridge and wound off to the south into the trees. But there wasn't any hill, and no church, no village, no indication that that was the way to the drop. There had to be a church. She had heard the bell lying in bed. She walked back into the courtyard and across to the muddy path. It led past a round wattle pen with 2 dirty pigs in it, and the privy, unmistakable in its smell, and Kivrin was afraid that the path was only the way to the outhouse. But it wound around behind the privy
and opened out onto a green. And there was the village, and the church, sitting at the far end of the green, just the way Kivrin remembered it, and beyond it was the hill they had come down. The green didn't look like a green. It was a ragged open space with huts on one side and the willow-edged stream on the other. But there was a cow grazing on what was left of the grass, and a goat tethered to a big leafless oak. The huts struggled along the near side between piles of hay and muck heaps, getting smaller and more shapeless the farther they were from the manor house. But even the one closest to the manor house, which should be the steward's, was nothing but a hovel. It was all smaller and dirtier, and more tumbled down than the illustrations in the history vids. Only the church looked the way it was supposed to. The bell tower stood separate from it, between the churchyard and the green. It had obviously been built later than the church, with its Norman round-arched windows and greyed stone. The tower was tall and round, and its stone was yellower, almost golden. A track no wider than the road near the drop led past the churchyard and the tower and up the hill into the woods. "That's the way we came," Kivrin thought, and started across the green. But as soon as she stepped out of the shelter of the barn, the wind hit her. It went through her cloak as if it were nothing, and seemed to stab into her chest. She pulled the cloak tight around her neck, held it with her flattened hand against her chest, and went on. The bell in the southwest began again. She wondered what it meant. Eloise and Hermione had talked about it, but that was before she could understand what they were saying, and when it began again yesterday, Eloise hadn't even acted like she heard it. Perhaps it was something to do with Advent. The bells were supposed to ring at twilight on Christmas Eve, and then for an hour before midnight, Kivrin knew. Perhaps they rang at other times during Advent as well. The track was muddy and rutted. Kivrin's chest was beginning to hurt. She pressed her hand tighter against it and went on, trying to hurry. She could see movement out beyond the fields. They would be the peasants coming back with the Yule log, or getting in the animals. She couldn't make them out. It looked as if it were already snowing out there. She must hurry. The wind whipped her cloak around her and swirled dead leaves past her. The cow moved off the green, its head down, into the shelter of the huts, which were no shelter at all. They seemed hardly taller than Kivrin, and as if they had been bundled together out of sticks and propped in place, and they didn't stop the wind at all. The bell continued to ring, a slow, steady tolling, and Kivrin realized she had slowed her tread to match it. She mustn't do that. She must hurry. It might start snowing any minute. But hurrying made the pain stab so sharply she began to cough. She stopped, bent double with the coughing. She was not going to make it. "Don't be foolish," she told herself. "You have to find the drop. You're ill. You have to get back home. Go as far as the church, and you can rest inside for a minute." She started on again, willing herself not to cough, but it was no use. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't make it to the church, let alone the drop. "You have to make it," she shouted to herself over the pain. "You have to will yourself to make it." She stopped again, bending over against the pain. She had been worried that a peasant would come out of one of the huts, but now she wished someone would, so they could help her back to the manor. They wouldn't. They were all out in this freezing wind, bringing in the Yule log and gathering up the animals. She looked out toward the fields. The distant figures who had been out there were gone. She was opposite the last hut. Beyond it was a scattering of ramshackle sheds she hoped no one lived in, and surely nobody did. They must be outbuildings, cow byres and granaries. And beyond them, surely not that far away, the church. "Perhaps if I take it slowly," she thought, and started toward the church again. Her whole chest jarred at every step. She stopped, swaying a little, thinking, I mustn't faint. No one knows where I am. She turned and looked back at the manor house. She couldn't even get back to the hall. I have to sit down, she thought, but there was nowhere to sit in the muddy track. Lady Eloise was tending the cotter. Lady Hermione and the girls and the entire village were out cutting the Yule log. No one knows where I am. The wind was picking up, coming now not in gusts but in a straight, determined push across the fields. I must try to get back to the house, Kivrin thought. But she couldn't do that either. Even standing was too much of an effort. If there were anywhere to sit, she would sit down. But the space between the huts, right up to their fences, was all mud. She would have to go into the hut. It had a rickety wattle fence around it, made by weaving green branches between stakes. The fence was scarcely knee-high, and wouldn't have kept a cat out, let alone the sheep and cows it was intended against. Only the gate had supports even waist-high, and Kivrin leaned gratefully against one of them. "Hello!" she shouted into the wind. "Is anyone there?" The front door of the hut was only a few steps from the gate, and the hut couldn't be soundproof. It wasn't even windproof. She could see a hole in the wall where the daubed clay and chopped straw had cracked and fallen away from the matted branches underneath. They could surely hear her. She lifted the loop of leather that held the gate shut, went in, and knocked on the low plank door. There was no answer, and Kivrin hadn't expected any. She shouted again, "Is anyone home?" Not even bothering to listen to how the interpreter translated it, and tried to lift the wooden bar that lay across it. It was too heavy. She tried to slide it out of the notches cut in the protruding lintels, but she couldn't. The hut looked like it could blow away at any minute, and she couldn't get the door open. She would have to tell Mr. Dunworthy medieval huts weren't as flimsy as they looked. She leaned against the door, holding her chest. Something made a sound behind her, and she turned, already saying, "I'm sorry I intruded into your garden." It was the cow, leaning casually over the fence and browsing among the brown leaves, hardly reaching at all. She would have to go back to the manor. She used the gate for support, making sure she shut it behind her and looped the leather back over the stake, and then the cow's bony back. The cow followed with her a few steps, as if it thought Kivrin was leading it in to be milked, and then went back to the garden. The door of one of the sheds that nobody could possibly live in opened, and a barefoot boy came out. He stopped, looking frightened. Kivrin tried to straighten up. "Please," she said, breathing hard between the words, "may I rest a while in your house?" The boy stared dumbly at her, his mouth hanging open. He was hideously thin, his arms and legs no thicker than the twigs in the hut fences. "Please, run and tell someone to come. Tell them I'm ill." He can no more run than I can, she thought, as soon as she said it. The boy's feet were blue with cold, his mouth looked sore, and his cheeks and upper lip was smeared with dried blood from a nosebleed. He's got scurvy, Kivrin thought. He's worse off than I am. But she said again, "Run to the manor and bid them come." The boy crossed himself with a chapped, bony hand. "Behaal in Road, Uchterhond en Blauwstadi," he said, backing into the hut. Oh no, Kivrin thought despairingly. He can't understand me, and I don't have the strength to try to make him. "Please, help me," she said, and the boy looked almost like he understood that. He took a step toward her, and then darted suddenly away in the direction of the church. "Wait!" Kivrin called. He darted past the cow and around the fence and disappeared behind the hut. Kivrin looked at the shed. It could scarcely even be called that. It looked more like a haystack. Grass and pieces of thatch wadded into the spaces between the poles. But its door was a mat of sticks tied together with blackish rope, the kind of door you could blow down with one good breath, and the boy had left it open. She stepped over the raised doorstep and went into the hut. It was dark inside and so smoky Kivrin couldn't see anything. It smelled terrible, like a stable, worse than a stable. Mingled with the barnyard smells were smoke and mildew and the nasty odour of rats. Kivrin had had to bend over almost double to get through the door. She straightened and hit her head on the sticks that served as crossbeams. There was nowhere to sit in the hut, if that was really what it was. The floor was as covered with sacks and tools as if it was a shed after all, and there was no furniture, except an uneven table, whose rough legs splayed unevenly from the centre. But the table had a wooden bowl, and a heel of bread on it, and in the centre of the hut, in the only cleared space, a little fire was burning in a shallow dug-out hole. It was apparently the source of all the smoke, even though there was a hole in the ceiling above it for a draught. It was a little fire, only a few sticks. But the other holes in the unevenly stuffed walls and roof drew the smoke too, and the wind coming in from everywhere gusted it around the cramped hut. Kivrin started to cough, which was a terrible mistake. Her chest felt as if it would break apart with every spasm. Gritting her teeth to keep from coughing, she eased herself down on a sack of onions, holding on to the spade propped against it, and then the fragile-looking wall. She felt immediately better as soon as she was sitting down, even though it was so cold she could see her breath. "I wonder how this place smells in the summer," she thought. She wrapped her cloak around her, folding the tails like a blanket across her knees. There was a cold draught along the floor. She tucked the cloak around her feet, and then picked up a billhook lying next to the sack and poked at the meagre fire with it. The fire blazed up half-heartedly, illuminating the hut and making it look more than ever like a shed. A low lean-to had been built on at one side, probably for a stable, because it was partitioned off from the rest of the hut by an even lower fence than the cottage had had. The fire wasn't bright enough for Kivrin to see into the lean-to corner, but a scuffling sound came from it. A pig, maybe, although the peasants' pigs were supposed to have been slaughtered by now, or maybe a milch goat. She poked at the fire again, trying to get a little more light on the corner. The scuffling sound came from in front of the pathetic fence, from a large dome-shaped cage. It was elaborately out of place in the filthy corner, with its smooth, curved metal band, its complicated door, its fancy handle. Inside the cage, its eyes glinting in the firelight Kivrin had stirred up, was a rat. It sat on its haunches, its hand-like paws holding the chunk of cheese that had tempted it into imprisonment, watching Kivrin. There were several other crumbled and probably mouldy bits of cheese on the floor of the cage. More food than in this entire hut, Kivrin thought, sitting very still on the lumpy sack of onions. One wouldn't think they had anything worth protecting from a rat. She had seen a rat before, of course, in History of Psych, and when they tested her for phobias during her first year, but not this kind. Nobody had seen this kind in England at least in 50 years. It was a very pretty rat, actually, with silky black fur, not much bigger than History of Psych's white laboratory rats, not nearly as big as the brown rat she'd been tested with. It looked much cleaner than the brown rat, too.
It had looked like it belonged in the sewers and drains and tube funnels it had no doubt come out of, with its matted dust-brown coat and long, obscenely naked tail. When she had first started studying the Middle Ages, she had been unable to understand how the Contempts had tolerated the disgusting things in their barns, let alone their houses. The thought of the one in the wall by her bed had filled her with revulsion. But this rat was actually quite clean-looking, with its black eyes and shiny coat. Certainly cleaner than Maisry, and probably more intelligent. Harmless-looking. As if to prove her point, the rat took another dainty nibble on the cheese. "You're not harmless, though," Kivrin said. "You're the scourge of the Middle Ages." The rat dropped the chunk of cheese and took a step forward, its whiskers twitching. It took hold of two of the metal bars with its pinkish hands and looked appealingly through them. "I can't let you out, you know," Kivrin said, and its ears pricked up, as if it understood her. "You eat precious grain and contaminate food and carry fleas, and in another 28 years, you and your chums will wipe out half of Europe. You're what Lady Hermione should be worrying about instead of French spies and illiterate priests." The rat looked at her. "I'd like to let you out, but I can't. The Black Death was bad enough as it was. It killed half of Europe. If I let you out, your descendants might make it even worse." The rat let go of the bars and began running around the cage, crushing against the bars, circling in frantic random movements. "I'd let you out if I could," Kivrin said. The fire had nearly gone out. Kivrin stirred it again, but it was all ashes. The door she'd left open in the hope that the boy would bring someone back looking for her banged shut, plunging the hut in darkness. "They won't have any idea where to look for me," Kivrin thought, and knew they weren't even looking yet. They all thought she was in the upstairs room asleep. Lady Hermione wouldn't even check on her until she brought her her supper. They wouldn't even start to look for her until after Vespers, and by then it would be dark. It was very quiet in the hut. The wind must have died down. She couldn't hear the rat. A twig on the fire snapped once, and sparks flew onto the dirt floor. "Nobody knows where I am," she thought, and put her hand up to her chest, as if she'd been stabbed. "Nobody knows where I am. Not even Mr. Dunworthy." But surely that wasn't true. Lady Eloise might have come back and gone up to put more ointment on, or Maisry might have been sent home by Hermione, or the boy might have darted off to fetch the men from the fields, and they would be here any minute, even though the door was shut. And even if they didn't realize she was gone until after Vespers, they had torches and lanterns, and the parents of the boy with scurvy would come back to cook supper and find her, and would go and fetch someone from the manor. "No matter what happens," she told herself, "you're not completely alone," and that comforted her. Because she was completely alone. She had tried to convince herself she wasn't, that some reading on the net screen had told Gilchrist and Montoya something had gone wrong, that Mr. Dunworthy had made Badri check and recheck everything, that they knew what had happened somehow and were holding the drop open. But they weren't. They no more knew where she was than Agnes and Lady Eloise did. They thought she was safely in Skengate, studying the Middle Ages, with the drop clearly located and the corder already half full of observations about quaint customs and rotation of crops. They wouldn't even realize she was gone until they opened the drop in 2 weeks. And by then, it will be dark, Kivrin said. She sat still, watching the fire. It was nearly out, and there weren't any more sticks anywhere that she could use. She wondered if the boy had been left at home to gather faggots and what they would do for a fire tonight. She was all alone, and the fire was going out, and nobody knew where she was except the rat that was going to kill half of Europe. She stood up, cracking her head again, pushed the door of the hut open, and went outside. There was still no one in sight in the fields. The wind had died down, and she could hear the bell from the southwest tolling clearly. A few flakes of snow drifted out of the grey sky. The little rise the church was on was completely obscured with snow. Kivrin started toward the church. Another bell began. It was more to the south and closer, but with a higher, more metallic sound that meant it was a smaller bell. It tolled steadily, too, but a little behind the first bell, so that it sounded like an echo. "Kivrin! Lady Kivrin!" Agnes called. "Where have you been?" She ran up beside Kivrin, her round little face red with exertion, or cold, or excitement. "We've been looking everywhere for you." She darted back in the direction she'd come from, shouting, "I found her! I found her!" "Nay, you did not," Rosamond said. "We all saw her." She hurried forward ahead of Lady Hermione and Maisry, who had her ragged poncho thrown over her shoulders. Her ears were bright red. She looked sullen, which probably meant she had been blamed for Kivrin's disappearance, or thought she was going to be. Or maybe she was just cold. Lady Hermione looked furious. "You didn't know it was Kivrin," Agnes shouted, running back to Kivrin's side. "You said you were not certain it was Kivrin. I was the one who found her." Rosamond ignored her. She took hold of Kivrin's arm. "What has happened? Why did you leave your bed?" she asked anxiously. "Garwin came to speak with you and found that you had gone." "Garwin came?" Kivrin thought weakly. "Garwin, who could have told me exactly where the drop is. And I wasn't there." "Aye. He came to tell you that he had found no trace of your attackers and that—" Lady Hermione came up. "Whither were you bound?" she said, and it sounded like an accusation. "I could not find my way back," Kivrin said, trying to think what to say, to explain her wandering about the village. "Went you to meet someone?" Lady Hermione demanded, and it was definitely an accusation. "How could she go to meet someone?" Rosamond asked. "She knows no one here and remembers naught of before." "I went to look for the place where I was found," Kivrin said, trying not to lean on Rosamond. "I thought maybe the sight of my belongings might—" "Help you to remember," Rosamond said. "But you need not have risked your health to do so," Lady Hermione said. "Garwin has fetched them here this day." "Everything?" Kivrin asked. "Aye," Rosamond said. "The wagon and all your boxes." The second bell stopped, and the first bell kept on alone, steadily, slowly, and surely it was a funeral. It sounded like the death of hope itself. Garwin had brought everything to the manor. "It is not meet to hold Lady Catherine talking in this cold," Rosamond said, sounding like her mother. "She has been ill. We must needs get her inside ere she catches a chill." I have already caught a chill, Kivrin thought. Garwin had brought everything to the manor, all traces of where the drop had been, even the wagon. "You are to blame for this, Maisry," Lady Hermione said, pushing Maisry forward to take Kivrin's arm. "You should not have left her alone." Kivrin flinched away from the filthy Maisry. "Can you walk?" Rosamond asked, already buckling under Kivrin's weight. Should we bring the mare?" "No," Kivrin said. She somehow couldn't bear the thought of that, brought back like a captured prisoner on the back of a jangling horse. "No," she repeated. "I can walk." She had to lean heavily on Rosamond's arm and Maisry's filthy one, and it was slow going, but she made it. Past the huts and the steward's house and the interested pigs, and into the courtyard. The stump of a big ash tree lay on the cobbles in front of the barn, its twisted roots catching the flakes of snow. "She will have caught her death with her behaviour," Lady Imeyne said, gesturing to Maisry to open the heavy wooden door. "She will no doubt have a relapse." It began to snow in earnest. Maisry opened the door. It had a latch like the little door on the rat's cage. "I should have let it go," Kivrin thought, scourge or not. "I should have let it go." Lady Imeyne motioned to Maisry, and she came back to take Kivrin's arm again. "No," she said, and shrugged off her hand and Rosamond's, and walked alone and without help through the door and into the darkness inside. Transcript from the Doomsday Book. 18th of December, 1320. Old style. I think I have pneumonia. I tried to go find the drop, but I didn't make it, and I've had some sort of relapse or something. There's a stabbing pain under my ribs every time I take a breath, and when I cough, which is constantly, it feels like everything inside is breaking to pieces. I tried to sit up a while ago, and was instantly bathed in sweat, and I think my temp is back up. Those are all symptoms Dr. Ahrens told me indicate pneumonia. Lady Eloise isn't back yet. Lady Imeyne put a horrible-smelling poultice on my chest, and then sent for the steward's wife. I thought she wanted to chide with her for usurping the manor, but when the steward's wife came, carrying her 6-month-old baby, Imeyne told her, "The wound has fevered her lungs," and the steward's wife looked at my temple, and then went out, and came back without the baby, and with a bowl full of a bitter-tasting tea. It must have had willow bark or something in it, because my temp came down, and my ribs don't hurt quite so much. The steward's wife is thin and small, with a sharp face and ash-blonde hair. I think Lady Imeyne is probably right about her being the one to tempt the steward into sin. She came in wearing a fur-trimmed kirtle with sleeves so long they nearly dragged on the floor, and her baby wrapped in a finely woven wool blanket, and she talks in an odd slurred accent that I think is an attempt to mimic Lady Imeyne's speech. The embryonic middle class, as Mr. Latimer would say, nouveau riche, and waiting for its chance, which it will get in 30 years, when the Black Death hits and 1/3 of the nobility is wiped out. "Is this the lady was found in the woods?" she asked Lady Imeyne when she came in, and there wasn't any seeming modesty in her manner. She smiled at Imeyne as if they were old chums and came over to the bed. "Aye," Lady Imeyne said, managing to get impatience, disdain, and distaste all in one syllable. The steward's wife was oblivious. She came over to the bed and then stepped back, the first person to show any indication they thought I might be contagious. "Has she the something fever?" The interpreter didn't catch the word, and I couldn't get it either because of her peculiar accent. Fluronian, Florentine. "She has a wound to the head," Imeyne said sharply. "It has fevered her lungs." The steward's wife nodded. Father Roche told us how he and Garwin found her in the woods. Imeyne stiffened at the familiar use of Garwin's name, and the steward's wife did catch that and hurried out to brew up the willow bark. She even ducked about her Lady Imeyne when she left the second time. Rosamond came in to sit with me after Imeyne left. I think they've assigned her to keep me from trying to escape again. and I asked her if it was true that Father Roche had been with Garwin when he found me. Nay, she said. Garwin met Father Roche on the road as he brought you here, and left you to his care that he might seek your attackers. But he found naught of them, and he and Father Roche brought you here. You need not worry over it. Garwin has brought your things to the manor. I don't remember Father Roche being there, except in the sick room. But if it's true, and Garwin didn't meet him too far from the drop, maybe he knows where it is. Break. I have been thinking about what Lady Hermione said. The wound to her head has fevered her lungs, she said. I don't think anyone here realizes I'm ill. They let the little girls in the sick room all the time, and none of them seemed the least afraid except the steward's wife. And as soon as Lady Hermione told her I had fevered lungs, she came up to the bed without any hesitation. But she was obviously worried about the possibility of my illnesses being contagious, and when I asked Rosamond why she hadn't gone with her mother to see the cotter, she said, as if it was self-evident, "She forbade me to go. The cotter is ill." I don't think they know I have a disease. I didn't have any obvious marker symptoms like pox or a rash, and I think they put my fever and delirium down to my injuries. Wounds often become infected, and there were frequent cases of blood poisoning. There would be no reason to keep the little girls away from an injured person. And none of them have caught it. It's been 5 days, and if it is a virus, the incubation period should only be 12 to 48 hours. Dr. Ahrens told me the most contagious period is before there are any symptoms. So maybe I wasn't contagious by the time the little girls started coming in. Or maybe this is something they've all had already, and they're immune. The steward's wife asked if I had had the Florentine fever, and Mr. Gilchrist's convinced there was an influenza epidemic in 1320. Maybe that's what I caught. It's afternoon. Rosamond is sitting in the window seat sewing a piece of linen with dark red wool, and Black is asleep beside me. I've been thinking about how you were right, Mr. Dunworthy. I wasn't prepared at all, and everything's completely different from the way I thought it would be. But you were wrong about its not being like a fairy tale. Everywhere I look, I see things from fairy tales. Agnes's red cape and hood, and the rat's cage, and bowls of porridge, and the village's huts of straw and sticks that a wolf could blow down without half trying. The bell tower looks like the one Rapunzel was imprisoned in, and Rosamond, bending over her embroidery, with her dark hair and white cap and red cheeks, looks for all the world like Snow White. Break. I think my fever is back up. I can smell smoke in the room. Lady Hermione is praying, kneeling beside the bed with her book of hours. Rosamond told me they have sent for the steward's wife again. Lady Hermione despises her. I must be truly ill for Hermione to have sent for her. I wonder if they will send for the priest. If they do, I must ask him if he knows where Garwin found me. It's so hot in here. This part is not like a fairy tale at all. They only send for the priest when someone is dying. But probability says there was a 72% chance of dying of pneumonia in the 1300s. I hope he comes soon, to tell me where the drop is, and hold my hand. Chapter 13. 2 more cases. Both students came in while Mary was interrogating Colin on how he had got through the perimeter. "It was easy," Colin had said indignantly. "They're trying to keep people from getting out, not getting in," and had been about to give the particulars when the registrar came in. Mary had made Dunworthy accompany her to the casualties ward to see if he could identify them. "And you stay here," she had told Colin.
You've caused quite enough trouble for one night." Dunworthy didn't recognise either of the new cases, but it didn't matter. They were conscious and lucid, and were already giving the house officer the names of all their contacts when he and Mary got there. He took a good look at each of them and shook his head. "They might have been part of that crowd on the high street. I can't tell," he said. "It's all right," she said. "You can go home if you like." "Well, I thought I'd wait and have my blood test," he said. "Oh, but that isn't till—" she said, looking at her digital. "Good Lord, it's past 6. "I'll just go up and check on Badri," he said, "and then I'll be in the waiting room." Badri was asleep. The nurse said, "I wouldn't wake him." "No, of course not," Dunworthy said, and went back down to the waiting room. Colin was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the floor, digging in his duffel. "Where's Great Aunt Mary?" he asked. "She's a bit flacked at my showing up, isn't she?" "She thought you were safely back in London," Dunworthy said. "Your mother told her your train had been stopped at Barton." "It was. They made everyone get off and get on another train going back to London." "And you got lost in the changeover?" "No. I overheard these people talking about the quarantine and how there was this terrible disease and everybody was going to die and everything." He stopped to rummage further in his duffel. He took out and replaced a large number of items, vids and a pocket vidder and a pair of scuffed and dirty runners. He was obviously related to Mary. "And I didn't want to be stuck with Eric and miss all the excitement." "Eric?" "My mother's live-in." He pulled out a large red gobstopper, picked off a few bits of lint and popped it in his mouth. It made a mump-like lump in his cheek. "He is absolutely the most necrotic person in the world," he said around the gobstopper. "He has this flat down in Kent, and there is absolutely nothing to do." "So you got off the train at Barton. What did you do then? Walk to Oxford?" He took the gobstopper out of his mouth. It was no longer red. It was a mottled bluish-green colour. Colin looked critically at all sides of it and put it back in his mouth. "Of course not. Barton's a long way from Oxford. I took a taxi." "Of course," Dunworthy said. "I told the driver I was reporting the quarantine for my school paper, and I wanted to get vids of the blockade. I had my vidder with me, you see, so it seemed the logical thing." He held up the pocket vidder to illustrate, and then stuffed it back in the duffel and began digging again. "Did he believe you?" "I think so. He did ask me which school I went to, but I just said very offended, 'You should be able to tell.' And he said, 'St. Edward's,' and I said, 'Of course.' He must have believed me. He took me to the perimeter, didn't he?" "And I was worried about what Kivrin would do if no friendly traveller came along," Dunworthy thought. "What did you do then? Give the police the same story?" Colin pulled out a green wool jumper, folded it into a bundle, and laid it on top of the open duffel. "No. When I thought about it, it was rather a lame story. I mean, what is there to take pictures of after all? It's not like a fire, is it? So I just walked up to the guard as if I were going to ask him something about the quarantine, and then just to the last, I dodged sideways and ducked under the barrier." "Didn't they chase you?" "Of course, but not for more than a few streets. They're trying to keep people from getting out, not in. And then I walked about a while till I found a call box." Presumably it had been pouring rain this entire time, but Colin hadn't mentioned it, and a collapsible umbrella wasn't among the items he'd rooted out of his bag. "The hard part was finding Great Aunt Mary," he said. He lay down with his head on the duffel. "I went to her flat, but she wasn't there. I thought perhaps she was still at the tube station waiting for me, but it was shut down." He sat up, rearranged the wool jumper and lay back down. "And then I thought, she's a doctor. She'll be at the infirmary." He sat up again, punched the duffel into a different shape, lay down and closed his eyes. Dunworthy leaned back in the uncomfortable chair, envying the young. Colin was probably nearly asleep already, not at all frightened or disturbed by his adventures. He had walked all over Oxford in the middle of the night, or perhaps he had taken further taxis, or pulled a collapsible bicycle out of his duffel, all by himself, in a freezing winter rain, and he wasn't even fazed by the adventure. Kivrin was all right. If the village wasn't where it was supposed to be, she would walk until she found it, or take a taxi, or lie down somewhere with her head on her folded-up cloak and sleep the undauntable sleep of youth. Mary came in. Both of them went to a dance in Headington last night, she said, dropping her voice when she saw Colin. Badri was there too, Dunworthy whispered back. I know. One of them danced with him. They were there from 9 to 2, which puts it at from 25 to 30 hours, and well within a 48-hour incubation period. If Badri's the one who infected them. You don't think he did? I think it's more likely all three of them were infected by the same person. Probably someone Badri saw early in the evening and the others later. A carrier? She shook her head. People don't usually carry myxoviruses without contracting the disease themselves, but he or she could have had only a mild manifestation or have been ignoring the symptoms. Dunworthy thought of Badri collapsing against the console and wondered how it was possible to ignore one's symptoms. And if, Mary went on, this person was in South Carolina 4 days ago, you'll have your link with the American virus. And you can stop worrying over Kivrin. She wasn't at the dance in Headington, she said. Of course, the connection is more likely to be several links away. She frowned, and Dunworthy thought. Several links that haven't checked into hospital or even rung up a doctor. Several links who have all ignored their symptoms. Apparently Mary was thinking the same thing. These bell ringers of yours, when did they arrive in England? I don't know, but they only arrived in Oxford this afternoon, after Badri was at the net. Well, ask them anyway. When they landed, where they've been, whether any of them have been ill. One of them might have relations in Oxford and have come up early. You've no American undergraduates in college? No. Montoya's an American. I hadn't thought of that, Mary said. How long has she been here? All term. But she might have been in contact with someone visiting from America. I'll ask her when she comes in for her blood work, she said. I'd like you to question Badri about any Americans he knows, or students who've been to the States on exchange. He's asleep. And so should you be, she said. I didn't mean now. She patted his arm. There's no necessity of waiting till 7. I'll send someone in to take blood and BP so you can go home to bed. She took Dunworthy's wrist and looked at the temp monitor. Any chills? Nope. Headache? Yes. That's because you're exhausted. She dropped his wrist. I'll send someone straight away. She looked at Colin stretched out on the floor. Colin will have to be tested as well, at least till we're certain it's droplet. Colin's mouth had fallen open, but the gobstopper was still firmly in place in his cheek. Dunworthy wondered if he were likely to choke. What about your nephew? He said. Would you like me to take him back to Balliol with me? She looked immediately grateful. Would you? I hate to burden you with him, but I doubt I'll be home till we get this under control. She sighed. Poor boy. I hope his Christmas won't be too spoilt. I wouldn't worry too much about it, Dunworthy said. Well, I'm very grateful, Mary said, and I'll see to the tests immediately. She left. Colin sat up immediately.
What sort of tests? Colin asked. Does this mean I might get the virus?
I sincerely hope not,
Dunworthy said, thinking of Badri's flushed face, his laboured breathing.
But I might, Colin said.
The chances are very slim, Dunworthy said, and I shouldn't worry about it.
I'm not worried.
He held out his arm.
I think I'm getting a rash, he said eagerly, pointing to a freckle.
That isn't a symptom of the virus, Dunworthy said. Collect your things. I'm taking you home with me after the tests.
He gathered up his muffler and overcoat from the chairs he'd draped them over. What are the symptoms, then?
Fever and difficulty breathing, Dunworthy said.
Mary's shopping bag was on the floor by Latimer's chair. He decided they'd best take it with them. The nurse came in carrying her blood work tray.
I feel hot,
Colin said. He clutched his throat dramatically.
I can't breathe.
The nurse took a startled step backward, clinking her tray. Dunworthy grabbed Colin's arm.
Don't be alarmed, he said to the nurse. It's only a case of gobstopper poisoning.
Colin grinned and bared his arm fearlessly for the blood test, then stuffed the jumper into the duffel and pulled on his still damp jacket, while Dunworthy had his blood drawn. The nurse said, Dr. Ahrens said you needn't wait for the results, and left. Dunworthy put on his overcoat, picked up Mary's shopping bag, and led Colin down the corridor and out through the casualties ward. He couldn't see Mary anywhere, but she had said they needn't wait, and he was suddenly so tired he couldn't stand. They went outside. It was just beginning to get light out and still raining. Dunworthy hesitated under the hospital porch, wondering if he should ring for a taxi. But he had no desire to have Gilchrist show up for his tests while they were waiting, and have to hear his plans for sending Kivrin to the Black Death and the Battle of Agincourt. He fished Mary's collapsible umbrella out of her bag and put it up.
Thank goodness you're still here, Montoya said, skidding up on a bicycle, spraying water. I need to find Basingame.
So do we all, Dunworthy thought, wondering where she had been during all those telephone conversations. She got off the bike, pushed it up the rack, and keyed the lock.
His secretary said no one knows where he is. Can you believe that?
Yes, Dunworthy said.
I've been trying most of today, yesterday, to reach him. He's on holiday somewhere in Scotland. No one knows exactly where. Fishing, according to his wife.
At this time of year? She said.
Who would go fishing in Scotland in December? Surely his wife knows where he is, or has a number where he can be reached or something.
Dunworthy shook his head. This is ridiculous. I go to all the trouble to get the National Health Board to grant me access to my dig, and Basingame's on vacation. She reached under her slick and brought out a sheaf of coloured papers. They agreed to give me a waiver if the head of history would sign an affidavit saying the dig was a project necessary and essential to the welfare of the university. How could he just go off like this without telling anybody? She slapped the papers against her leg, and raindrops flew everywhere. I have to get this signed before the whole dig floats away. Where's Gilchrist?
He should be here shortly for his blood tests, Dunworthy said. If you manage to find Basingame, tell him he needs to come back immediately. Tell him we've got a quarantine here. We don't know where an historian is, and the tech is too ill to tell us.
Fishing, Montoya said disgustedly, heading for casualties. If my dig is ruined, he's going to have a lot to answer for.
Come along,
Dunworthy said to Colin, anxious to be gone before anyone else showed up. He held the umbrella so it would cover Colin too, and then gave up. Colin walked rapidly ahead, managing to hit nearly every puddle, then dawdled behind to look at shop windows. There was no one on the streets, though whether that was from the quarantine or the early hour, Dunworthy couldn't tell.
Perhaps they'll all be asleep, he thought, and we can sneak in and go straight to bed. I thought there'd be more going on, Colin said, sounding disappointed. Sirens and all that. And dead carts going through the streets calling, "Bring out your dead," Dunworthy said. You should have gone with Kivrin. Quarantines in the Middle Ages were far more exciting than this one's likely to be, with only 4 cases and a vaccine on its way from the States. Who is this Kivrin person? Colin asked. Your daughter? She's my pupil. She's just gone to 1320. Time travel? Apocalyptic. They turned the corner of the Broad. The Middle Ages, Colin said. That's Napoleon, isn't it? Trafalgar and all that. It's the 100 Years' War, Dunworthy said, and Colin looked blank. What are they teaching children in the schools these days? He thought. Knights and ladies and castles. The Crusades? The Crusades are a bit earlier. That's where I'd want to go. The Crusades. They were at Balliol's gate. Quiet now, Dunworthy said. Everyone will be asleep. There was no one at the porter's gate, and no one in the front quadrangle. Lights were on in the hall, the bell ringers having breakfast probably, but there were no lights in the senior common room and none in Salvin. If they could get up the stairs without seeing anyone and without Collins suddenly announcing he was hungry, they might make it safely to his rooms. Shh, he said, turning back to caution Colin, who had stopped in the quad to take out his gobstopper and examine its colour, which was now a purplish black. We don't want to wake everyone, he said, his finger to his lips, turned around and collided with a couple in the doorway. They were wearing rain slicks and embracing energetically, and the young man seemed oblivious to the collision, but the young woman pulled free and looked frightened. She had short red hair and was wearing a student nurse's uniform under her slick. The young man was William Gadsden. Your behaviour is inappropriate to both the time and the place, Dunworthy said sternly. Public displays of affection are strictly forbidden in college. It is also ill-advised, since your mother may arrive at any moment. My mother? He said, looking as dismayed as Dunworthy had when he saw her coming down the corridor with her valise. Here? In Oxford? What's she doing here? I thought there was a quarantine on. There is, but a mother's love knows no bounds. She's concerned about your health, as am I, considering the circumstances. He frowned at William and the young woman, who giggled. I would suggest you escort your fellow perpetrator home and then make preparations for your mother's arrival. Preparations? He said, looking truly stricken. You mean she's staying? She has no alternative, I'm afraid. There is a quarantine on. Lights came on suddenly inside the staircase, and Finch emerged. Thank goodness you're here, Mr. Dunworthy, he said. He had a sheaf of coloured papers, too, which he waved at Dunworthy. National Health has just sent over another 30 detainees. I told them we hadn't any room, but they wouldn't listen, and I don't know what to do. We simply do not have the necessary supplies for all these people. Lavatory paper, Dunworthy said. Yes, Finch said, brandishing the papers. And food stores. We went through half the eggs and bacon this morning alone. Eggs and bacon? Colin said. Are there any left? Finch looked inquiringly at Colin and then at Dunworthy. He's Dr. Aaron's nephew, he said, and before Finch could start off again, he'll stay in my rooms. Well, good, because I simply cannot find space for another person. We have both been up all night, Mr. Finch, so here's the list of supplies as of this morning. He handed Dunworthy a dampish blue paper. As you can see, Mr. Finch, I appreciate your concern about the supplies, but surely this can wait until after. This is a list of your telephone calls with the ones you need to return marked with asterisks. This is a list of your appointments. The vicar wishes you to be at St. Mary's at 6:15 tomorrow to rehearse the Christmas Eve service. I will return all these calls, but after Dr. Ahrens telephoned twice. She wanted to know what you found out about the bell ringers. Dunworthy gave up. Assign the new detainees to Warren and Bersavi, 3 to a room. There are extra cots in the cellar of the hall. Finch opened his mouth to protest. They'll simply have to put up with the paint smell. He handed Colin Mary's shopping bag and the umbrella. That building over there with the lights on is the hall, he said, pointing at the door. Go tell the scouts you want some breakfast, and then get one of them to let you into my rooms. He turned to William, who was doing something with his hands under the student nurse's rain slick. Mr. Gadsden, find your accomplice a taxi, and then find the students who've been here during VAC, and ask them whether they've been to the States in the past week or had contact with anyone who has. Make a list. You haven't been to the States recently, have you? No, sir, he said, removing his hands from the nurse. I've been up the whole VAC, reading Petrarch. Oh, yes, Petrarch, Dunworthy said. Ask the students what they know about Badri Chowdhury's activities from Monday on and question the staff. I need to know where he was and who he was with. I want the same sort of report on Kivrin Engel. Do a thorough job and refrain from further public displays of affection, and I'll arrange for your mother to be assigned a room as far from you as possible. Thank you, sir, William said. That would mean a great deal to me, sir. Now, Mr. Finch, if you'll tell me where I might find Miss Taylor. Finch handed him more sheets with the room assignments on them, but Miss Taylor wasn't there. She was in the junior common room with her bell ringers and, apparently, the still unassigned detainees. One of them, an imposing woman in a fur coat, grabbed his arm as soon as he came in. "Are you in charge of this place?" she demanded. Clearly not, Dunworthy thought. "Yes," he said. "Well, what are you going to do about getting us someplace to sleep? We've been up all night." "So have I, madam," Dunworthy said, afraid that this was Miss Taylor. She had looked thinner and less dangerous on the telephone, but visuals could be deceiving, and the accent and the attitude were unmistakable. "You wouldn't be Miss Taylor?" "I'm Miss Taylor," a woman in one of the wing chairs said. She stood up. She looked even thinner than she had on the telephone, and apparently less angry. "I spoke with you on the phone earlier," she said, and the way that she said it, they might have had a pleasant chat about the intricacies of change ringing. "This is Miss Piantini, our tenor," she said, indicating the woman in the fur coat. Miss Piantini looked like she could yank Great Tom straight off its moorings. She had obviously not had any viruses lately. "If I could speak with you privately for a moment, Miss Taylor." He led her out into the corridor. "Were you able to cancel your concert in Ely?" "Yes," she said, "and Norwich. They were very understanding." She leaned forward anxiously. "Is it true it's cholera?" "Cholera?" Dunworthy said blankly. "One of the women who had been down at the station said it was cholera, that someone had brought it from India, and people were dropping like flies." It had apparently not been a good night's sleep, but fear that had worked the change in her manner. If he told her there were only 4 cases, she would very likely demand they be taken to Ely. "The disease is apparently a myxovirus," he said carefully. "When did your group come to England?" Her eyes widened. "You think we're the ones who brought it? We haven't been to India." There is a possibility. It is the same myxovirus as one reported in South Carolina. Are any of your members from South Carolina?"
"No," she said. "We're all from Colorado, except Miss Piantini. She's from Wyoming, and none of us has been sick."
"How long have you been in England?"
3 weeks. We've been visiting all the traditional council chapters and doing handbell concerts. We rang a Boston treble bob at St. Catherine's and post office caters with 3 of the Bury St. Edmunds chapter ringers, but of course neither of those was a new peal. A Chicago surprise minor.
"And you all arrived in Oxford yesterday morning?"
"Yes."
"None of your group came early to see the sights or visit friends?"
"No," she said, sounding shocked. "We're on tour, Mr. Dunworthy, not on vacation."
"And you said that none of you had been ill?"
She shook her head. "We can't afford to get sick. There are only 6 of us."
"Thank you for your help,"
Dunworthy said, and sent her back down to the common room. He rang up Mary, who couldn't be found, left a message and started down Finch's asterisks. He rang up Andrews, Jesus College, Mr. Basingame's secretary, and St. Mary's without getting through. He rang off, waited a 5-minute interval and tried again. During one of the intervals, Mary phoned. "Why aren't you in bed yet?" she demanded. "You look exhausted."
"I've been interrogating the bell ringers," he said. "They've been here in England for 3 weeks. None of them came to Oxford before yesterday afternoon, and none of them are ill. Do you want me to come back and question Badri?"
"It won't do any good, I'm afraid. He's not coherent."
"I'm trying to get through to Jesus to see what they know of his comings and goings."
"Good," she said. "Ask his landlady, too, and get some sleep. I don't want you getting this." She paused. "We've got 6 more cases."
"Any from South Carolina?"
"No," she said, "and none who couldn't have had contact with Badri. So he's still the index case. Is Colin all right?"
"He's having breakfast," he said. "He's all right. Don't worry about him."
He didn't get to bed until after 1:30 in the afternoon. It took him 2 hours to get through to all the starred names on Finch's list, and another hour to discover where Badri lived. His landlady wasn't at home, and when Dunworthy got back, Finch insisted on going over the complete inventory of supplies. Dunworthy finally got away from him by promising to telephone the NHS and demand additional lavatory paper. He let himself into his rooms. Colin had curled up on the window seat, his head on his pack and a crocheted lap robe over him. It didn't reach as far as his feet. Dunworthy took a blanket from the foot of the bed and covered him up, and sat down in the Chesterfield opposite to take off his shoes. He was almost too tired to do that, though he knew he would regret it if he went to bed in his clothes. That was the province of the young and non-arthritic. Colin would wake refreshed in spite of digging buttons and constricting sleeves. Kivrin could wrap up in her too thin white cloak and rest her head on a tree stump, none the worse for wear. But if he so much as omitted a pillow or left his shirt on, he would wake stiff and cramped. And if he sat here with his shoes in his hand, he would not get to bed at all. He heaved himself out of the chair, still holding the shoes, switched the light off, and went into the bedroom. He put on his pyjamas and turned back the bed. It looked impossibly inviting. "I shall be asleep before my head hits the pillow," he thought, taking off his spectacles. He got into bed and pulled the covers up. "Before I've even switched off the light," he thought, and switched off the light. There was scarcely any light from the window, only a dull grey showing through the tangle of darker grey vines. The rain beat faintly against the leathery leaves. "I should have drawn the curtains," he thought, but he was too tired to get up again. At least Kivrin wouldn't have to contend with rain. It was the little ice age. It would be snow, if anything. The Contemps had slept huddled together by the hearth until it had finally occurred to someone to invent the chimney and the fireplace, and that hadn't been extant in Oxfordshire villages till the mid-15th century. But Kivrin wouldn't care. She would curl up like Colin and sleep the easy, the unappreciated sleep of the young. He wondered if it had stopped raining. He couldn't hear the patter of it on the window. Perhaps it had slowed to a drizzle, or was getting ready to rain again. It was so dark, and too early for the afternoon to be drawing in. He drew his hand out from under the covers and looked at the illuminated numbers on his digital. Only 2 o'clock. It would be 6 in the evening where Kivrin was. He needed to phone Andrews again when he woke up and have him read the fix so they would know exactly where and when she was. Badri had told Gilchrist there was minimal slippage, that he'd double-checked the first-year apprentice's coordinates, and they were correct. But he wanted to make certain. Gilchrist had taken no precautions, and even with precautions, things could go wrong. Today had proved that. Badri had had the full course of antivirals. Colin's mother had seen him safely onto the tube and given him extra money. The first time Dunworthy had gone to London, he had almost not made it back, and they had taken endless precautions. It had been as simple there and back again to test the on-site net. Only 30 years. Dunworthy was to go through to Trafalgar Square, take the tube from Charing Cross to Paddington and the 10:48 train to Oxford, where the main net would be open. They had allowed plenty of time, checked and rechecked the net, researched the ABC and the tube schedules, double-checked the dates on the money. And when he had got to Charing Cross, the tube station was closed. The lights in the ticket kiosks had been off, and an iron gate had been pulled across the entrance in front of the wooden turnstiles. He pulled the blankets up over his shoulder. Any number of things could have gone wrong with the drop, things no one had even thought of. It had probably never occurred to Colin's mother that Colin's train would be stopped at Barton. It had not occurred to any of them that Badri would suddenly fall forward into the console. Mary's right, he thought. You have a dreadful streak of Mrs. Gadsonitis. Kivrin overcame any number of obstacles to get to the Middle Ages. Even if something goes wrong, she can handle it. Colin hadn't let a little thing like a quarantine stop him. And Dunworthy had made it safely back from London. He had banged on the shut gate and then run back up the stairs to read the signs again, thinking that perhaps he had come in the wrong way. He hadn't. He had looked for a clock. Perhaps there had been more slippage than the checks indicated, he'd thought, and the underground was shut down for the night. But the clock above the entrance said 9:15. Accident, a disreputable-looking man in a filthy cap said. They've shut down till they can get it cleaned up. But I must take the Bakerloo line, he stammered. But the man shuffled off. He stood there, staring into the darkened station, unable to think what to do. He hadn't brought enough money for a taxi, and Paddington was all the way across London. He'd never make the 10:48. Where you going, mate? A young man with a black leather jacket and green hair like a coxcomb said. Dunworthy could scarcely understand him. Punker, he thought. The young man moved menacingly closer. Paddington, he said, and it came out as little more than a squeak. The punker reached in his jacket pocket for what Dunworthy was sure was his switchblade, but he pulled out a laminated tube pass and began reading the map on the back. You can get District or Circle from Embankment. Go down Craven Street and take a left. He had run the whole way, certain the punker's gang would leap out at him and steal his historically accurate money at any moment, and when he got to Embankment, he had had no idea how to work the ticket machine. A woman with 2 toddlers had helped him, punching in the destination and amount for him, and showing him how to insert his ticket in the slot. He had made it to Paddington with time to spare. "Aren't there any nice people in the Middle Ages?" Kivrin had asked him. And of course there were. Young men with switchblades and tube maps had existed in all ages. So had mothers and toddlers, and Mrs. Gadsons and Latimers, and Gilchrists. He rolled over onto his other side. "She will be perfectly all right," he said aloud, but softly, so as not to wake Colin. "The Middle Ages are no match for my best pupil." He pulled the blanket up over his shoulder and closed his eyes, thinking of the young man with the green coxcomb poring over the map. But the image that floated before him was of the iron gate, stretched between him and the turnstiles, and the darkened station beyond. Transcript from the Doomsday Book. 19th of December, 1320, Old Style. I'm feeling better. I can go 3 or 4 careful breaths at a time without coughing, and I was actually hungry this morning, though not for the greasy porridge Maisry brought me. I would kill for a plate of bacon and eggs. And a bath. I am absolutely filthy. Nothing's been washed since I got here except my forehead, and the last 2 days Lady Hermione has glued poultices made of strips of linen covered with a disgusting-smelling paste to my chest. Between that, the intermittent sweats that I'm still having, and the bed, which hasn't been changed since the 1200s, I positively reek, and my hair, short as it is crawling. I'm the cleanest person here. Dr. Ahrens was right in wanting to cauterize my nose. Everyone, even the little girls, smell terrible, and it's the dead of winter and freezing cold in here. I can't imagine what it must be like in August. They all have fleas. Lady Hermione stops even in mid-prayer to scratch, and when Agnes pulled down her hose to show me her knee, there were red bites all up and down her leg. Eloise, Hermione, and Rosamond have comparatively clean faces, but they don't wash their hands, even after emptying the chamber pot. And the idea of washing the dishes or changing the flock in the mattresses has yet to be invented. By right, they should all have long since died of infection. But except for scurvy and a lot of bad teeth, everyone seems to be in good health. Even Agnes's knee is healing nicely. She comes to show me the scab every day, and her silver buckle, and her wooden knight, and poor overloved Blackie. She is a treasure trove of information, most of it volunteered without my even asking. Rosamond is in her 13th year, which means she's 12, and the room they've been tending me in is her bower. It's hard to imagine she'll soon be of marriageable age, and thus has a private maiden's bower. But girls were frequently married at 14 and 15 in the 1300s. Eloise can scarcely have been older than that when she married. Agnes also told me she has 3 older brothers, all of whom stayed in Bath with their father. The bell in the southwest is Swindone. Agnes can name all the bells by the sound of their ringing. The distant one that always rings first is the Osney bell, the forerunner of Great Tom. The double bells are at Courcy, where Sir Bloet lives, and the 2 closest are Whitney and Escott. That means I'm close to Skendgate in location, and this could very well be Skendgate. It has the ash trees, it's about the right size, and the church is in the right place. Miss Montoya may simply not have found the bell tower yet. Unfortunately, the name of the village is the one thing Agnes hasn't known. She did know where Gawain was. She told me he was out hunting my attackers. And when he finds them, he will slay them with his sword like that, she said, demonstrating with Blackie.
I'm not certain the things she tells me can always be depended upon. She told me King Edward is in France, and that Father Roche saw the devil dressed all in black and riding on a black stallion. This last is possible. That Father Roche told her that, not that he saw the devil. The line between the spiritual world and the physical wasn't clearly drawn until the Renaissance, and the Contemps routinely saw visions of angels, the Last Judgment, the Virgin Mary. Lady Hermione complains constantly about how ignorant and illiterate and incompetent Father Roche is. She is still trying to convince Eloise to send Gawain to Osney to fetch a monk. When I asked her if she would send for him so he could pray with me, I decided that request couldn't possibly be considered overbold. She gave me a half-hour recital of how he had forgotten part of the Venite, had blown the candles out instead of pinching them so that much wax is wasted, and filled the servants' heads with superstitious prate, no doubt of the devil and his horse. Village-level priests in the 1300s were merely peasants who'd been taught the Mass by rote and a smattering of Latin. Everyone smells about the same to me, but the nobility viewed their serfs as a different species altogether, and I'm sure it offends Hermione's aristocratic soul to have to tell her confession to this villain. He's no doubt as superstitious and illiterate as she claims, but he's not incompetent. He held my hand when I was dying. He told me not to be afraid, and I wasn't. Break. I'm feeling better by leaps and bounds. This afternoon I sat up for half an hour, and tonight I went downstairs for supper. Lady Eloise brought me a brown wadmal kirtle and mustard-coloured surcoat to wear, and a sort of kerchief to cover my chopped-off hair. Not a wimple and coif, so Eloise must still think I'm a maiden in spite of all Hermione's talk about Dultresses. I don't know if my clothes were inappropriate or simply too nice to be worn for every day. Eloise didn't say anything. She and Hermione helped me dress. I wanted to ask if I could wash before I put my new clothes on, but I'm afraid of doing anything that will make Hermione more suspicious. She watched me fasten my points and tie my shoes, as it was, and kept a sharp eye on me all through dinner. I sat between the girls and shared a trencher with them. The steward was relegated to the very end of the table, and Maisry was nowhere to be seen. According to Mr. Latimer, the parish priest ate at the Lord's table, but Lady Hermione probably doesn't like Father Roche's table manners either. We had meat, I think venison, and bread. The venison tasted of cinnamon, salt, and the lack of refrigeration, and the bread was stone hard, but it was better than porridge, and I don't think I made any mistakes. Though I'm certain I must be making mistakes all the time, and that's why Lady Hermione is so suspicious of me. My clothes, my hands, probably my sentence structure, are slightly, or not so slightly, off, and it all combines to make me seem foreign, peculiar, suspicious. Lady Eloise is too worried over her husband's trial to notice my mistakes, and the girls are too young. But Lady Hermione notices everything, and is probably making a list like the one she has for Father Roche. Thank goodness I didn't tell her I was Isabel de Beauvoir. She'd have ridden to Yorkshire, winter or no, to catch me out. Gawain came in after dinner. Maisry, who'd finally slunk in with a scarlet ear and a wooden bowl of ale, had dragged the benches over to the hearth and put several logs of fat pine on the fire, and the women were sewing by its yellow light. Gawain stopped in front of the screens, obviously just in from a hard ride, and for a minute no one noticed him. Rosamond was brooding over her embroidery. Agnes was pushing her cart back and forth with a wooden knight in it, and Eloise was talking earnestly to Hermione about the cotter, who apparently isn't doing very well. The smoke from the fire was making my chest hurt, and I turned my head away from it, trying to keep from coughing, and saw him standing there, looking at Eloise. After a moment, Agnes ran her cart into Hermione's foot
and Hermione told her she was the devil's own child, and Garwin came on into the hall. I lowered my eyes and prayed he would speak to me. He did, bowing on one knee in front of where I sat on the bench. "Good lady," he said. "I am glad to see you improved." I had no idea what, if anything, was appropriate to say. I ducked my head lower. He remained on one knee like a servitor. "I was told you remember naught of your attackers, Lady Catherine. Is it so?" "Yes," I murmured. "Nor of your servants, where they might have fled?" I shook my head, eyes still downcast. He turned toward Eloise. "I have news of the renegades, Lady Eloise. I have found their trail. There were many of them, and they had horses." I'd been afraid he was going to say he'd caught some poor wood-gathering peasant and hanged him. "I beg your leave to pursue them and avenge the lady," he said, looking at Eloise. Eloise looked uneasy, wary, the way she had when he came before. "My husband bade us keep to this place till he comes," she said, "and he bade you stay with us to guard us. Nay." "You have not supped," Lady Hermione said, in a tone that closed the matter. Garwin stood up. "I thank you for your kindness, sir," I said rapidly. "I know it was you who found me in the woods." I took a breath and coughed. "I beg you, will you tell me of the place you found me, where it is?" I had tried to say too much too fast. I began to cough, gasped too deep a breath, and doubled over with the pain. By the time I got the coughing under control, Hermione had set meat and cheese on the table for Garwin, and Eloise had gone back to her sewing. So I still don't know anything. No, that's not true. I know why Eloise looked so wary when he came in, and why he made up a tale about a band of renegades, and what that conversation about Daltresses was all about. I watched him, standing there in the doorway looking at Eloise, and I didn't need an interpreter to read his face. He's obviously in love with his lord's wife. Chapter 14. Dunworthy slept straight through till morning. "Your secretary wanted to wake you up, but I wouldn't let him," Colin said. "He said to give you these." He thrust a messy sheaf of papers at him. "What time is it?" Dunworthy said, sitting up stiffly in bed. 8:30, Colin said. "All the bell ringers and DTs are in hall eating breakfast. Oatmeal." He made a gagging sound. "It was absolutely necrotic. Your secretary chap says we need to ration the eggs and bacon because of the quarantine." 8:30 in the morning? Dunworthy asked, blinking near-sightedly at the window. It was as dark and dismal as when he'd fallen asleep. "Good Lord! I was supposed to have gone back to hospital to question Badri." "I know," Colin said. "Great Aunt Mary said to let you sleep, that you couldn't question him anyway because they're running tests." "She rang up?" Dunworthy asked, groping blindly for his spectacles on the bedstand. "I went over this morning to have my blood tested. Great Aunt Mary said to tell you we only need to come once a day for our blood tests." He hooked his spectacles over his ears and looked at Colin. "Did she say whether they'd identified the virus?" Colin said, around a lump in his cheek. Dunworthy wondered if the gobstopper had been in his mouth all night, and if so, why it hadn't diminished in size. "She sent you the contacts charts." He handed the papers to him. "The lady we saw at the infirmary rang up too. The one on the bicycle." "Montoya?" "Yes. She wanted to know if you knew how to get in touch with Mr. Basingame's wife. I told her you'd ring her back." "When does the post come? Do you know?"
"The post?" Dunworthy said, looking through the stack. "My mother didn't have my presents brought in time to send them on the tube with me," Colin said. "She said she'd send them by post. You don't think the quarantine will delay it, do you?" Some of the papers Colin had handed him were stuck together, no doubt because of Colin's periodic examinations of his gobstopper, and most of them seemed to be not the contact charts, but assorted memoranda from Finch. One of the heating vents in Sulvin was stuck shut. The National Health Service ordered all inhabitants of Oxford and environs to avoid contact with infected persons. Mrs. Bassingham was in Torquay for Christmas. They were running very low on lavatory paper. "You don't, do you? Think it will delay it?" Colin asked. "Delay what?" Dunworthy said. "The post," Colin said disgustedly. "The quarantine won't delay it, will it? What time is it supposed to come?" 10, Dunworthy said. He sorted all the memoranda into one pile and opened a large manila envelope. "It's usually a bit late at Christmas because of all the parcels and Christmas cards." The stapled sheets in the envelope weren't the contact charts either. They were William Gadsden's report on Badri's and Kivrin's whereabouts, neatly typed and organised into the morning, afternoon and evening of each day. It looked far neater than any essay he'd ever handed in. Amazing what a salutary influence a mother could have. "I don't see why it should be," Colin said. "I mean, it's not as if it's people, is it, so it can't be contagious. Where does it come? To the hall?" "What?" "The post." "Porter's Lodge," Dunworthy said, reading the report on Badri. He had gone back to the net Tuesday afternoon after he was at Balliol. Finch had spoken to him at 2:00, when he had asked where Mr. Dunworthy was, and again at a little before 3 when Badri had given him the note. At some time between 2 and 3, John Yee, the third-year student, had seen him cross the quad to the laboratory, apparently looking for someone. At 3 the porter at Brasenose had logged Badri in. He had worked in the net until 7:30, and then gone back to his flat and dressed for the dance. Dunworthy phoned Latimer. "When were you at the net Tuesday afternoon?" He blinked bewilderedly at Dunworthy from the screen. "Tuesday?" he said, looking around as if he had mislaid something. "Was that yesterday?" "The day before the drop," Dunworthy said. "You went to the Bodleian in the afternoon." He nodded. "She wanted to know how to say, 'Help me, for I have been set upon by thieves.'" Dunworthy assumed by she he meant Kivrin. "Did Kivrin meet you at the Bodleian or at Brasenose?" He put his hand to his chin, pondering. "We had to work until late in the evening deciding on the form of the pronouns," he said. "The decay of pronomial inflections was advanced in the 1300s, but not complete." "Did Kivrin come to the net to meet you?" "The net?" Latimer said doubtfully. "To the laboratory at Brasenose," Dunworthy snapped. "Brasenose? The Christmas Eve service isn't at Brasenose, is it?" "The Christmas Eve service?" "The vicar said he wished me to read the benediction," Latimer said. "Is it being held at Brasenose?" "No. You met with Kivrin Tuesday afternoon to work on her speech. Where did you meet her?" The word thieves was very difficult to translate. It derives from the Old English theof, but This was useless. "The Christmas Eve service is at St. Mary the Virgin's at 7, he said, and rang off. He phoned the porter at Brasenose, who was still decorating his tree, and made him look up Kivrin in his logbook. She hadn't been there Tuesday afternoon. He fed the contact charts into the console
and entered the additions from William's report. Kivrin hadn't seen Badri Tuesday. Tuesday morning she had been in infirmary, and then with Dunworthy. Tuesday afternoon she'd been with Latimer, and Badri would have been gone to the dance in Headington before they left the Bodleian. Monday, from 3 on, she was in infirmary. But there was still a gap between 12 and 2:30 on Monday, when she might have seen Badri. He scanned the contact sheets they had filled out again. Montoya's was only a few lines long. She had filled in her contacts for Wednesday morning, but none for Monday and Tuesday, and she hadn't listed any information on Badri. He wondered why, and then remembered she had come in after Mary gave the instructions for filling up the forms. Perhaps Montoya had seen Badri before Wednesday morning, or knew where he'd spent the gap between noon and 2:30 on Monday. "When Miss Montoya phoned, did she tell you her telephone number?" he asked Colin. There was no answer. He looked up. "Colin?" He wasn't in the room, nor in the sitting room, though his duffel was, its contents spread all over the carpet. Dunworthy looked up Montoya's number at Brasenose and rang it up, not expecting any answer. If she was still looking for Basingame, that meant she hadn't gotten permission to go out to the dig and was doubtless at the NHS or the National Trust, badgering them to have it declared of irreplaceable value. He dressed and went across to the hall, looking for Colin. It was still raining, the sky the same sodden grey as the paving stones and the bark on the beech trees. He hoped that the bell ringers and detainees had breakfasted early and gone back to their assigned rooms, but it was a fond hope. He could hear the high hubbub of female voices before he was halfway across the quad. "Thank goodness you're here, sir," Finch said, meeting him at the door. "The NHS just phoned. They want us to take 20 more detainees." "Tell them we can't," Dunworthy said, looking through the crowd. "We're under orders to avoid contact with infected persons. Have you seen Dr. Aaron's nephew?" "He was just here," Finch said, peering over the heads of the women, but Dunworthy had already spotted him. He was standing at the end of the table where the bell ringers were sitting, buttering several pieces of toast. Dunworthy made his way to him. "When Miss Montoya telephoned, did she tell you where she might be reached?" "The one with the bicycle?" Colin said, smearing marmalade on the buttered toast. "Yes." "No, she didn't." "Will you have breakfast, sir?" Finch said. "I'm afraid there aren't any bacon and eggs, and we're getting very low on marmalade." He glared at Colin. "But there's oatmeal and—" "Just tea," Dunworthy said. "She didn't mention where she was phoning from." "Do sit down," Miss Taylor said. "I've been wanting to speak to you about our Chicago surprise." "What exactly did Miss Montoya say?" Dunworthy said to Colin. "That nobody cared that her dig was being ruined, and an invaluable link with the past was being lost, and what sort of person went fishing in the middle of winter anyway," Colin said, scraping marmalade off the sides of the bowl. "We're nearly out of tea," Finch said, pouring Dunworthy a very pale cup. Dunworthy sat down. "Would you like some cocoa, Colin? Or a glass of milk?" Dunworthy asked. "We're nearly out of milk," Finch said. "I don't need anything, thanks," Colin said, slapping the slices of toast jam sides together. "I'm just going to take these with me out to the gate, so I can wait for the post." "The vicar telephoned," Finch said. "He said to tell you you needn't be there to go over the order of worship until 6:30. "Are they still holding the Christmas Eve service?" Dunworthy said. "I shouldn't think anyone would come under the circumstances." "He said the inter-church committee had voted to hold it regardless," Finch said, pouring a quarter teaspoon of milk in the pallid tea and handing it to him. "He said they felt carrying on as usual will help keep up morale."
"We're going to perform several pieces on the handbells," Miss Taylor said. "It's hardly a substitute for a peal, of course, but it's something. The priest from Holy Reformed is going to read from the Mass in time of pestilence."
"Ah," Dunworthy said. "That should help in keeping up morale."
"Do I have to go?" Colin said.
"He has no business going out in this weather,"
Mrs. Gadsden said, appearing like a harpy with a large bowl of grey oatmeal. She set it in front of Colin.
"And no business being exposed to germs in a draughty church. He can stay here with me during the church service."
She pushed a chair up behind him.
"Sit down and eat your oatmeal."
Colin looked beseechingly at Dunworthy.
"Colin, I left Miss Montoya's telephone number in my rooms," Dunworthy said. "Would you fetch it for me?"
"Yes," Colin said, and was out of his chair like a shot.
"When that child comes down with the Indian flu," Mrs. Gadsden said, "I hope you will remember that you were the one who encouraged him in his poor eating habits. It is clear to me what led to this epidemic. Poor nutrition and a complete lack of discipline. It's disgraceful, the way this college is run. I asked to be put in with my son William, but instead I've been assigned a room in another building altogether, and—" "I'm afraid you'll have to take that up with Finch," Dunworthy said.
He stood up and wrapped Colin's marmalade toast in a napkin.
"I'm needed at the infirmary,"
he said, and escaped before Mrs. Gadsden could start off again. He went back to his rooms and rang up Andrews. The line was engaged. He rang up the dig, on the off chance that Montoya had obtained her quarantine waiver, but there was no answer. He rang up Andrews again. Amazingly enough, the line was free. It rang 3 times, and then switched to a message service.
"This is Mr. Dunworthy,"
he said. He hesitated and then gave the number of his rooms.
"I need to speak with you immediately. It's important."
He rang off, pocketed the disc, picked up his umbrella and Colin's toast, and walked out through the quad. Colin was huddling under the shelter of the gate, looking anxiously down the street towards Carfax.
"I'm going to the infirmary to see my tech and your great-aunt," Dunworthy said, handing him the napkin-wrapped toast. "Would you like to go with me?"
"No, thanks," Colin said. "I don't want to miss the post."
"Oh, for goodness sake, go and fetch your jacket so Mrs. Gadsden doesn't come out and begin haranguing you."
"The gallstone's already been," Colin said. "She tried to make me put on a muffler."
"A muffler?"
He gave another anxious look down the street.
"I ignored her." "I hadn't thought of that," Dunworthy said. "I shall be home in time for lunch. If you need anything, ask Finch."
Colin said, obviously not listening. Dunworthy wondered what his mother was sending that merited such devotion. Obviously not a muffler. He pulled his own muffler up around his neck and set off for infirmary through the rain. There were only a few people in the streets, and they kept out of each other's way, one woman stepping off the pavement altogether to avoid meeting Dunworthy. Without the carillon banging